G'day and welcome to the Inforunners. Sorry we're late. We had some hiccups. Someone was stuck in bed getting his beauty sleep. It didn't work, clearly.
No, the alarm didn't work.
Oh, there we go. Right, big day today. Apparently people have already been kicking off early. I've heard someone's been streaming since 11 p.m. our time, Algared. Holy shit.
Someone's a bit weird.
6 hours before. Wow. All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. I hope we have a great day today. We do have Grim joining us. If you've been watching us all this week, Grim got jury duty. And I didn't think Algared was actually going to make it, but he made it today, so that's good. But you won't be here tomorrow.
I can't make tomorrow.
Yeah,
as
so
much as I would like to.
Yeah, so Grim will fill in for you for tomorrow. And other than that, I will kick the bot off because we're obviously going to have some questions today about
right. If you want questions,
Citizencon. Yep.
Usual routine.
And obviously, I might. This is the thing I want to ask about with the lunchtime. Obviously, I think any questions that kind of we don't get covered before the con starts. I think I'll kind of skip because then we're going to obviously have a lot more new questions after the panel. So during lunchtime, we'll go into that. Hey Shem, nice to see you again, mate. Don't be a stranger. I only get to see Shem every 12 months. He turns up. He's like, have you noticed we have a few people like that?
Yep.
They've popped up. Yeah, they've popped up this week, and I haven't seen them in 12 months. It's like, oh, there he is again. Yeah, I remember him. You know, not to have a go at you, Shem, but there's a few people like you that we only see once a year. They just use us for our knowledge.
I do think I see Shem Passer lurking in the background a little bit more often, but not as often as we'd like to see people, because it's always nice to see the regulars.
All right. I also had a chat with Lemming last night, who's our mod. He's going to be running in the Discord today. So anything that you find on Reddit, Facebook, anything that you see on another stream that you think is worth sharing with other people on the Discord, there is a dedicated Citizencon 2023 channel. Go in there and paste it, and you can @ Lemming or maybe Grim or Algared, and we'll bring it up and pin it. I won't because I'm driving, obviously, but if you can @ one of us, not me, they'll have a look at it, and if it's valid, they'll pin it. And so we're going to have this whole channel dedicated to Citizencon with just pinned content that you can go, like a one-stop shop. So I'm going to let everyone get in on that and basically make it a big collab between everyone so we can share all that juicy information. So yeah, if you want to do that, that'll be a nice little collab where we can work together and share stuff. Right. Algared, do you have any questions?
Let me just get the question chat bot open.
I'm still setting everything up.
No.
We don't. No questions. Oh, wow. Well, that's been today's stream. Have a great time. Just all right, give us some questions. Come on. I know.
It's the one day where if you don't give us questions, we're still going to be here talking
to
you.
It's just going to be a very awkward couple of hours sitting here twisting our thumbs. We did have that video you and I did last night off the cuff. Wait, actually, we did it yesterday afternoon, didn't we? Yesterday afternoon, wasn't it?
Yep.
On the A1, and we just noticed a few things came out of that. Like the weapons were really weird, and the cutlass ones were really underpowered. There was a couple of weird things, but I think my big takeaway, and I think you'd agree with me on this, Algared, is that C1 is going to sell like bloody hotcakes.
It looks like we've got some chat, and there do seem to be some questions in chat that haven't popped through in YouTube. So just looking at them.
Because I haven't started the bot. I started the bot, but I didn't connect it up. Hang on, give me 2 seconds.
There you go. All right.
That's my fault. My fault. Stream questions. Here we go. And what about now, Algared? Give us a second.
It should get bot says bot starting. So
yeah. I just started that, but you can do that command too. By the way, it's just /start. There we go. Oh, heaps of them now. Yeah, that's why there was no questions.
Rolling through.
My fault there. Sorry, apologies, boys.
So, hey all, did you notice that the A1 has dropped down refueling port on the drop-down refueling port on the underside?
No.
No, didn't notice.
I didn't notice that.
Hadn't tried refueling.
That's cool though.
It's not unexpected because, as we said, in our buyer's guide, that this is the gold standard, the current gold standard. So
yeah, it's definitely a step up, like a couple of runs, would you say, Algared? Yeah, like it kind of shows you how much they've been working on that ship pipeline. And again, that's a talk today. and I'll be really surprised if we don't see the Zeus drop there as well. And I did find that ironic. I can't remember someone I was talking with, and it was another content creator, and they were literally telling me lore doesn't mean shit about the creation of ships. And then literally it was like 2 days later, the schedule drops and goes, "Oh, how we use lore to make ships." And it's like, yeah,
and we go. Paul and I go just vindicated.
Yeah. So yeah, we've been using that for speculation for years, and it bears a lot of fruit. Like I've learned to rely on it from you two quite a bit. So yeah. Alrighty, first question.
I remember when we first did lore, and we got you, and you were like, "Nah, but yeah, lore's nice, but nah, I know nothing." And as we went through, you started to go, "Oh crap! Oh."
Well, I can look at it a different way. I can look at it as the writer's playing the tip of their hat. Yeah. So I can take it both ways, because like back when I made games and stuff, a lot of the time they would write lore and stuff, but they'd re-rolled it several times, and that's why I'm really convinced, like just before this game goes live, there's going to be a massive retcon, because there needs to be. There's just so many problem things, but rather than just fix it all the way and have people bitch, why not just have one big bitch session?
Yeah,
and fix it all in one go, and that's what I think they're going for.
And they have tried to be very. The law tries not to change. Once they say something in law, they try not to change it, and so it's a real. For CIG, even Dave Haddock. That was one of the big things he was saying. They really don't like changing the law, and very occasionally they have to retcon it. They have to massage a little bit. And he said they had to. Yeah, they had to do a little bit of massaging with the regen stuff. But generally, when you look at what they planned regen to be and what it ended up being, the mechanic is pretty much the same. They just have to work out how the hell are we going to make you don't die, 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 you die work.
Right.
So yeah, and so they had to work that into law. But so,
all right.
Second question,
please,
is Johnski. Does CIG give you guys any sneak peeks? No.
In fact,
we get what you guys get.
In fact, what we heard from people that were there, people that we know, that normally these people that have been to previous cons would know everything by a certain amount of time, and they were saying things like, "Well, this year they've changed all these things so leaks don't get out." Like, so they used to have a volunteer, and Algared, you were a volunteer one year, weren't you?
Yeah.
That have volunteers assigned to the leadership of CIG. This time around, they actually associated other CIG staff to be their assistants. That way, it just stopped a lot of the leaks getting out. So we've heard things like that as well. So yeah.
Mind you, I when I was at PAX Australia, I don't remember there being particular people looking after particular CIG staff, and you could, I can remember, you'd sidle up to the side there and start talking and talk like the universe and everything. You talk to the guys who were doing, at that time it was the Ilphonic, because they were doing the first person shooter stuff and Ruin Station, and you talk to them and that's what they were doing. You talk to Chris and you talk to Sandy, but that was like 2014, so significant development since then. But yeah, but no, we don't get sneak peeks. We see what you guys see, or we hear rumors and then we start checking them out and speculating and going based on what we know previously.
Yeah. There's no this whole like streamer content creator privilege thing is a pie in the sky. Like and I'm sure I know I heard Paul talking about it on his stream only a week or so ago. Like they really just don't have the people to deal with content creators on the level that they need to be able to do to. Like for the longest time, they just completely ignored YouTube. They did nothing, so it's going to take time for them to, like, what did they get this year, Algared? They had 4 people at the start. I think they got their 4th community manager in September. They got their 5th, that guy from some European country. I've forgotten where it was. But they've now got 5 community managers worldwide. That's absolutely nuts to me. So
yeah. And Glass Short, thank you for that super chat. He says, "Hey, Execute. Here's a coffee on me. You mentioned that you needed to change your sleep schedule for the weekend and get one for Algared. Well,
Yeah,
apparently,
I
apparently,
shifted
I
a bit
have
now.
my precious.
Yeah,
My precious.
you got your geisha then.
It is a
Yeah.
geisha. I
Oh,
did
nice.
need a geisha. Oh, it is exquisite, smooth, fruity flavored. It is, yeah.
Anyone think
I-
you were talking about a woman there, Algared, but I know different. Right. All right, next question, please. I'm still doing things in the background that Algared can see, but you guys
Yeah.
can't, so I'm working digitally here to get a lot of things fixed. So yeah, keep going, please, mate.
Sabathius says, where do you why are you guys so awesome? The way
No,
we're made.
no, we're just normal guys. There's nothing special about us. We just love the games like you guys do, and we just love sharing it with people, and especially helping people. Like that's, we made a lot of mistakes, didn't we, Algared, along the way, and that's kind of how we've learned, and we don't want you guys to have to make the same mistake. Well, at least I don't.
Things that we certainly could have done or would have done differently.
Oh, definitely. Absolutely.
Unfortunately, when you get the bug, when you get the Pokemon syndrome, even when you know you're doing things wrong, you still do them.
Yeah.
It's rather frustrating at times, but yeah. So I'll just have to suck it up.
All right, that's set to go, Algared. You can see what I've done there. Yep. All right, cool. So that's good to go. Everything's sorted now. Cool, I can relax. Right, cool. Sorry, I just forgot to do something. So yeah, John Ski. Wow, $20. What the hell, John? I thought we were dodgy, John. He said that earlier before the show. He goes, "These Inforunners guys, they're pretty dodgy." But he goes, "Speckles for energy drinks and thanks for the stream." You're welcome, John. No
we'll
worries.
have a few more of those shekels.
Yeah,
that's okay,
I think you've just paid for your geisha right there with the $20. They're like, didn't you say they're like $25 a cup or something ridiculous?
There was one year when my supplier had done an auction to get the geisha, and I only managed to get a couple of kilos in the lot, and they were selling the beans at like 19 ounces for $20 or something like that. And if you went to the shop, you could get a cup for $21. So yes.
All right, Shem Pasta, thank you for the 5 tiers 1 subs on Twitch to Nocturnes, Avacos Wolf, Shell Shocked, Granzar, and Shellgun. And Grim Star Jumps on Twitch as well. He's obviously talking from where he is in his secret location because he's out jury dutying stuff. He says, Inforunners also great at supporting creators that are smaller and trying to get to grow. Yeah, kudos. Yeah, I like to get around and help other people because it's really interesting because like you get someone new that comes into something. That's what happened this week with the stuff when we were talking about the expedition, wasn't it? You get someone new that comes in that hasn't been in the space and they just have more out there ideas or outside the box thinking, and I always want to see what the new people are bringing to the table.
And some people come up with great ideas, and some people come up with lemons, and
yeah, but you've got to get out and explore and meet them all, and we're all in love with this game, and I think we're all, that's what I do. So I don't stream the game. We just talk about the game, and I go watch other people's streams.
Yeah. So I'll go back to John. John, the reason I said, hey, you can give more of those shekels, just so people know I'm not saying, hey, give us more money. If the shekel is that smallest currency in the old Israeli talk. So, a woman who gave her shekel, which is where we get the idea from, was giving all she had, not just giving, not giving from her plenty. So, so was that. But then John goes on and says, isn't it almost 2:30 a.m. in the land down under? Yes.
It's 2:22.
Yeah. So almost 2:30 a.m. So yes, it's if you see us go like that, you know why.
Secretly, once the Citizencon starts, because we're not going to talk during the panels, like, that's just kind of how we are. We'd rather watch it, and we'll talk in between the breaks with you guys. We will be in chat, though, talking, but secretly, Algared and I are actually going to be asleep. No.
When we're typing the answers to you guys, because, we'll try not...
It's AI. It's AI.
It'll be AI, and, because if we're on voice, you'll hear us go... snoring away. So yeah, you don't want that. Okay. Devil Dog 9811 says, or 9811 says, hey, did you all notice that the A1 has dropped? Yes, we saw that one. Thank you.
Yes.
So we've
There
had
was this
one.
video we recorded on it, but somehow we completely missed it that it dropped. So
Yeah. But we had missed that there was that drop down nozzle, but again, does not surprise us because it is, as we said, the new gold standard. Probably because we didn't play around with all the buttons. We were just
Well, we got
interior.
really caught up on that on the suit locker, didn't we? For about 15, 20 minutes, and then like we start filming the video, and then I'm like, hey, what's that on the floor?
Yeah. I felt vindicated because it proved I was right.
Yeah.
Or my assumptions were right.
Yep.
But you put when you were saying no, I think these are the escape pods. It made sense. So I was glad, but it was also
it's actually better that it went that way because it still means it's got escape pods and suit lockers, so it's better, not worse.
It's even better. So yeah. That's what I was really happy because if they'd currently been the escape pods, then it went to no suit lockers. So
they definitely don't look like suit lockers on, say, the MSR. Or on or the other Crusader ships. They look different, so that's why it's so throwing. But maybe they have a newer tech in the Spirit.
Yeah, I was partly at the.
Oh, it strikes again. He'll be back in a flurry, as you guys know. Yeah, usually about 10 seconds. Here we go, and
I was thinking,
there he is. He's back. You were actually just saying yesterday, Algared, you reckon it's the node on the street. That makes a lot of sense because I actually used to have a really bad net at my place, actually, and it was the node on the street. It had been flooded with rain one year and they never noticed. And so every time it rained, the net went to shit.
We that's one of the things we've started to think. We know my brother was saying that the neighbours has had the technicians out checking the node. But it's what can you say? And the pilot, I'll catch up while I'm there. Thank you for that super chat.
He says, I'm a dirty night shifter in North America, about to go to bed. Hope you guys upload the full stream and enjoy the sitcom, guys. Yeah, it'll automatically go up to YouTube like all our streams, man. So you can watch it after the fact.
So thank you for that, and sleep well. Know that we'll be thinking of you enviously. At least I certainly will be. I'm buggered.
Algared's buggered already. Algared, makes feeling better. I only got 5 hours. I was doing this. I just couldn't get, I think there's a bit of hype that catches me anyway, and I just started thinking about all the things I'm going to see today. It's like Christmas morning for me. Like I get more Christmassy at Citizencon than I do at Christmas now.
That was my problem. I went to bed and I was just, the mind was just racing, and I was like, come on, it's just Citizencon. Just go to bed.
Okay, someone's telling me my counter is an hour off. Hey Google, what's the time in LA?
The time in Los Angeles, California, United
8:29.
States is 8:26 a.m.
So that means on the hour it will be 9 o'clock. The first panel starts at 11. So the doors open at 9. You sure it's an hour off? It's an hour late. Hey Google, shut up. Hey.
Google loves him.
It's always telling me off.
That's cute.
Yeah.
I can explain why it's an hour off.
Oh, sure, please.
Because Jared Huckabee said that it's counting down to 10 o'clock their time. So it's intentional.
Yeah, but I made my own countdown timer and I've set it to 11 o'clock, which is when the first panel starts. So that's what that's going for. It's got nothing to do with Jared's pre-show. That's for the panels. Okay. So that's when it actually starts. It doesn't start when Jared jumps on, in my book. It starts when the developers get on and start talking. So
yeah. For the live stream, it doesn't matter if they've got if the gates are open. For us, we don't have anyone to cross over to on the floor. So for us, it starts at the first panel.
Yeah. So yeah. We could I did talk to Space and I did talk to Paul, but again, from what I can gather, Space is going to be going around interviewing people. From what you were here when I talked to him. He's going to have his phone and he's going to go around and talk to people. I'm sure Paul's probably doing the same thing, but I may reach out to them on Discord and see if they've got time to talk. It'll probably only be briefly because they're all doing their own thing, obviously, and you don't want to steal the time they're doing there too much, but we'll see. Right, I've lost Algared. He keeps dropping out on me. Right, let's do another question. Hopefully he's kept that up to date. Let's have a look. His connection is very bad
Yep.
today.
He's
Your
up to date.
your
Nothing.
connection is shocking today, mate.
I know.
Absolutely shocking. All right.
I just hands up.
Danny 1988-221 says, "Are there any leaks on ships coming out?" Yeah, there's the Zeus, mate. And just as of yesterday, they found the plushie that we're all getting in the digital goodies bag is a Zeus. So I think that kind of is the nail in the coffin. Whether you, no matter you want to argue about what it does, it's definitely coming. At some point. Anyway, next one.
Yes. There's what capital ship do you think will be announced at Sitcon?
I don't think we'll get one at Sitcon. I think that'll be AIE, and I think the top contender Algared would be the RSI minor. Yeah.
Yeah. Given that we're, from what we understand or believe, IAE will be RSI, so it'll be RSI themed, and so they'll actually do. You know, we might see 3 or 4 RSI ships, and so we'd expect or hope that we would see the an RSI cap ship, but we haven't heard, so we're guessing.
Yeah, it's just the most likely one that we've got at the moment, based on what we've heard.
Yeah.
And they that was the kind of vote one last year, so it's a pretty big contender that's the only one that they want to tell us that's coming. If you look back at how that vote used to be, they used to give us a page and they had a whole bunch on there, and so they stopped doing that because we realized that almost every one of them came out, so they were essentially telling us what was coming. So now they've changed it to just one ship, and we pick the manufacturer. Well, we know it's definitely coming. You know what I mean? Because we got to choose the manufacturer, so that's the most likely candidate, and it's been 12 months, and all they have to do is concept it in 12 months. So that's not a tall order, as far as I'm concerned. So it's still the top contender for me, anyway. Right, next one, Algared.
Question: the RSI website says it's only 2 hours, but your background says it's 2 hours and 50 minutes. Yep, and that's because it is
1 hour
for the
1 hour pre-show. Yeah, that's an hour of Jared talking and making jokes, but there's not really. I don't think there'll be much in there. I will bring it up on screen when it drops, and if there's something interesting, obviously we'll flick over and have a listen. But I'm not expecting.
Yep.
Too much.
So, Afro Snowman, if you do have an Afro, Old Man Hurston is envious. Question: ships do you hope to come out today, and what ships do you think will come out today?
Well,
we
Zeus,
expect
yeah.
Zeus. We expect the possibly the cutter.
The Scout, is that the one you're talking about?
Yep. Because it's been in the PTU, so we I'd expect that. Other than that, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I would expect at least a large or capital ship. I'd expect at least a vehicle or smaller ship, because that way you've got something for those who want to spend lots of money, and something that'll get hopefully everybody.
Yeah.
That would be, if I was marketing, that'd be what I'd be trying to think of, just to maximize as much sales as I could.
Well, that's the positivity of like if you're selling one that's at like $150 price point, as opposed to say a $300 F8C Lightning, is a lot more people can afford it. So a medium ship is really palatable, and it appeals to more people than a small starter or a large capital. So again, releasing one that's more convenient for both is definitely the way to go in my book.
C. McD says Santoki possibility as well.
That was on the roadmap for December, I believe, but don't quote me on that. That can and possibly will change. We'll just have to wait and see.
I think it's a little harder for us to work out which ships are Citizencon, because we know the whole poll coming. But the reason it's harder is because we know in a couple of weeks' time we've got IAE, and so are the ships that are coming for that we know are in the pipework, are they going to be done for Citizencon or are they for IAE? And you just got to guess.
And it is
So-
it is fundamentally just a guess. There's nothing here you can really get around that. So yeah.
But if you know if there is something, if there is extra than what we expect, awesome. And if there's more than we expect, fantastic. You know,
Yeah.
it becomes like Christmas, as you were saying earlier. It's knowing where we're going and what we've done and what's coming that does make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Agra's getting distracted because I'm doing things in the background and he's having to look at what I'm doing and then trying to talk at the same time. So if you're
No, I
wondering...
was getting distracted by chat actually.
Oh, really?
In
Okay.
YouTube, because I got YouTube chat up, and
Yeah, because I'm doing a bunch of stuff in the background. And
I can see that.
It's very distracting for you. I do apologize, but I have to get this done. Otherwise, I'm just
That's
super
okay.
stressing. Right.
Believe it or not, it wasn't as distracting as you think it is.
Yeah. Okay.
So Ostentatious One says, have you seen the schedule for Star Citizen in Twitch? The first day is now 5 hours longer than day 2. No, I haven't seen the schedule that is in Twitch.
Oh, so you mean like the extra 2 hours that everyone yelled at me saying, "Oh, it's nothing," is actually something? Oh, Shakara.
You mean the black gap, which was just a typo, but we were saying no, that's something.
Yeah, and
No,
man, I posted that on Reddit and got absolutely flamed to death, so I deleted the post, and I just went, yeah, this is why I don't go to Reddit anymore. I hadn't been in here in years, and then I went back, and the first post I made, I was just like, yeah, you are not the people, the welcoming heart of this community. So yeah, I just moved on.
Yeah,
Made me a bit sad.
I've often found Reddit to be a bit like Spectrum. There's certain elements that you just avoid, and
that is entirely true. And it's really sad because they do have the potential to fix it, but they choose not to, and that's what makes it more sad. So,
I just find that for me, forums, tend to just become, they either become echo chambers, or they just become absolute. Just jump on and crap people out, and
that's a shame.
So yeah.
All right, let's get off this negativity. What's the next question?
The next question is, what ship do you think the new cutter will be pictured shooting in the front of
a rock. That would be funny. Shooting a rock or something. But yeah, absolutely. It's really funny. Who was mentioning that the other day? Someone was saying, like, every time they do a new ship, it's got to be shooting something. It's not. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yep. Or it's showing its super speed and outrunning the attacker and causing the attacker to fly into rocks or something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
But... yes, it's sad but true. The pilot says, "What ship do you think the new cutter will be shooting in a material? I guess who didn't hit the little button." So yeah, have no idea, but it is funny. Kevin Reed, F8C or Iron for PvE?
Say that again. F8C or
F8C or the Iron. The heavy fighter.
So what I heard back from people that were in the know, so PvP people, they said the Arrow is still best for dueling, and that the Hornet is actually the best for team battles at the moment. So neither of what you said, and the Ion is really going to be, when it's all said and done, designed for killing capital ships. It's going to sit back and snipe things, where the Inferno is going to be up in the face and removing the armor, so they're kind of juxtapositions of each other. And the F7C is just an all-round heavy damage dealer, but its weakness is obviously maneuverability, and we also know there are a lot of other ships coming down the pipe, like Santoki I and the Kartoal, like the whole Zion lineup, that kind of move into that maneuverability thing, don't they?
Yeah, I really expect, for those people who are dual stick users, that the Santoki I and all of those Xi'an ships will be really, that's where dual sticks will really come in, just because they'll be so good at doing the 6 degrees of movement. I've always thought that. Whether it ends up being true is another thing, but yeah. But we know the things that will make a big difference to combat aren't in. We know armor's not in, and that's going to change combat altogether. So but at the moment, best way to work out what's best for you is to actually play around with them. my gut would, out of those two ships, would be the F8C. If you've only got the two, the F8C seems to have a lot more versatility over the Ion. But that's just my perception. But yeah. And the question was specifically PvE, not PvP as well. XO.
Well, again, PvP. The Arrow and the team and the Hornet. That's why I mentioned it at the start. So yeah.
Yeah, but it was PvE was the question. So
yeah.
Shem Pastor says thoughts on the A1 CCUs.
I think we kind of covered it in our video, didn't we? It's the same thing. It's too expensive. Again, even if you're just looking at the Spirit series, it's too expensive. But as in, it's an earning game for most people that have bigger ships. You'd agree with me on that. And then the Spirit itself is just, it's combat. Ironically, it's the first one finished and the easiest to make, yet the most expensive. It's like what we've been saying all along. They are overpriced for no reason. Yeah.
Certainly, as we were looking at the A1, it did seem that where it falls, like weapons loadout, and that was kind of in between a Connie and a Cutlass. It was kind of
not really, because the Freelancer's exactly the same weapons loadout, except for the bombs.
Well, I would argue the Freelancer sits between both of those as well. So,
yeah, but it's more towards the Cutlass. But I get your point. But yeah, there's definitely some. Both it shows me at some point the Cutlass is going to get a buff. It has to. It just doesn't make sense to be in the same bracket and then just so undergunned.
And I could cope. I could understand there being a massive bracket if, say, the price of the A1 and the Freelancer was significantly more, but the price isn't that much different, and so you expect if the things are priced around the same, you expect them to be roughly, have roughly the same abilities. But that's me, and he does every day. But yeah,
I mean, Lemming, can you double check that time for me that it's correct? Because I'm getting 3 people messaging me constantly on Discord telling me that the time is off, even though they say what I said is incorrect. So can you just double check it for me, Lemming? Does that time match up with the start of the very first panel? If you could, Lemming, just give me a yes or no on Discord or in voice. That you got that right.
Marco C.
Oh wait, real quick, we got a couple of Prime subscriptions
awesome.
for Unknown Guardian, and I don't know how to pronounce that one. It's like Og Lockpin, I'm assuming, or OG Lockpin. But yeah, thank you very much, guys, for those. Sorry, Algared.
Yeah, I did see a comment earlier from the Thebatheus. Said when I stroked my coffee cup, it was rather pornographic, and I apologise for that for those who may have been offended.
That is a weird kink. That's all I'm going to say. Not to kink shame, but that's a weird kink.
Yeah. And again, looks like my camera is frozen.
No, you're right.
Again,
you're good. I can see you moving.
Okay.
Next one.
Marco C. Will the A1 get atmospheric CSM speed buffed, knowing the Andromeda is faster? I'm glad if the Andromeda's faster at something. Devil Dog 9811 says the Cutlass has 6 size 3s, and it's a $20 super chat, and thank you very much for that.
6 size 3s? I went onto a wiki and it literally had 6 size 2s, and then I also went in game and it had 6 size 2s. So if you're talking about 6 size 3s, then I'll agree with you. But for everything I checked, and I had other people check it as well, it was 6 size 2s. But again, I'll go, if it's wrong, I'll do a retraction. You know me.
And the Matrix of Lies, forget that. Matrix of Lies was out. Like, I think it was saying 3 size 3s and 4 size 2s or something like that. It was rather sad. I can't remember what it was now. I looked and it was like, yeah. And then as soon as we realised it was way off, we just stopped looking at it. But yeah.
All right. According to Lemming, this needs to go up an hour for the actual start of the con. So this is apparently this is going to be when Jared's starting to talk, but that's not what I saw, because I lined it up for 11 a.m. LA time, and
yep.
I don't know. So I don't know what to do now. Yeah,
Well,
the first panel's so Citizen Scott saying what time's the first panel? It's 11 a.m., right? Yeah, that's what I thought it was, 11 a.m. But now they're telling me that that's when Jared's going to start talking at 11 a.m., but the schedule doesn't say that. It says the door open.
no, yeah, I'm hoping not,
Yeah.
because that'll mean, oh no, it's another hour.
Yeah. All right.
Not that we don't like being here with you guys, but
It's just that it's very early in the morning for Algared, and like I've taken a week to condition myself, and I'm still tired. I've literally had to flip my sleeping pattern. You know, I thought it was more healthy to do that than what I do at AIE, where I just kind of wing it and like totally zoinked for 10 days. So I thought this year I might just try and flip it for a month, and we'll see what happens.
and it
Yeah.
caused all manner of troubles when we were
Okay,
trying
well
to
that means I'm on time then, because look, it says official site says 1 hour and 17 minutes from now. It's got an hour of him talking. Yeah, I'm fine.
then-
It's exactly where I wanted it to be. Yeah.
We're not doing the start from when Jared talks, because
Yeah. He's just going to sit there and talk about himself and talk about people showing up. And if there's a few things they show up, what I'll do, look, I've even got a screen set up for it. It's not going to, like, I'll flick it over, but look, it's sitting there on Twitch ready to go, right? We'll flick over to that and it can run in the background. And if something exciting happens, we can flip right it over and listen. But I'm just not expecting, wow, you know, if you've been following this as long as me and Algared, it was the running gag until like 2018 or 2019. Oh, it always starts an hour late. Because they would be that bad at getting it going, it would always start an hour late. It was like clockwork. It was that bad. So again, in 2019 they got it working on time, but again it was just Algared talking. Not Algared, sorry, Jared talking for an hour, and it was just kind of nothing happening. It was just it was just him fluffing. So I just got no interest in that. No offense, but if you want to go watch that, go nuts. I will have it up on screen, but there's just nothing in there. There's no content in there. It's just him talking about nothing.
he thinks I'm Jared.
Yeah, I know it's an insult. Sorry.
But yeah. So John Clutchave says, Urkel says 4 size 3 hard points and a turret with 2 size 3s. So
yes,
and
that would be correct, but you got to remember it's technically it's coming. Yeah,
and if it's got gimbals, so
well, if that's the case, then it's just a mix up that I've made between gimbals and fixed. I will apologize and I will double check into that. But from what I saw, I did only very quickly glimpse. It appeared that it was different from the other two. But yeah,
and if it's got if it does have the size 3 hard point, if it's got gimbal, that would be the all size 2s. That you were seeing as well, and then the turret was down. As well. So we'll have another look at it and confirm, and if it's not, we'll do a retraction on our next live stream.
All right,
We'll have had a chance to have a look.
I do want to have a look at a couple of things, Algared, but I've got to open them and then bring them over to this computer, as you can see what I'm doing in the background. But we've got a couple of things here. So people have started posting things into the into the Discord, and so I've got a couple of things coming in now. We've got the this has been posted by, I don't know, I would post his photo up, but I think that's a bit of evasion of privacy. He even posted a photo of himself like all dressed to go to Citizencon. Looks like a kid at first day of school. But he's not. All right, so I'm just going to twitch this back. There we go. So that's the other side of the
bag.
The bag. So it's got Microtech on one side, and I believe we've already seen the other side. If I scroll up, I can probably actually get the other one.
So my question for them, is it a cheap bag or is it a fairly good quality bag?
Yeah, boats, if you're in, or anyone that's at the con and is listening in. What's the quality of bag like? It looks pretty all right to me. It looks like a fabric bag to me. So
yeah. Is it a fabric bag? Is it a, or is it a cheap bag? It does look like it's quality. It looks like the handles have got, little rivets there to hold them in place. So, or for decoration, who knows? But yeah, it does look a bit better than just a cheap paper bag, which would be nice.
Lemming, if you can hear me, can you get me the other side of that bag, the one that had pyre on it? I'm scrolling up endlessly trying to find it in general chat, and I'm having no success at all. Boats did post it yesterday as well. So the other side is a photo of Ruin Station, the newer version of Ruin Station. So yeah, right. And The
Now,
other
was
one
that
here.
what-
The other one here is a bit harder to show off because he's obviously done it with his phone sideways. But you can obviously see the schedule here. There's a Tobii eye tracker 20% discount. The schedule for day 1, I think day 2 is on the other side. They get a
patch?
patch. There is a journal, a pen, and a challenge coin. There's this. I think this is the pass to the computer triad area because it talks about it giving you access and turnover second sequence and stuff. So it's like a hacking pass. So I think that's to get into the play area for the Welcome to Pyro thing that we've seen. But we'll have to wait and see. You reckon that's pretty much it, Algared? Or have I missed the ball?
No, that sounds about right. Devil Dog 9811 gave another super chat, and he says, "Also love your content. Laugh out loud. Don't want my only super chat to be trying to correct you, man. You don't need to give any super chats.
So you don't have to give any at all, man. Most welcome.
Yeah, always appreciated.
Never expected.
Blows our mind when I don't know how much it blows X's mind, but it certainly blows my mind. But
we don't do this for money, man. We do this for fun, and we generally do. We get a lot out of helping you guys, and as we said earlier, like the mistakes we made, we're passing that on to you guys.
Yeah.
So we're not passing the mistakes on. We're hoping you learn from our mistakes, but you get what I mean.
And any mistakes that we do pass on are our own, not anyone else's who's helped us. So
yeah.
But
well, Trunas is in law. So sorry, I'm just reading from in Twitch chat.
Yep.
Austin Tatius one says Trunas must be a sponsor. No, it's actually an in-law thing. So we're thinking it's tied to that. And also, if you look at the bottom of the schedule that was on the Pocket Guide, there is no TrueNAS on there. It actually has all the sponsors on there. So TrueNAS is definitely in law. And I think that's what they're doing. They're making it like a hacking access parts to the Welcome to Pyro part. So yeah.
Yep.
Assumption, but I think I'm correct. Again, Old Potes, if you're watching, I did put a question out there to him. I did actually say that, Old Boats, can we get a close-up of both sides of that TrueNAS thing? And he hasn't got back to us yet, but he's probably at the con having a great time. So I don't expect him to.
If you see
okay, hang on. So Monster Avery says TrueNAS is an operating system made by IX Systems, and they're the in real life server company. Okay, so maybe it is a pass to their computers or something. All right, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe I'm wrong. That's all right. I'm very hopeful it was a pass to the players area, so maybe I'm being hopeful then. All right.
Yep.
Next question, please, Algared, when you're ready, mate.
Yep. So Tom Andoran says, "Misk Starfarer update," and then goes on to say that we are awesome. So thank you very much for saying we're awesome. Again, staggered that you guys actually like sitting here and asking questions.
Listen to us waffle on like 2 old codgers.
yeah. Welcome to Radio Inforunners.
Yeah. As for the Starfarer, yeah, it's definitely, they've actually hinted themselves, I think it was about a year ago now, didn't they say that, Algared? They definitely know it needs some love, but it's clearly in Squadron 42. And again, run everything through a Squadron 42 lens and think about what it associates with that. And generally, once that's out, you can look back at rework. So things like Freelancers, Starfarers, Connies, all those type of things will get another, go over because they're going to get an upgraded, and they'll go, well, this is an old version of the Freelancer, and they'll make like a Mark II Freelancer or a new version of the Connie or a new version of the Starfarer. And they've said that several times, haven't they, Algared? And they gave the example of the Hornet series at the time.
Yeah, well, and we're going back like 2014. I can remember Chris saying that on things like 10th of the Chairman, where he'd talk about, they would have, like, just like you get models of cars, they will have models of ships, and you could have the 2048 Andromeda, and then you could have the 2972 Andromeda, and so no, John, we don't have any Zeus Mark II leaks yet, apart from what we've already shared or talked about.
Well, the doors open in about, if my calculations are correct, 7 minutes and 25 seconds. And then that's where I'm hoping that they get hands on their brochure, and then that'll start flooding onto Reddit and stuff like that. But also, knowing how they're cracking down on leaks this year, and knowing that they're going to get it early, those brochures might be handed out at the end of the ship panel, as an example. So
or
finally, they might have learned their lesson. Yeah, or I don't think it'll be the beginning, because again, it'll leak. If you're going to hold on to it, it'll be the end, wouldn't it? After it's been announced.
Although if you're in the panel, it's a bit, people are less likely to be able to do the pictures of it and all the rest of it because they're in the panel and that you're paying attention to the panel at that point.
Sorry, Lemming. What do you mean in Discord? There's no messages from you, so I'm confused. Just speak, Lemming. Because you're in channel with us, you can just speak if you wish. What's going on, man?
I put it in the Citizencon channel.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. The image I asked him to get, he did that.
Yep.
Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate it. I know you're going to be busy today.
So thanks, Lemming.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And feel free, Lemming, if you've got anything you want to pipe in and add or ask, don't just sit there quietly. Just butt in. You.
Okay.
Yeah, feel free to weigh in because he's running around in the background for you guys today. So just make sure you give Lemming a thanks if you see him. Say good work. Thanks for helping out. Right. Let's look at
Lemming. They're a quarter behind the scenes. You don't see him.
Yeah, he's always there. He's there almost every single stream. So
Yep.
a lot of what he does is very thankless. And we do try to call him out as much as we can, but we do forget to because we're working. Right. There's the other side of the Sitcom bag. That speaks a lot more to me, Algared, than the other side. I don't know about you. Well, yours would be the other side, I'm assuming, because you're the good guy, I'm the bad guy. But
yeah, that's right.
Yes. So and I like red and black, and that kind of speaks to me. So yeah.
My question of the other side, was that Terra or was that Microtech? I was thinking
it says Microtech, and I can go back to it. I've still got it open right here. So there you go. It actually says Microtech in the bottom right-hand corner.
That's just one of the ads, isn't it? Yeah. So, but it does look like Microtech. But
yeah, it's got that the hotel thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
But if it was Terra and the reason I was saying that is if it was Terra and Ruin Station, would that be a hint of what we're getting in terms of jump points? Which would have blown my mind if we got Terra, because I don't think we're getting. I think Terra's not going to be one of the early planets or systems we get.
But man, what an upgrade to Ruin Station! I know we talked about this back in the day, but I can, because it's actually one of my desktop images out. I could probably actually give me a moment. While you take another question, and I'll bring it up.
And you pull up the original Gold Horizon station that was.
Well, Algared's watching me go into my background images here, right? So that's the ones I've got for the show, right? This is my own personal ones here, right?
Yep.
And wherever it is, give me a second. Or I've completely lost it. I can't even remember where it is. Anyway, all right, go on to the next question, please, Algared.
Yep. So Digital says, Moby Glass 2 coming out this weekend. I noticed a lot of adverts at the jump points. I think it might be a hint. I think I've seen Moby Glass 2 adverts in Microtech down on their design floor for years as well. So I think it's just in-game stuff where they're trying to get the companies, trying to spruik their stuff.
It'd be kind of cool though if they did like the rework of the Moby Glass and they make it 2.0. I think that's kind of thematic actually. It's a little bit similar to what we were just saying about the ship model. So it makes sense to me. It'd be kind of funny.
And when we look at Moby Glass uses all those, when we open it up, it's using basically an MDF. And so if they're changing the ability to change MDFs and work them around and make it easier for us to see, then that new look would be part of the the background and stuff that goes into Moby Glass 2.0 because we're awesome. So yeah, and I do like the way CIG often do tie those upgrades and changes into lore and the companies and stuff. It's just it's nice. So it could be a hint. It may not be a hint, but yeah. Michael D. Senzor says, could you see Drake commandeering the old Nailtech for boarding capital ship or a Titan suit launcher? Yes. Back in the early days when they were looking at things to do for the modules that you could have for the Caterpillar, there was a suggested thing for the front module, which was basically a slingshot that shot people towards other ships.
Yeah, would they call it the search and rescue module or something at the time?
Yeah, something like that. I personally detested the stupidity and what I considered moronic idiot nature of that launcher.
Yeah, that's only because you didn't want people to use it against you, though, let's be honest.
No, I've always thought that type of idea was stupid. But well, like when in the Star Trek movie where Kirk and Spock, well, we have to go to that little hatch on the side. Let's launch ourselves at it, and well, if we make it, we'll make it, and if we don't, we hit the side. I thought, I groaned. I groaned inwardly.
Right, so real quickly, while Algared's been talking, I've been rapidly trying to find all these images because there's a lot of them. Oh, everyone's been watching me. Shit. I thought I was... Right, okay, you've obviously been watching what I've been doing. So that's the original concept for Ruin Station. That is the updated version that it was going to be, and we ended up getting this, which is completely different yet again. And that's literally almost 10 years of development, because Algared and I saw this... Right, so between this to this is 10 years, because this is what they showed off at PAX. This is back when Ilphonic were doing, like, their level was based on Ruin Station. When they first showed the Redeemer, it was flying into Ruin Station, and this is what we saw. It's totally changed. Yeah.
Yeah, and the whole idea of Ruin Station, I believe that type of station is a Gold Horizon station. I could be wrong. Gold Horizon are a company that built lots of platforms for terraform, to support terraforming. You'll see, and the idea is there's lots of these stations, out there, and they're all abandoned. They're all run down. So they're either rebought by other enterprises, or they are just totally run down. I wouldn't be surprised to see old Gold Horizon stations being used by the rest stops, because the company that do the R&R, they actually go and buy old rundown stations and then re-kit them and refit them as well. So I think their very first rest stop was a science station they bought and then repurposed. But yeah.
Next one.
So could I see Drake commandeering the old Naltec? I don't think anyone's got access to the old Naltec. It's still military lockdown and that. So if they did do that, I think the military would be after them.
But never say never. They were never going to sell a Scythe. They were never going to sell an F8C Lightning.
Yeah.
One more time, and I never believe another thing they say. As long as three times.
In fairness, they were never going to sell the F8C Lightning until after Squadron.
Yeah. Well, they sold it before, didn't they?
And yeah, that for me is I'd have preferred if that was a reward for completing Squadron. And I know
if they'd waited a year, if they'd waited after release, I wouldn't have this problem. But they said after. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Tyler said, I think it was Tyler said, hey, there's lots of other things coming that go with Squadron that are really awesome, and I still would have rather that. The thing that they've always said was the reward for gaining access to it was the reward for completing Squadron. I'd have still preferred that to be the reward.
Oh, hang on, we missed a sub from Crazy Solo 76. Thank you for the Prime sub subscription. Sorry. I do miss some of them. I apologize. Right.
Voodoo Child. Are you glad, as I am, that Citizencon is here, and whether it's going to be announced is out, and whatever is going to be announced is out there? Well, I don't think it's out there yet, but yeah. Happy that Citizencon is here again. I suppose I'm happy that it's another actual location Citizencon, right? Because it does mean things that normalizing again in the world. It's another one where I wish I could be there, because I've wanted to be at every one of them, but
it's just an expensive trip.
Now I know some of our friends like Diabolus goes regularly. If you see Diabolus,
wish him luck in the cosplay, because if he doesn't win that, I'm gonna call rigged.
His outfit is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. It is. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it, but it is.
Take a look at this, Algared. This is what it's like outside the con at the moment. There's midgets, but yeah, that's a lot of people. So yeah, there's a few people outside there lined up, ready to go, because they're obviously 2 minutes in now. The doors have just opened, and they should be all piling in by now.
Yep.
So I'm
Man,
sure
I can.
there's some other streamer there streaming it live, watching everyone go in. But yeah,
I can remember PAX. Even though the doors open at like 6, I think we had people lining up at for as early as, and it was okay. If you're a concierge ticket, you're over here. If you're not, you're over here. And both lines went around the building. It was yeah. So Errol Mike or Errol MC says thank you for super chat. £5. I'm not sure what that translates as, but yeah, thank you very much. You have a question. With recent updates from Squadron 42 roadmap, do you think Chris will drop a surprise announcement for 25-26? Appreciate the content, you guys.
I have to read that again, Algared. Sorry, I missed that. I was working in the background. My bad.
So, Squadron 42 on the roadmap, all the information that indicates it's nearing the end. Do we think Chris will drop a surprise announcement for 25-26?
Well, let's be honest. I don't think we're going to get a date. I think they've kind of learned about dates, and it's kind of like when Space was here on the stream this week. I think it'll be at most. It'll be like a quarter or a season. You know, like a 3-month period. I think it's probably the best we can possibly hope for, unless you think different. I'll let you speak for yourself there. Real quick, Edimus06, thank you again for the sub with Prime. Never expected, but often appreciated.
Always appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, do I think we'll get a date? If they've got to the point where they've closed out Squadron 42 and they're really into that polishing stage, and I know from things that are in there that they've been doing bug fixing and that, and my understanding is you don't do your bug fixing on your missions and all the other stuff until you're really polishing, until you're in that last stage. So given that, yeah, they could. Given the information that that I've been reading in the monthly reports for months, I fully expect Citizencon that we will see Squadron 42 next year. Now, does that mean I'm right? No. But that's everything I read and see seems to indicate that.
I think we are on, like, today is the start of the hype train for next year. I think this time next year we're all waiting for it to drop. Like, so right now we're waiting for whatever they're going to talk about. Next year, like, literally give me the freaking game. That'll be where we are this time next year. We're about to aboard the hype train. And like I said on the stream earlier, like, it's all a blur. It was 2 days ago, wasn't it? Yeah. Is we need a demo, and now whether we get a demo today or we get a demo 3 months from when the game goes up, I think at some point we need a demo, because one of the things we talked about then, and I've talked with other people since Algared, is my real life friends are just completely burned. They have, you know, they think it's a scam. They've got no interest, and unless I can actually give them something tangible to see, I'm never going to convince them to even look sideways at this thing. Until after it's dropped. You know?
It could be, you know, if they give us actual gameplay again, you know, of Squadron with the updated graphics and all the rest of it. Even if they can't actually play, if you can see, yes, this is gameplay, then that will do a lot.
All right, we've obviously got a. Sorry, go ahead, finish.
Second you make it a section that can be played, whether it's the first couple of levels or the first mission or whatever, that's another step up. And that will build the hype, and I expect we'll get it at some point. But yeah.
All right, so I've got a question for obviously a new person in chat there called Z Lastman, who says, how long will ship sales and CCU sales be on for? So a CCU sale generally lasts for 2 weeks from when the ship's announced, but I think you're also talking about AIE, and AIE generally goes for about 10 days, and the last 2 days they tend to put all the most of the CCUs up. So I hope that answers your question. But yeah, generally a ship sale, so like that F8C, would generally last 2 weeks and stuff like that. It's different if it's straight to flyable. That changes it again, and it just becomes the LTI part that is the 2 weeks. Yeah.
And the concept ships usually start, I think it's a month. So brand new ships.
I remember them being 2 weeks, but if it's a month, that's new to me. But I'm sure someone will correct us in the comments below. In the chat.
We're wrong.
Well, one of us is wrong, so I don't know who's wrong. But yeah, is it a 2 weeks, guys, or a month that they stay up? I remember it as 2 weeks, but yeah. Right. Next question. Joe Domo question says, are we at the last bus stop on the long and waited road to Pyro, waiting for the night bus due to arrive in a couple of hours? And I would say, yes, we are, because it's basically said that it's going to be playable on the show floor. So, yes. Whether or not we can play it today is a totally different thing, but we are rounding the last final bend.
Yep. Yeah, this will be the last time we see Pyro being plugged at Citizencon.
Oh, there you go, Algared. Turns out we're both right. Lemming says it's between 2 weeks and a month. It varies.
There you go.
So we're both right. Right, there you
go. So Danny 19 says we skipped like 10 questions. No, we actually go down. We literally go down our list. So every question that gets asked, gets put into our bot. Our bot pulls questions from both YouTube and Twitch. And we literally go down them in the order they come into us, and we try to get everyone done. So, and if we skip a question, it's because it's already been answered, because people go, oh, they're not answering my question, I'll put it in again. We actually get every question pulled up. Our bot is awesome. So, yeah, it also enables us, because the bot is so good, to go on our excursives and do detailed answers.
Well, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It makes a big difference. Well, at least to me it does anyway. So
yeah. Oh, when you were away and Paul and I were doing it, it was where are the questions? Scroll. It really does change that mechanic of how he can do stuff. So yeah. John Ski, I'm not going to read that question. Well, I'm not going to read the comment before your question, because you're just being naughty.
All right. So
he just says we're boring and then goes on to say other stuff because he's trying to be funny.
I think he's trying to get a rise over us. And it worked.
It worked.
He got you.
He did. Yeah. Constantine, what are your thoughts on a capital ship announcement? I think we've already answered that one, Constantine.
Yeah. Never say never, right? But realistically, they don't drop very often. Yeah, they just don't drop very often at Citizencon. It tends to be, well, again, when we know the Zeus is coming, it's possible, but I'd say it's highly unlikely. But never say never. Yeah, I don't know.
Yep.
I've heard rumors too that like the Zeus is not quite ready, and that's why we're getting the Cutter Scout and things like that. But again, I'll wait until I see everything before I do a comment. All right. The Light Raven SC. Thank you for the Night Raven SC. Thank you for the subscription with the Prime on Twitch. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Right.
So,
next one.
So Bear says, this is the biggest sitcon since 2016. So what will be the 2023 Sandworm?
That's we also talked about that on the stream on Friday, didn't we? They're making a real move away from talking about what they're going to do and more showing us what they have been doing, because it's easier for them. And obviously they, back in the day, they used to make a lot of things that were just designed to show off what they wanted to do. And the Sandworm's probably one of the most pivotal part of that. That is not real. Nothing in that was real. It was all built in a, the leaf system is so far away, and they built this little section just to show off. And if you go back and watch that video, look how outdated it is, like how the trees don't work properly. It was mostly desert, and everything that was in that demo is now in game, except the planet. So it just kind of shows.
Like,
and the
if
world.
you look on the star map, but where the planet is, like way down the bottom, like 15 jumps away from Stanton.
It's literally right on the edge of the bottom of the map. It's where everything else is in this line of 5, and they've all been shown off, and they'll start there and branch out from those 5. So yeah.
But that planet is also, or that system is also, where we got the good doctor scenarios that came out. We're on.
Yeah. The Night Raven SC actually makes a really comment. He's just followed up with his first time chat and said, "I would rather see the progress on some. I'd rather see the progress than something we will never see." He's absolutely correct. I would rather see something tangible and real than something like that sandworm that's an absolute pipe dream. I have no doubt we'll get that worm, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely no doubt. But how far away is it, and how different will it be when it actually lands? And
I think we'll get more little creatures. We'll get the Star Citizen cow, the Terra cow. We'll get the little rats or whatever. We'll get more of cave critters. And there'll be critters that will give a crap out of you when you encounter them and have to fight them. So yeah.
Okay, I'm just looking at Montoya. He's streaming at the moment, and he's literally just going through Twitter, looking at photos of people at Citizencon. So that's kind of funny. So I just find that interesting. So there are other people that are at the con, and they're buying coffees, and they're talking about the prices of the things on the floor. So if anything was going to leak, it would have started to leak by now, and I don't think it's going to. I think they have played it very close to the chest this year.
They've learned.
Yeah.
They've built the hype.
Which I had suspected based on some talks with some people from yesterday that were on the floor, that were there early, and they basically said, yeah, I would have normally known everything by now. I know nothing.
So that was people who were actually, doing the volunteering and helping out.
That's it, yeah.
And normally, as a volunteer, like I can remember as at PAX, before, I'd seen all the presentations 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Before, in terms of the videos, I'd seen them 3 or 4 times before they actually went up. So, yeah. So,
all right. Next question, buddy.
Moving on. Yeah, because I just lost my train of thought.
It happens to us all as we get old, mate. It just happens.
I just think it's tiredness at the moment.
So there's a nice little, just real quick, there's a nice little photo of yesterday of the actual convention center. So it is just a big, flat, open. I think that's the biggest one we've had, Algared. Would you?
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yep. Well, 3,000 people.
Man, if I was sitting I want seats at the front next year, Algared. If we don't get seats up front, I'm going to be annoyed.
Yeah. If I can't even read. If I was in there, I'd be going.
It's not even inclined seating. I can't see over your bald head. How am I going to see anything? It'd just be like, what's that, Coneheads? I'll be watching an episode of Coneheads the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I would have liked if they did it.
Put a cross next to your name, you'll kill on sight.
Right.
Dr. Flamerock says, do you think the first presentation about Star Citizen Engine will be the keynote or a surprise presentation at the end of the day?
I think it's let's pull up the schedule real quick, but it's really obvious to me from that gap at the back. And apparently, according to people who were saying it before, someone was saying that it's what do you call it? It's now saying that it runs right through to the 7 o'clock or whatever someone was saying. But yeah, look, you've got this massive gap there where here on the next day it closes right there. There's no gap. This is clearly where they're going to talk about stuff that they didn't want to tell us about.
They're kept under their hat, and
Luna Maria has. Sorry, you say what you're going to say, then I'll do that one. Go ahead.
Yeah. So people are saying it's now going on, but all along we were saying there's something in there. But just so yeah. And Luminaria has a question.
Yeah, he says, Algared, you are a man of refined taste. Do you think eventually the E1 touring van will be a good daily driver? I would also like to thank you both for your dedication. Most welcome.
And thank you for the super chat.
I'll let you answer your
always
question.
Appreciated. Do I think it'll be a good daily driver? I don't know. It's basically passenger transport.
Yeah, not a generalist. So I think the C1's probably more likely to be the daily driver of those ones, personally. But I'll let you. It's your question. I should be answering. Sorry.
So the C1 has all the cargo. It's going to have the weapons. So it's going to be good for everything. E1 I imagine it's going to be a bit more like the Phoenix. So the Phoenix has basically half a cargo of an Andromeda. It's got that living area. The E1 will have those 4 business seats plus cargo. If that's your jam, if that's more what you're looking for, then yeah, it'll be a good daily driver. But if you're into just straight cargo hauling, then no, it wouldn't be a good daily driver for you. So,
2 comments there actually. Some just along the lines of the Spirits. Red Bear 1 says it seems Spirits will replace the Origin brand totally. It looks very close though on that graph, wasn't it? And just real quick, thank you for the about the verse for this tier 1 sub on Twitch. A lot of subs today. We're not used to that. We don't get a lot of subs.
Yeah. Our Twitch is going to take off today, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that's good. Well, we didn't do Twitch last year. We just did YouTube last year. So we only started doing Twitch. What is it? Around AIE, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, early this year. Shit, I can't even remember. It's been a blur.
Certainly, the regular putting up Twitch is feels like only this year for us,
Yeah.
where we were running both at the same time.
And we
throughout.
usually only do 1 day a week. We're pretty slack, you know. So,
Yeah.
you know, we're not. Again, we don't do this for anything other than fun, really. So yeah, we appreciate
Yeah.
it. Right.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk really briefly about something that was brought to my attention yesterday, Algared, after we did the episode and after
Yeah.
you'd gone off to bed. And it turns out, so not only, you know how there was 3 concierge skins? There was like the
Yep.
army
Yep.
kind of like one that's come out. Turns out there's now, because there was a post on Reddit about it, there's the crimson one.
Yep.
Is tight. So there's a second red one. You know how I was talking about it
Yep.
turns out that's called the ruby. So the crimson
Yep.
will be coming with the C one, and then the Olympia is tied to the E one. Now I own the Olympia, and I brought it out of buyback to get it to put it on the E one to look at it. That's when I found I couldn't use it. But
Yeah.
it actually said that it will work on all the variants, but it'll only release when its official variant releases. So I could be waiting 2 years to get that for the E1 to drop because of what's
Very cool.
required for that.
I feel your pain, but
Then it gets a bit worse though. It turns out the Argent skin was given to people that brought War Bond right now this week. It's exclusive to people that buy the ship War Bond, but all the people that brought it previously didn't get it.
so even the people who bought War Bond previously don't get it. That sucks.
If you brought it
Yeah,
at
okay.
concept, you don't get it. Yeah, that is unacceptable. I don't own it, but I'm telling you, it's unacceptable. They paid money all the way back then, and you're just denying them a skin because that skin's for people that give you money today. That's bad. So I hope you retcon that CIG and fix that.
I really do hope they retcon it. To me, that is one of those instances where it goes against the old. If you buy it early, you get the advantage.
Let's
If
hope.
you're giving if it's a new skin that goes with the ship just for buying it with War Bond.
Oh, there you go. That's a good tip there, Agate. I know you'll come back in a flurry, but Red Baron says get the CU War Bond edition and you get the skin as well. There you go. So if you want the skin, melt your original concept, buy yeah, but you'd be paying an extra $10 for it. So Algared, someone said apparently if you buy the War Bond CCU, you also get the skin. That is really scummy.
When I actually drop out, I actually don't lose my link. I actually still hear everything that's going on.
But we just
hear
can't
all
hear
the comments you make about me.
Oh, okay, but you just can't hear. We just can't hear you.
I just
Okay.
disappear for it momentarily, which really sucks. So,
Okay. All right, we've got a lot of first-time chatters there on Twitch. I wish I could see the first-time chatters on YouTube, but that's not a feature. So, yeah, nice to see you too, Puka. It's not true you get the skin with the... Wait, it's not true. You only get the skin... Yeah, that's what I meant. You only get it with the War Bond. You don't get it with the original concept. That's what we're saying. That's what's been told to me. I don't own it, so I can't confirm that. But is there anyone that actually has the original concept, one of the spirits, and they didn't...
Yeah, me.
So you didn't get the Argent? Yeah, you check it yourself.
I don't know. I haven't checked. I'll have to check, and I'm on stream and
yeah, you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it with the C1 loaner, and you wouldn't get it with an E1 loaner. But if you have the original concept of the A1, you should have the Argent skin. So
yeah, I would expect it. I would hope that it retroactively gets added into those packs. Because otherwise, it's not really holding to that buy it early.
Oh, okay, wow. So Space Tech's actually saying if you buy it with credit as well, you get it. So it's if you buy it right now, you get it, but if you brought it all the way back, then you don't get it. Oh, that's super scummy. That's got to be someone that forgot to tick a box, surely. Yeah, I think that'll get fixed. If that doesn't get fixed, I'm sure there'll be a lot of complaints about it. Like I would complain about it, and I don't own one. Diabetes 46 subscribed with Prime. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it very much.
And it will certainly get added to the upgrade pack for any Legatus owners because that's what they do. It is my frustration that everything gets added into the upgrade packs, and that means you get skins and guns and suits, and that inflates the price significantly over the ships that might have been released. But for those of us who want everything, they give you everything. So.
That is it.
Just makes it expensive. Penis has a question. Okay.
See what you did there, Agate. I think he baited you.
Yes.
He baited you real hard. Yeah.
He did.
He got you real good.
Mm-hmm. I saw that and I went, ugh.
He's the teacher, and he got right. That's all I'm gonna say. I probably would feel for it too. Don't worry.
Yep. So bend over is that student.
What's the other one?
Yeah.
Michael Hunt. You remember that one?
Yep. Yep. How likely is it that we get a straight-to-flyable ship at the con, and which ship do you think we will get? We will get the Scout, I think, and the Zeus.
Yeah,
is
one
my
or the
guess.
other. The Scout. It's just really weird that the Scout's in so early, and what's it in for? So it's either in for something at Citizencon, or it's there as we've heard rumors of it replacing the Zeus. If you specifically want us to go into detail on the Zeus, we can, but we also did an entire video on it on the channel. Basically, it's like a competitor to the Spirit, the Cutlass, and the Freelancer, made by RSI, and it's a flying Dorito. Would that cover it, Algared, in short?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right,
Um,
Constantine, do you want to read that one?
Yep. So Constantine, thank you for that super chat. It is always appreciated, never expected, but yeah. And his question is, what are our thoughts on a capital ship being announced? And also, greetings from Dominus Aeternum Empire.
So kind of this feeds into what we just answered. With there being the Zeus and the Cutter there, I say it limits it, but never say never. There are 15 ships ready to drop type of thing. So yeah, never say never. But I honestly, Algared, you tell me your thoughts. It's 2 days. They could do a ship at each day, couldn't they?
They could do a ship at each day. My memory is that they'd often do at best they'd do a capital, large, small type arrangement.
Yeah, but traditionally speaking, right, and we can have only got history to go by, right, and it's not always been this case, but on rules of averages, it is 1 at Citizencon and 3 at AIE. And then it's in other years it's dropped even more, and it had 1 at Citizencon and 2 at AIE, right? So it really depends how many ships they've got ready to go. And you got to remember, when I say 15 ready to go, 5 of those were unannounced. 1 of them became the Fury LX, so you've only got 4. So the other 10 are being finished and completed. So they're not actually new. They're things like the Santoki and the SRV and things like that. So 4 new ships, of which we've kind of worked out what 3 of them are. The last one we think's the Miner, essentially. So you've got the Miner, the Zeus, and the 2 Cutter variants. So the Scout and the Expedition. So that's all 4. That covers it, right? So we've kind of worked everything out. Whether or not that all comes true, let's wait and see. Well, we don't have to wait now. We've only got to wait a couple of hours now. So I'm at that point. Like, I always get to this point when we're speculating, and Algared's the same, yeah? We get to this point where we can sit here and pull at hairs, or we can just wait. And when you get into that last 10% of speculation, it gets real rowdy because it becomes really opinionated. So we tend to kind of protect the friendships. I don't know how to say that. Do you know what I mean, Algared? Like, how would you word that? Like, it does get into the hairs, doesn't it? Into the weeds in that last little 10%. Yep. So we just kind of stop it and slow it, because it's just guessing at that point. Yeah.
And I always take the view, look, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Our speculation, you can think
exactly
right, but that's all it is in the end.
It's, when it stops being fun, that's when we stop doing it, because we do it for fun, and if we're actually bickering with each other or bickering with other people we're doing with, it's no longer fun. So
yeah, absolutely. Lucky Charm says Inforunners are the best. Happy Sitcon. Woo! Thank you for saying so. Always makes our day.
We got a first-time chat here, Algared. I think you and I can help this guy. Yep. So Diabetes 46 said, I keep going back and forth between keeping the Eclipse or melting it and getting the A1. I just don't care much for the Eclipse anymore. I know what my reply to that is going to be, but you tell me yours, Algared, because I know exactly what I'd be leaning into. I'd be, well, I'm going to let you guess what I'm going to say.
If you're wanting more, my thought is, if you like the Eclipse for its torpedo running type stuff, and you're looking at the A1 as more of the and the C series as that giving other options, I'd probably look at a Retaliator, but that would be me.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Retaliator base and get a C1 Spirit instead. You can actually get both of those at the same price of the Eclipse and actually have money left over. You'll have 40 to $30 left over, depending on what price you pick up the Spirit as. So you could have the Spirit and the Retaliator base and just upgrade it to a bomber, so you've still got your bomber.
And your Retaliator base gives you the loaner of a bomber.
Anyway, right now. Yeah, he's absolutely correct. And you'd get the bomber as a loaner for the C1 as well. Oh yeah. There you go.
Well, I don't think when they do loaners, they don't double up.
No. So if he picked up the C1 and the base, he'd get a Retaliator bomber loaner, and for the C1 he'd get an A1 loaner.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I
Okay.
meant. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'd get 2 for the price. Yeah. So that and as long as you've got those ships in your hangar, you get below it. So that'd be a way to go.
The other thing is the in lore. Now we've now whether this has changed, they've never made a stance, but apparently the Gladiator and the Retaliator bomber were supposed to also drop land bombs, like the A1 and the A2. Now a lot of things have changed, obviously, and things have gone along, but they've never told us that the Retaliator won't be getting that and the Gladiator won't be getting that. Right. So eventually they may. I do caveat may also do the land bombs. So wouldn't that all of a sudden put the Retaliator in a much better place at $150 and just earn the modules, and you can earn the land module or the torpedo module in game.
And of course, the bombing module would be another module that they'd have to sell. So I could,
it's money.
It's more money. But the Retaliator, if you get the Retaliator, you've got the option of having troop dropship module. You've got the option of having cargo module. You've got the option of having what are they? Just a living space module to make life more palatable for you, and the torpedo module. So you've actually got 4 modules, and they have sold those, so they've got to make them. So yeah, there's Retaliator is definitely a good ship. If you look at the front profile of it, it is very stealthy because the front on it's very small. But it's also got those those stealthy throwbacks to the ships of the 20th century that were stealth. So yeah, I think we've answered that one. What are our thoughts on a capital ship announcement? Danny, 1988, 21st of February. That's my guess.
Did you hear that? Lemming said, in law, the tally was a flying war crime. So yeah, and that's up for a big rework, isn't it too? So there's people getting excited for the 600i rework. You should be getting excited for things like the Retaliator getting reworks as well, because that's going to be getting as well.
The tally is also, the crab, Horseshoe crab. It is also known that one of the squadrons was used the crab as their logo, and they were given a bombing raid mission, and they dropped the crabs instead of bombing because they refused to actually bomb the citizens, something along those lines. So, I could have had the stories mixed up, but certainly one of the squadrons dropped crabs instead of. I guess that squadron have crabs. Okay, so John Sheaves says, when Pyro is here, what will happen with player piracy? Will they all go to Pyro? Probably not. Will the community say any piracy in Stanton is griefing? Probably. Will pirates in Stanton get hunted down? Yes.
People are never really going to accept piracy, right? But one of the things they've talked about now, Algared, you can probably speak to this a lot more than me, is different systems will have different laws, right? So the really interesting thing is, like, we've had these laws of Stanton and their little planets the whole time, but even going into other UEE systems, they'll have, so there might be a drug that's completely legal in, say, Stanton, but for some reason it's illegal in another UEE system. But then so what I'm getting at is the laws are going to completely change between the two systems. And so when you're right now, being a pirate is a freaking nightmare in Stanton because you just get punished for everything. And as soon as it goes into the other one, they're going to be able to do what they wanted to do and not get as harshly. They may still get punished, but not as harsh. You know what I mean? The laws are changed, is what I'm saying. So it's what I'm interested in seeing is the change of laws, essentially.
Certainly, Pyro is not going to be under UEE laws, and you're going to have a similar system in Pyro that we've got in Stanton. So Stanton is unique in the UEE because every planet is owned by a corporation. So while they've got a hold to UEE laws, they've got their own individual laws as well. If you go to Terra, that's going to be straight.
Oh, he's had a stroke. Just give him a second, guys. He can clearly heal us, but he can't speak, so he's had a stroke. Right, he'll be right back. We got to get your net fixed. Real bad. Yeah, all right, there we go. Go ahead.
Yep. So you've got the differences in law. Pyro, we've got all the different gangs. The different gangs are going to have different laws going as well. So it'll be very similar in a sense to what we've got in Stanton, but it'll be the pirate organizations making the laws rather than lawful lawful organisations making the laws. Everyone knows the Hurstons are the most lawful of all of them because we're up front. Old man Hurst.
Really good question here on Twitch. I'm going to skip it to the front of the queue so we can get an answer because it's actually a good one. This is from Poker 1976. He says, during anniversary sale, do you think the Crucible Endeavour will get a price increase? If so, how much do you think? So it's the same thing you said the other day, Algared. You remember what you said? He said, words to this effect, we always plan for them to go up. So we always recommend you buy them because we're just waiting for them to skyrocket.
Yeah, we're always, like we've been saying, Endeavour Crucible is going to go up for years because every year I expect it to go up. When anything that's super cheap, you go on the idea that this is the last sale, it's going to be at that price. And if it doesn't go up, it's a bonus. You get another year of reprieve. If it does go up, you go to everyone who doesn't have it, because you've got it at that dirt cheap price. Yeah. Just look at the Hull C. How often were we saying to people, grab a Hull C CCU because it's going to go up? And we were expecting a $75 increase at most.
Someone there knows you playing D&D. Aren't you playing a Necromancer good or something silly at the moment in your D&D group or something weird?
Yes, I am a necromancer. I'm a good necromancer in my D&D group. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know how he pulls that off, but only Algared would pull that off. But yeah, so yeah.
My story behind my necromancer is he is a necromancer to learn how to defeat evil, because you need to know them from the
inside out. Apparently, Board Gamer Algared is actually playing a gullible paladin who just believes anything anyone ever tells him. So you're both playing interesting characters there.
Inside. So there you go. And I see my net has played up again.
Yes, it has. And it will continue to do so. It's very bad today. All right, next question.
It is really bad because it is like...
way worse than normal.
And it's a time I would not expect it to be bad. So...
Bloodclaw question says, thoughts on the Polaris as the Sitcon demo mission, ship akin to the 420 and Carrack have passed Sitcons too early? That could be, but they're moving away from those keynote type style things.
Yep.
It's totally possible. Do not rule it out because again, they had been working on it for a while. And also remember when the Carrack did drop, it wasn't finished. They lit it in really dark, ominous moods so we couldn't see certain things, remember? And they said it wouldn't be releasing to February next year. So it took them like another 4 months after Citizencon to finish it. So yeah, we could possibly see parts of it, maybe like the outside of the Polaris. Maybe. But yeah, never say never as always, but yeah. All right. Algared, you want to do the next one?
Virtual Verse says, do you think they will be releasing Pyro to test then live, or will it be a separate beast at the login screen if they do?
It could go either way, but honestly, they've talked about the jump point being in. We know that they want to do static server meshing. I think they're going to really wait till that's done. They were planning for the end of the year. They always try and go to their plans. Let's be honest, they don't always go.
Yeah.
All of us in life make plans, right? And not always do we hit those goals. And they, that's just not me making a plan to get out of bed and go to the supermarket. That's me trying to make a plan 12 months in advance for a studio of 860 people at the start of the year. Oh, that's a lot of moving parts. So that's their best bet, yeah? Or the best intention.
Yeah. Classic example of plan. My best intention is that next year I will be at Sitcon.
Yeah.
Right?
Same here.
Now, based on that, I have to put in for leave because of when it goes. I still don't know it. I've put in for the leave, but I don't know whether that leave will be approved just because of the way, schooling and replacing staff and all the other things that go into the school will work. So you make your best plans. Whether it comes to fruition is another thing. But yeah, I expect though, if we get Pyro and it is a place where and it becomes a place where you can start, yes, there'll be an option at the startup screen to, yes, I want Pyro to be my main settlement. And it might be there's a couple of outposts or a couple of places, yes, I want to be a Nine Tails. Yes, I want to be Xeno 3. Yes, I want to be and, I would expect that. Will we get it straight away? I don't know.
I think the other part of that, Algared, is, you correct me if you think I'm wrong, I don't think the appeal is Pyro. I think the appeal is flying through the jump point.
Yeah.
I think that's the real draw card. We all want that. you know, and I think Badger said words to this effect too recently. He said, everyone's going to remember their first jump. It's that type of thing, you know. So, yeah, I think
Like
that I think that's the
your
draw
first
card.
jump is like your first love.
Well, that's
There you
well,
go.
it's your. I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. But yeah, you know, it's a pivotal part of this game. And really, if you look at the gameplay, that's the cool gameplay part. Pyro is just another location. It's more of what like. Yes, it's new art and all that, but there's no tangible extra gameplay there. It's exactly the same gameplay we've already got in Stanton. But the traveling there, that's new.
Traveling, but if you're someone who's into the pirate, if you are a full-on pirate, you really hate the UEE, you hate the do-gooders, you hate Hurston, you hate Microtech, you hate, you know, the you know, you're a full-on pirate. Then at least when you can do stuff in you know, you could do stuff in, say, you know, in Stanton, and if you can escape, you can actually go back to pirate and be safe, or safer. And likewise, if you're a hauler and you go and you're dropping stuff off in Pyro, yes, the reward for dropping it off is going to be huge, but the risk is also going to be huge. So it's going to give that risk reward for both sides, and I think that's something that is a bonus. It's a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's that jump point that does it. I'm more looking forward to not necessarily the jump point through to Pyro, but the jump point out of Pyro to the next system.
What's that?
Why? Because Pyro's a rundown, empty system. With
So's
nothing,
Nyx.
you know. Yeah, but I'm maybe not thinking of Nyx. Although I do like Nyx because it does have Levski. It's got the Free Peoples.
Right, confirmed. Algared's got the hots for Levski. No, just kidding. Well, actually, sorry, I'm thinking of that lady with the one leg. My bad, sorry. My brain goes weird places. Right.
It does.
Okay,
clearly.
Sorry. Yep.
You will.
Yep.
Well, I've got so many crosses next to your name that you know.
Yeah, I'm killing sight. Right.
That's
what are we
not
up to? John Ski is the next one, yeah?
Here's the next one.
Yep.
But before we do that, we have I'm Robin75. Thank you for that super chat. Without a question or any comment.
I've also got
most appreciated.
Also got
really appreciated.
Bino Septic with a tier 1 subscribe on tier 1. Thank you on Twitch. Thank you very much. Right.
Yep. So John
yeah, John Skis. So, isn't it almost like 2:30 in the land down? Well, that's out of date. That's an hour and 10 minutes old now.
Yep. And I did deal with that when it popped up on screen. So,
all right. This next one, Algared. Let's see if this checks my vocab. Antonio Vincigliera. Close.
Antonio.
I butchered it. It's dead. Right, question. Super ignorant person, when it comes to beverages, what exactly are you drinking? So he's obviously talking about you when you were drinking the geisha. So...
I was drinking my geisha coffee.
Yep.
I think it's Costa Rican bean at the moment.
Yeah. So just to show how far we are behind the questions, we just caught up to where we started, and that was an hour and a half ago.
I'm empty.
Right.
I'm empty, and my jug is empty. There you go. So...
next question is from Tiberius, who says, what content will be different when Pyro is released compared to Stanton? Will it just be the same bounty hunting missions and will there more? Yes, exactly. That's what I'm expecting. I want some new missions. I want some new gameplay. I want, you know, and I want to see some of that stuff. And again, I think you would agree with me, Algared, most of this new stuff is reliant on server meshing because you can't do those more complicated missions without the, you know, because the mission we have now, right, like a single box delivery mission or, you know, something like that, is they're meant to be these multi-part randomly missions that kind of go out and they're meant to be more dynamically built for you, so no mission ever feels the same. And we can't do that because we don't have the back end properly working. And they're not prepared to do that because anything they make that complicated will then have to all be redone. And that's why we've all got these really simple missions at the moment, because they're all the single parts. What you'll find is it might be a box mission that leads into a bounty hunt mission or something like that. They're going to be a lot more dynamic and cross-pollinated, and you'll meet characters and stuff like that. So yeah, the level of complexity is going to go up quite a lot. If you go look into what they're planning, and it ties a lot into AI as well, doesn't it, Algared?
Yeah, I just got distracted by the chat. Luna Maria says, what is a geisha coffee? And then Aureus Indomitus says, I have Lavasso Gold. And I just went...
Right. Is that good or bad?
It's not necessarily the best, put it that way.
Okay. So it's like Nescafe Was it Blend
No,
43?
no, Nescafe is just sweepings of the floor.
Yeah.
International Rust is Rust filings.
Right.
But yeah, I will answer that question when we're not answering other questions, and Execute's happy for me to answer it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So long story short, he's talking about missions in Pyro, Algared. Are you expecting to see different missions or not?
I expect certainly missions with Empire. I think they'll be similar. It'll be Ninetail Station. They're going to be saying, Xeno threat. They've put some tracker stations down. We know they're our enemies. We've got to get rid of those. We've got to plant our stations so we can hear what they're doing. So I think we'll get those similar types of missions.
And we know that they've kind of finished the exterior of the Kraken. So I'm you know how we get a skinned Idris. I'm almost expecting a skinned Kraken in Pyro. So it'll be the Idris of Pyro. But don't take that all with a grain of salt until you see it. But that's kind of what I'm expecting, because we also saw it in the trailer back for the Antares, remember? So
I just said someone Rob Zero or Rose Zero says geisha coffee here in Europe is about €10. Is that per cup? And if it is, that's like, I don't know what our dollar is against a euro, but that's more than $10 a cup. So
yeah. So Antonio Vincagaria asks again, what is the nozzle on that A1 you're on about? Now, apparently there's a fuel nozzle on it, someone was saying earlier. So apparently, we didn't see it in our review, but apparently there's a fuel nozzle. I will go look at that when I get some free time, as I know Algared will as well. But yeah, that's all we know, because someone was telling us it was there. That's it.
Yeah. Going back to Tiberius' question about the pyro and stuff, I can see one of the problems, and this is where server the machine comes in. If I've got a cargo load that I want to take to pyro, transferring to servers is going to be an issue without that jump point.
Yeah.
At least as I see it.
You're correct.
And so that's going to really limit that movement. So yes, if they just give us a system, yes, you can be in that system and do stuff in that system. You can do stuff in that system, but then trying to transfer and do missions across systems is going to be the big issue.
So they'd have to make something that goes between the two, and that's extra work. So I think they're waiting until they can do it with static. Your answer is exactly the same as mine, in short. Do we know our clock is off? No, it's not, because we're not going to watch the pre-show. So we're just going straight into the panels, because the pre-shows, we've been here enough and done this enough that the pre-show is just all fluff.
If a pre-show pulls up, say, someone like Dave Haddock and gives a talk,
so if someone, again, what we're going to do is we're going to put it up on the screen over here, and you can watch it as we talk. And if anything flicks over, we'll
zap over.
And watch it. In literally the click of a button. Where is it? This one here. And I'll just switch. Well, it's on that screen right now. No, it's the right one. I haven't set it up yet, so I just turn that back on. Look, Twitch. I'm sitting there waiting 3 minutes. You can see right there. So there you go. Yeah. The live stream's about to kick off in 3 minutes. We've just lost half our audience. That's fine. But yeah. So what I can do now is I can do this. There you go. And we're watching.
So there's our live stream.
Yeah.
So
all right. Nice to see they redid the interface though. Had the same one for like 5 years, remember?
I like how they've got the got that nice little metal frame. It really suits the Emperor.
You're noticing noticing the pulsing or scanning? It almost looks like they're talking about the star map. I can only hope.
You are hoping. You live in hope.
Yes, very much so. All right, next question, Algared. Let's do some rapid fire. So let's see if we can get through some of these, and we might even see if we can watch a bit of the start of this and see what happens. But
Paul Manduro says, "Where is Luna Maria?"
He's there. He's there. He did a
she's there. Yep. Luna Maria is there. She's asked a question about what is geisha coffee. Geisha coffee comes from, believed to come from the Ethiopian village of Gesha. So even though it gets spelled as geisha, Geisha, it could also be Gesh, different spelling. It's just a variety of coffee bean. It's very fruity and so you've got dozens of different varieties of coffee. Each different variety will have different characteristics and flavors. The best geisha tends to grow at really high altitude in the volcanic soils, and the soils and the growth patterns will change for flavors and that of coffee.
So much for
and-
rapid fire. Right, next question.
Yeah. Oh,
Sorry, it wasn't the coffee. It was just what we were talking about.
All right,
Anyway.
so Virtual Verse.
Yep.
Do you think they will be releasing Pyro to test, then live, or will it be separate beast?
Whether it's today or eventually, yes.
Mega Johnny 42 owned says, I'm surprised CRG hasn't set up like a screen where you could watch Citizencon stuff in game during the con. Do you think they are missing out?
It's the expense. It's the expense to do so on the other side. You've got to have the cameraman walking around filming that. It's got to be live stream. It's got to be connected to the internet. It's just too much work. When you're doing all that already for everything else, wouldn't it just be them taking their Twitch stream and putting it in the game anyway? So just watch it on Twitch because it's less likely to go wrong.
And we got
eventually
super chat from Luna Maria. Execute!
Yeah.
I'm a woman!
Okay, sorry. I didn't know. My bad.
Oh, I have to say, she has told you several times.
I keep forgetting. I just keep forgetting. Sorry.
But
I've never talked to her in person like you. You've talked to her in person. Oh, okay.
But I'm the old one. I'm the one who's supposed to keep forgetting.
All right. I'll try.
Anyway.
I'll just call them in.
John Ski.
See you later. That's fine. All right.
John Ski says, what do you think the hold in the C1 marketing to get the most dollars? What do you think the hold upon the C1 marketing to get the most dollars and have stuff left over for AAU? Most expensive ship first, the bottom of the line and the middle go, and the most popular ship goes in the middle because, Your thoughts?
I missed the question because I was trying to see what.
It was a John C question. What do you think the hold upon the C1, Spirit C1?
It's the
marketing it most money.
It's a tractor beam. The tractor beams are meant to go in the next patch. That's why it's held off to the next patch.
Yep. Sorry, the hold up. Andromeda, Aurelius Andromedas. What kind of war bond offers will you expect this weekend?
It'll just be the Zeus. Is the only one I'm expecting, and if any ships that come out will have a warbond offer. So again, just the Carter Scout potentially, and the Zeus.
Carter Scout.
Anything they announce.
Carter Scout will be the LTI token for Citizencon if it comes out, because it's going to be $60-$65.
Yeah.
70 at most. Is my expectation.
Yeah.
And that'll be the cheapest ship we see Citizencon. So if you're after a warbond LTI token, that would be what I would expect. Citizen Scott. Haven't seen you for a while, Citizen Scott. Good to have you here. What's up with the clock confusion? There's no clock confusion.
Well, not for us anyway. So again, I got the pre-show up for you, but that's all pre-recorded. He's on the he's in LA, so how can he be at on the only constants?
Yeah,
it's pre-recorded. I got no interest.
Absolutely. So who's he got on the show there?
I don't know. I think one of that guy on the left looks like he's off the audio team. I think I remember him from one of the audio team ones. So yeah. But anyway, I know I can turn it on and listen, but like again, I just got no interest because I watched it every year, and I just sit there and got bored. While I was like, oh come on, I want to get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
So he's literally just the court jester while we're waiting for it to kick off. Essentially,
he's doing fella. Doing fella.
And I'd rather sit here and take questions than and do that than that.
Yeah. Nathan Forrester says, I think the Spirit is underpowered compared to other ships in its class, such as the Cutlass and the Freelancer. However, you say the Spirit is overpowered.
Yeah.
I think so.
Because it's faster, it's more better components, better guns. Like I don't know, Algared, do you disagree with me, or like was I off the cuff there when I said that yesterday?
I don't think so, because I think you'd be better off comparing the A1 Spirit to the Cutlass Blue in terms of the quality. So because it's the military version.
Actually, probably the closest one would be the Freelancer Miz, wouldn't it? Because that's military as well. Yeah.
And so you're looking at that kind of military better model. So it used to be, that was what was called the military version was always the most expensive because they had the better weapons, the better components, and all the rest of it. And that's what you're seeing with the A1, as I expect. So But one of the things we saw is, from what we understand, the guns on the turret seem to have been brought down from size 3s to size 2s, and the cannons have like 240 shots. It's got heaps of power availability, and that seems to indicate that, to me at least, it seemed to indicate that they'd downgraded the guns but hadn't
What was the other
adjusted
ones,
the
Algared?
power.
What was the other ones, Algared? The other ones were only like 22 shots. So it was this.
Yeah,
It was
normally
almost.
22
It was
to
literally
40
like.
shots.
It's literally like 200 shots more on the other gun. It was ridiculous. So there's something there that's out of whack. Like the power needs to be redistributed somewhere or something. But it's just a bit crazy town.
It seems to have a lot of power supply availability, which is great.
And it fell into that whole thing like we say about with the Scorpius versus the Hurricane, because you've got the smaller guns on the turret, yet that's the person that's most free. So you would, by logic, you would put your most powerful guns on the turret because they're going to be fired more. Because they can shoot in more directions. Why would you put your smallest ones there? It makes no logical military sense at all.
Yep. Although I would personally, and I always find if it's a something to be controlled by another player, you ideally want them to have the same or bigger guns than what the pilot has, because you want to share that enjoyment of the game. But yeah, that's just my thought. Sergio might have thought about it and said, yeah, it doesn't work. And sometimes that happens. I can remember that with the freelancer. The backers were saying, do this will work, and Sergio was saying, we've tried it, it doesn't work. We tried it, it doesn't work. No, do it, it'll be perfect, it'll be great. Sergio does it, and then the very next patch, everyone's saying, oh yeah, you were right, it doesn't work.
Algared, I've just realised I'm not actually playing the right thing there. That's actually the pre-recorded one from weeks ago. Oh, I stuffed up. Anyway, had you all going there? You're thinking, sorry, that was a mistake on my behalf. I just realised. I thought it was live, but it wasn't. It was a pre-recorded one. It just started playing it.
Yep. So Mike Ives has a question for me. He says, am I from New Zealand or Australia? Neither. I'm a bloody pom.
He's been here since he was 2, though.
But I've been in Sydney since I was 2. So
we tried to give him back, but they won't take him.
Yeah. So if you hear any weirdness in my accent or pronunciation, it is probably due to my pomminess. So Tom Andurin says, do you guys think the A1 and jump point stations are a total of 33 gigabytes in size? I don't know. I don't either.
Well, that update was mainly, it could be, right? That was obviously, like, if you're dropping them, like the new jump points, the map got all rechanged. So you had to download the map again. And if you think about how big those things were, they're quite large, right?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
So that explains it. And you got to remember there were new stations as well.
Yep.
New ships.
Yeah, so it's not just a station.
Got the Spirit in there, the Scout in there. New animations for them. All explainable. Could it be more than that? Absolutely. But what is there is explainable.
Okay. I originally come from Wiltshire, so the Midlands. My mum is from the Midlands, and my dad's from Belfast.
I always saw you as a Scot. I could see you in a kilt, but anyway.
No. So the Midlands of England.
Bagpipe.
Born at Swindon Royal Air Force Hospital. There you go. But as we said, I came out to Australia when I was 2, and I have not been back. So
if we go to Citizencon next year, it'll be Algared's first chip. So I think it's, to me personally, if one of us don't go, it'll be me, because I think he needs to go home. And then hopefully they don't let him come back. No, just kidding. But I think it is good for you to get back there and see some of your relatives and stuff like that. Especially if you've been there since you're 2. That's insane to me.
There are I've got dozens of relatives in England I would love to see and catch up with, and meet. No, I can't do a proper Midlands accent because I don't know the Midlands. Get out loud.
Yeah.
Well, how much do you think I could speak when I was 2?
I don't know. You talk a lot now. I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah. All right. Hopefully, maybe he gets over there and picks up an accent, and when he gets back, he's like full Pomo. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Oh man, when I was at uni, one of the girls went back to Scotland for a holiday with less than 6 weeks. She came back with the broadest Scottish accent ever, and she maintained it for the rest of her time at uni.
Wow.
And we always thought,
Doesn't take much to get Algared's rocks off, obviously. Anyway. Right, Buck86, thank you for the description with the Prime. I appreciate it. Right, next question, please, bud.
Matt Gillespie says, "Oh wow, same as me. What? You were born in Swindon Royal Air Force Hospital? Cool."
Oh. All right.
Okay.
All right. Not baiting you this time. Apparently, it is kicking off.
Yep.
So,
Armor Genie says, "Do gents think we will see some 600i updates at Citizencon?" Look, anything's possible. There is a ship showdown type thing where they will talk about what they've done and where they're going and what they're working on. So it's possible. But I always expect things like that to happen at IAE.
Algared, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick because I've got 1 minute before this kicks off, but I'll be right back. So take the next question without me.
I'll just keep answering questions. Weepy Sleeper, that's how I'm feeling at the moment. Very do you think that the C1 is coming during Citcon? No, I think the C1 will come with tractor beams. And if it comes out earlier and it comes out at Citcon, I'm happy to be wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I know Swindon from a birth certificate and pictures that I've seen, and Last Kingdom series, which is a really good series if you happen to like that type of stuff, which I do. I did notice. I think I noticed in. Yeah, it was in Baldur's Gate at the last Light Tavern. There's a character after the hero from Last Kingdom. I thought it was a nice tip of the hat. Tom Mandurin, do we need to be in game for our goodie bag? It should be in your hangar, in your stuff. But if you want to see the stuff, yes, you would probably have to be in game to see the stuff.
Is this the stuff that was given out for the digital goodies?
Yep.
I'll have a quick look. Why not?
So there should be, the digital goodie bag should be in your hangar, but I would expect that if it's in game and you want to look at it, you'd have to be in game. Pappy Boynton says, this year will Algared buy the Drake Steel? No, I intend not to get the Drake Steel, and if I at the moment,
would you buy a Cutter Steel?
No, I would not buy a Cutter Steel if it's built the same way as the Drake Steel.
But if it wasn't overpriced, but if it was reasonably priced Cutter Steel.
If it was a reasonably priced Drake Steel, it wouldn't be a Drake Steel, would it?
No, Cutter Steel. I said Cutter Steel, not Cutlass. Yeah. Cutter.
Yeah, I said Drake.
All right.
I said Drake Steel. So if it was a reasonably priced Cutter Steel, it wouldn't be a Cutter Steel. It'd be a Cutter Chrome. Because we wouldn't be calling it the Steel, as in STEAL. I have managed to actually hold off even upgrading my pack to the one that's got the Steel in it, because I've actually got all the other ships. At some point, I will bite the bullet and do that, just so I can get rid of junk in my hangar. When you've got 14 odd pages in your hangar, it's a worry. But
on Twitch, Botox Gaming says the Steel will be given to him and named his favorite ship, just like they did with Paul. Yeah, so from now on, I hate the Javelin. It's a piece of shit. They need to get rid of it. It's just total junk. I'm not asking for anything here. Just need them to fix that piece of shit. Yes.
Yeah, and you hate the the Scythe as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Scythe. Oh, that is god awful. Got to be reworked.
Yep. Halaman32 said, "How sure are we about the Zeus?"
Pretty damn sure, because well, I can find it and open it. Why not?
As sure as we can be about anything that's not been released yet. But
so this is a leak, right? But it's not really giving too much away. But I will flick over and show you. So this was, oh god, I flicked that over already. So I got to flick it back now. Hang on. There we go. So that is the normal map of the Zeus plushie. So again, going back into, I've got so many damn screens open right now. This is the Citizencon goodies bag. You can see there that we're getting a redacted plushie, ship plushie. That is the ship plushie. Oh, God, I can't point properly. That is the ship plushie.
Yep.
So this is already in the game, obviously, because we're being given it, and it's the Zeus. Zeus plushie, Zeus ship, connect dots.
And
It doesn't
that
take rocket
top-down look,
science.
that top-down look does look very much like.
That's how you unwrap. That's how you unwrap something, Algared. If you're curious to know, and that's how a normal map. So this is taken. If you ever did that thing when you were in primary school, I always used to use that from.
Yep.
So you remember they used to take a milk carton and they'd flatten the milk carton and
Yep.
you'd color it in, and then you'd wrap it back on, and you'd have your picture on the milk carton. Same thing, but it's just a different shape. And that normal map will also be used as well as actual textures. And I think there's multiple. I can't remember how many layers it was, but there are multiple layers within Star Citizen. So the wear layers one, the textures one, and the way they actually do ships in Star Citizen, they kind of almost do them in black and white, and they have a color layer as well. So that's how they do the paints and skin system. It's a layer unto itself.
And to cut you off there, negativities. Thank you for the super chat. Paysaver. They're driving to the convention right now. I need merch. Yeah, I hate the fact that I need merch. It's probably one of my banes. I've probably got most. Yeah, I probably do have most of the merch they've put out. Some of that I've avoided because it looked cheap. But yeah, most of the merch I've picked up over the years. The latest acquisition was actually the pint glasses, because hey, they look nice, and the delivery of them was quite good. JJ, will there be a ship release that I can see CU2 from my Hull C? Maybe, maybe not. My wallet hopes not.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix in here.
Yep.
I try to get this all done beforehand, but it doesn't always pan out, and things go wrong on the day, as you can imagine. All right, there we go.
Yeah, my hope is there's not, because my wallet hopes is not a ship that's more than $500, which is what you'd be CCUing to.
Yeah.
So yeah. Andrew Bott says, do we think another carrier will drop prior to the Kraken, given rumours of Pyro being playable at Sitcon?
Remember the little thing I ran past you? I think we'll save that for an episode, but see where my brain's going very quickly when I dropped that on you the other day. You remember what I'm talking about? The different types of hangers?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
So there's the show me now. I'm going to do some speculation about other cap ships. I just had this thing come to me, and I've asked him to mull it through in his own head, and then we're going to go do a bit of speculation on it. But
he also did that, like, woke me up to
tell him that.
and then say, and don't forget we're doing our show in like 5 hours time.
Yeah.
That's why I was sleeping.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, but I just had to get off my chest because it came to me, and I'm like, I could think about this. So yeah.
Yep. So Noctis Actual says, thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on the possibility of the ship pipeline working on the Odyssey after the RSI's 3 ships, Polaris, Perseus, and Galaxy?
Still more RSI ships there too.
Yep.
It's whatever pipelines they decide to build. And previously, we've also seen them do pipelines in different studios. So for a long time, Drake was done at LA. And a lot of the Mist stuff was actually done at Manchester. We know the Argo guys heading off to Montreal. And obviously, we've got more now a new Frankfurt team going up as well. So I'd probably have to look into it and see who's doing the Polaris, what studio's doing the Polaris. I don't think I don't know. Do you know, Algared?
I vaguely thought that RSI had been given to Manchester back in the day, but I could be wrong.
Well, there was also some Drake ships now done at Manchester, so it might have shifted and moved around a little bit. So we might have to.
Yeah,
if anyone knows what studio is working on the Polaris, just drop it in chat and we'll look at it.
I think the idea of having a particular studio work on a particular brand was dropped fairly early, and that mainly came about just because staffing and availability. You
execute. It's the EU team.
EU team, cool. Thank you. So that is what you said, Algared.
Yeah. So, but I think they dropped the studios doing the different brands fairly early. The idea made sense because it meant you've got all that library right there and easy access, and you're keyed into it. But if you've got shipbuilders sitting there at Austin twiddling their thumbs, going, "What am I going to do now? We haven't got a new ship for our manufacturing for ages. So I think they ditched that. But I think the key thing was actually building people up to speed to do the bigger ships.
I'm just putting this on screen, Algared, because remember when we said they very often started late?
Yep.
Already 8 minutes in and they haven't started, so we'll see.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll
So
see. All right, I'm just going to put our little timer on there, and I can just turn that off when it starts. But yeah, I just wanted that as a little reminder because, yeah.
Yep. Sebastian says, whatever happened to Titan suits? They're still there. We actually think the first Titan suit is the end boss mob, or one of the end boss mobs.
Or just not an end boss, just a boss in Squadron 42, and it was never taken any further. So it'll be, once that comes out, they'll come back around, and when they want to put them into the game, they will. So yeah.
And we do know that Titan suits were basically built by the people from Orion. They were built from the mech type ships, the service type tools, and part of it was to help match the size difference and strength difference that the Vandal had. And so think Ripley fighting the alien, and that's kind of the image of why we need tech suits or the Titan suits. But yeah, and I can also remember Josh Coombs talking about Titan suits having a size 1 weapon and being able to go along and then pick up a new size 1 weapon, ship weapon, and put it on the arm and keep going.
All right, you got another question, Algared? We should try and smash through some of these because if you guys ask a question now, just so you know, I've got a vertical widescreen and it's 3 pages long. There is no way we're going to get through all these before the first panel starts. But we are going to kind of wipe them because obviously once we come to the lunchtime break, there's going to be all these new questions about what we just saw. So if we don't get to your question, I do apologize. Normally we will try and go through and do every question, but this is it's Citizencon. It's a little bit of outside the norm. Okay,
so we're going to try and quick stream these, and that means I'm sorry for those who like our long discussions on these. We're going to try and curtail it. So, Errol Mack, with the recent updates to Squadron 42 roadmap, will Chris drop a surprise announcement?
He said, what is he meaning a date or the?
Yeah, 25, 26. I think we'll get a season.
Yeah, a season at best. We do think they're going to talk about it though, because what they said at Shanghai. Yep.
Red Samurai, what happened to passenger transport? It's coming.
It's coming.
Holy moly, Space Guy. Thank you for that massive super chat. It's the biggest I've ever seen. Here's hoping for some good stuff. Cheers, lads. Here's hoping some good stuff. That's enough for some good coffee too.
Right, you got to send me a cup now. Yeah, it's official. It's official. Algared didn't want to send me a cup of this guy's coffee because that's how much he likes it. So I think he just. I just think he paid for you to send one to me. So I don't know. We'll see. You'll keep.
Frankie says, when will the C3? When will a C3? When will be a C3 released? So when will the C3 be released? Is there already a plan for the next bigger series? I have no idea. If we get a C3, it'll be when they're ready for it. John Ski. Has CIG's marketing department and need to sell ships and make money replace Chris Roberts' vision? No. Artful, and please cut in if you desire to, X. Artful, do you think CIG will ever do an updated digital slice for Squadron 42? They need to.
Yeah, and we hope they kind of do, because it also shows us like an update to 5 years ago. So yeah.
Okay. Noctis Actual, thank you for the super chat and the question. Did you see the Zeus as a real coin on the sale on the store under Citizencon 29? No, I hadn't seen that yet, but I will certainly pick one up.
Did you see the Zeus as a real coin on this for sale on the store under Citizen?
In the merchandise store,
I'll go have a look.
You can get the coin.
I'll go have a look.
I hadn't seen that, but I will certainly pick one up.
Yep.
To go with my other coins that I've got.
Well, if that's the case, that tells us what the challenge coin is then that we're getting, the digital
It
challenge
is
coin.
because
Yeah.
if you can buy a challenge coin there'll be a challenge coin in game, and there'll be a star kit and keyring.
There is a lot of new shit in
There we
here.
go.
Holy shit.
And a pyro mouse pad.
Oh, well, all right. I'm going to flick over. Let's have a quick look at this. Let's answer that question. And thank you for the super chat, Space Guy. He gave us another $50 called Cup Acquired. So, yeah, you got to send me some coffee.
Okay.
Got to send me some.
Yeah.
We'll
Okay.
work that out. All right. Let me, sorry, doing this on the fly, flicking this over. Right. Wow.
It'd be
merch.
I will say it'd be cheaper to order a bag and just send you the bag, because then it's going to be fresher.
Okay, this is a little bit on the nose for me, this one here. So, AirPod Pro case and Francis charm. I think that's a bit far, because not everyone has iPods, so I think that's a bit weird. This one's all right, though. The pins, I know Algared, you're into pins and patches and stuff.
I am.
Mm.
And I usually do pick up extra pins and packs that we give away at Bar Citizens. So, whenever you go to a Sydney Bar Citizen, or one that I help organise, we always have our obligatory meat tray raffle, as we call them in Australia, which is basically just lucky door prize.
Yeah. So they've got a Star Citizen key ring for the kitty there. I think that's not too. Might actually potentially.
That doesn't look too bad.
Yeah.
I've got to admit.
I like. I'm a bit of a keyring fanatic. Like I've actually
the actual bobblehead. I like that.
Like I've got all these different ones down here that I give to people when I see them and stuff. I've got blue ones and black ones and red ones and stuff.
The 2 mouse pads.
Yeah, these. So this one's from Invictus, so it's not new, and this one is Homestead.
I didn't see the Invictus one.
It does say new.
It's a new item.
Yeah, it does say new. So it must be. And there's also the bobblehead up here as well. But I think we saw something like this. Do you remember they had a figurine that was like 3D printed or something years ago? It reminds me of that. So yeah.
I can show you the 3D printed figure.
Yep.
Also
got a trucker.
You know my penchant for the mouse pads.
I have I don't have everyone, but I got a lot of them too. But then they put the price on shipping up, and it just killed it for me.
Yeah,
it was just not worth it.
But you recall my almost my wall of boxes of mouse pads.
Mine's very similar. It's about half the size of yours though. So yeah, right. Drake in a planetary truck hat. Beanie. I would buy this if it was black, but it's not. But then again, it's just a beanie with a tiny little tag on it. So no, because it's
a Lawful landing shirt.
Again, sometimes they swing and completely miss. So to me, that is a complete miss, because you're essentially buying a white beanie where they've just attached a tag to it. Why isn't that like the Star Citizen logo or something, or screen printed or something like that? It's the same thing with this iPod case. Like I'm paying $25 for an iPod case, or I can pay $5 and just get it without the logo on it.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
But you do get the limited item thing. John Ski has a $5 super chat for us. He says Citizencon game package for $71, the US Nomad with winter camo. I have pointed that out to X.
Yep.
If you're a new player,
we talked about this yesterday, didn't we? And my literal response was, it's because if that Cutter Scout gets dropped, half the functionality of the Nomad goes out the window. So they're trying to sell it now before the Scout drops, because once people learn about the Scout, they know people are going to move off the Nomad. So it's one of the very last chances they're ever going to have to sell the Nomad. That's why it's there. Because the Nomad's just too expensive for what it is.
But as a starter pack, the 25% off actually puts it down very cheaply.
I can't agree from the functionality standpoint, because look at the Cutter is there right next to it. And it's $30 cheaper almost, and that is a better ship in my book than that is. Right, this just leans into cargo, and if I'm going to lean into cargo at that price point, I would just buy the Cutter and upgrade it into an A.
Yep, and
sorry. When I said hull, I meant hull A or 315p.
Oh, look, and if you're looking at those two together, which is the better one to guide? Definitely the Cutter with a spooky skin.
Yep.
But when you look at the Nomad, the Nomad is normally $100 ship. So, for a game pack with the armor and the gun and the other stuff, that's still pretty good. But
well, I didn't mean to turn the volume on. Sorry.
So
Um,
Retex says, yes, that Nomad is a rip-off. It's only got 6 months insurance. Any ship that's already been released.
just so
won't
you know,
generate.
Algared, it's 25% off on both of them.
Yep,
So
I did notice that.
Yeah.
I, as I said to you the other week when I saw the
Mm.
super cutter, I said that is we've got to make sure we mention that, because that was a cutter at the same price as an Aurora or Mustang starter pack, and that was like.
Yeah. All right. So let's just go through these last 3 items because I think they're all
Yep.
kind of meh. Because they're just screams. It's a shirt with 2 little logos on it on each of them, and the hoodie is pretty much the same thing, but it's got some Banu stuff down the side on the
Yep.
arms. Again, it's not a zip front hoodie. Again, in Australia, we're a big fan of zip front hoodies. It's a very American one not to have the zips. I don't know why, but they are. If you've ever had them with a zip, you will never go back to a standard hoodie. They're just so much more difficult to put on.
You can wear them as a open front. Wear them as zipped up front.
And when you start to get old, putting shit over your head and pulling it down you can just be lazy and take it off like a jacket. So yeah, I don't know. Is there anything really stand out of those new things, Algared, real quick?
Well, on those the last 2 T-shirts you did, I would actually have preferred if they were like polo shirts.
Agreed.
If they were,
at least it's got a sign of quality.
But I do like the idea that they're understated, because a lot of things in the past have been just in your face. Whereas the understated things, there's things you could actually wear elsewhere.
Yeah.
And not.
So I just want to show you real quick. So I'm going to grab one here in the middle. I just want to show you why we complain about a lot of this merch, because it gets really expensive really quickly. Right. I'm trying to add this to cart. It'll let me. Right. And now when you go to the checkout, right, we also have to pay 10% because of our GST here in Australia.
Look at shipping and handling.
Yeah. And the shipping and handling is actually gone down over previous years. Like the mouse pads were $30 and they wanted $20 for postage. So they have definitely improved, but still that is for a t-shirt that is insane. Here in Australia, I could buy a t-shirt for half that and it would be better quality than that and everything. So yeah. Anyway, that's our problem, not yours, but we just want to show you why we look at these things, because they definitely need to do better with their merch. And it used to be really cheap for us as Australians because they were shipped from Asia, and now they seem to ship everything to the States in one go and then ship it out from the States. So that's just made it heaps more expensive for anyone else that's not from America, which makes no sense when you could just keep shipping it from China, because then it's cheaper for everyone except Americans, which is why they've done it this way, because America's well, they're not most anymore. They're about 40% of us now that follow this game. So yeah, right.
John Ski, so much for quick questions.
Yes, I know.
John Ski,
we got caught up in the story.
Fans can watch the Citizencon 2953 live stream on the Star Citizen. Yeah, they can watch it with us.
Yep, they can watch it wherever they like.
Yeah, you can, but you can watch it with us. Matt Ibar has a question. He says A1 with 8 cylinders. For dropping players, it would be a smaller signature. Chart's large enough to cover drop off under fire. I can see what you're saying. You know, eight nail pods for players to drop out. Unfortunately,
that'd be too big for people. It'd be too big for people. It'd probably be 4 in the entire ship, I reckon, not 8 or 10. Sorry, yeah.
But
I don't know.
CIG have said no. That they won't make the nails available to players, because they're military. And even now, you know, you get the F8C. We don't have the military version, and even the F7A or the F7A was not supposed to give us the military version. It was supposed to be a skin to make our F7C look like an F7A.
Yeah, it was like a 3D skin.
It was like a kit bash job to make it look like it. John Ski, question: the 890 jump is pointless except for showing off. Change my mind. If you've already made your mind up, why?
That's it.
So I'm not going to try.
Either
I already know, and I know you're a mining head. So what's the point? Antonio Vizigueria says, what's the special beverage you're having, Al? Was a geisha coffee. Very sweet, very fruity, very smooth. Richard Fraser, do we have a time for Chris Roberts' keynote? Is there even one? I would expect.
No, they removed it a couple of years ago.
Yep. But if he does, I would expect it to be in that block that was blocked out.
Yep.
That's my
Agreed.
guess.
Agreed.
Somebody says, missed a comment on the YouTube answer to the question on bag, vinyl bag. Okay. So not cheap plastic, but vinyl.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Means it's waterproof.
We finally got to that point. Have they talked about scan probes recently? Not that I can recall. How do you guys think they will work? Like EVE Online? I hope not. God, I hope not. EVE is an abomination in my opinion. Where it's relatively easy to locate stuff or something else. Thanks. Happy sitcom. What's X?
Sorry, I'm trying to do things in the background. Algared, you'll have to take that one.
I did. I said I don't. Yeah, I don't think they've done anything.
Just tell me
recently. Have they talked about scan probes recently?
No.
How do you think they'll do them?
Basically, Space Tomato did a really good video on it actually, and I'd probably defer to that, to be honest with you.
Check out Space Tomato's stuff on scans. Antonio Vinciguria says, have they specifically said they wouldn't be making a Mark II version of ships instead of replacing them like the old Cutlass? A long time ago they did. Whether they replace them is another thing. Whether they whether they keep replacing them is another thing. But yeah. Nathan Forrester, do we know what ships will be in Squadron 42? Thanks for all you do. The Gladius, the F8, the F8A, the Hornet, probably I think I've heard, we know there's an Idris, we know there's a Javelin. Any others you can think of, X? We know there's lots of Vandal.
F8C is in there. He literally said in the thing back from when the F8C dropped that they were talking about other ones, and one of them was the what do you call it? That there were going to be multiple other ships in there, but yeah, I can't actually recall.
Yep. Negativity. Thank you for that super chat. $10. He says, thank you. Yes, thank you. EVE sucks. I was a Bob director in
Bob.
2004 to 2008.
Damn. I remember Bob. There was a really good thing about Bob when they got infiltrated.
Yeah. So
enjoyed that YouTube video.
I'm not a fan of EVE, and I get frustrated by people who expect Star Citizen to be EVE.
Yeah.
It's certainly not. I think I've even heard Chris say it's not EVE, and that's one of the reasons why we've got the idea of one player to 9 NPCs, and that's to help control the economy. And I think if they need to increase that number of NPCs to players, they will, and if they need to decrease it, they will.
Absolutely.
But they'll make it so the NPCs stop us controlling and screwing up the economy and controlling it. And even the idea of locations where one org could actually control something. CIG said, no, there'll be nodes and you won't be able to shut down. We won't be able to do a blockade that shuts something down completely and screw the economy. So that's what they're aiming for. Challenge accepted. Save all the community. John Stevens, do you think the Polaris and Pyro will be in game by the end of 2024?
No, I think that it's fairly long one. If you kind of look at compare the Banner Metro and the Polaris, the time that they were taking with the Polaris was over. It was like a year and a half. I think your best, you correct me if you think I'm wrong here, Algared, best chance would be Invictus.
Yeah,
would you agree with that? Or
I would expect at the I would expect the Polaris to be released at Invictus because it makes sense. Pyro possibly. I'd hope so because I think we need it. I think we're at that point where most people are champing at the bit and getting really cheesed off. I know you're getting annoyed at not another year of Pyro.
I'm 5 years of it, man. And I know Space said, oh well, they didn't do Citizencon 1 year, but it still means that there's been 5 years of them talking about Pyro. So, yeah.
And I know COVID has kind of screwed things up, but yeah,
Yep.
it's been a long
Agreed.
it's been a long time between drinks, and it's time we got a different topic. So yeah,
Yeah, it's it really, really is. It's they let the cat out of the bag, then they beat the cat, and then they went back to the bag and killed the bag, and you know, it's every type of iteration of it they could possibly do at this point. So, yeah.
Antonio Vincigurio says, "Does Ruin Station no longer look like a disc?" I think it's a disc, but it's more like a spoked wheel rather than the.
Yeah, so well, I guess they could just be filming it from a different angle, but like, yeah, it was meant to be very vertical, and it's now horizontal. Like, well, at least in the photos, but maybe it's knocked off its axis and actually is totally vertical. We just don't know yet.
And even if it is vertical as a disc, it's different from the original one where it was a hollow disc, because now it's got the spokes. From what we can gather.
Yep.
So. Next question. JJ says, we once saw an episode on Pyro where they said they were looking into how to get to Pyro without digital dynamic server meshing. Is it possible they will implement Pyro with load screen?
They have talked about it, but it also seems like they'd have to put work in place for that to work. So I think we're kind of in agreement, most of us these days, that they're just going to hold off till they can do the, you know, the most basic level of it and go from there, which is the static server meshing, which they did lay out as a plan, I think, last year. It says coming out.
Yep, and the two things that I can recall Chris saying was going to be talked about at Citizencon was server meshing and Squadron.
Yep.
So. Vinci Yeria 4 says, what's going on with this nozzle thing on the A1? What's it about? Do we know?
That's a repetitive question. It's been asked 3 times now. It's fine. So the same person.
Okay. So it is the fuel nozzle for... Yeah. Errol Mac, thanks for that. I think we answered that because it was a super chat.
All right, real quick. 10 seconds, or roughly 10 seconds to this is meant to kick off. So let's see what happens.
Kishkin,
see if they're see if they're actually on time for once. I doubt it, but we'll see.
Do you guys share my fears that the Zeus Mark II won't have anything to do with exploration? Haven't even thought about it.
Doesn't really matter. They're going to do what they want to do.
Yep. JJ, question to chat. If Zeus goes on sale today, what price do you think?
150. Hey, they did start on time. Holy shit. There you go.
Yep, he's on the floor.
And he's on the floor. So yeah. All right.
Okay,
let's tune in just for a little bit and see what he's talking about. And if it's just fluff, we'll kick out. So he's asking them to scream.
I don't think we got it. One more time.
Yeah, I can't hear the sound of this today from our stream.
You can't hear, Algared?
Honestly, that was too much.
No, you can't hear,
Welcome
but stream can hear.
to Citizencon 2953.
I'll try.
I am Jared Huckabee, sometimes known as...
It means I'm going to be constantly flicking backwards and forwards, though,
or if you ask my mom...
I'd rather not.
Mr. Dummy.
Just watch it on Twitch if you want to watch it.
Welcome to...
I'll watch it on YouTube.
Like, we did not account for, you know, the peanut gallery behind me. We are backstage at Citizencon 2953 in what we call Hall A. Hall A is where we're going to be exhibiting all of our presentations this year. We've got 2 days of presentations. Honestly, none of us quite know how the second day is going to go. Usually after we do the first day, we're all just kind of like for the next day over. So we're going to find out what day 2 is like. Day 2, I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be like, hey, everybody. Welcome to Citizencon Day 2.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Let's go to the
That's all fluff, I can tell.
All right.
Yeah, next one. Yep.
Jodomo, question. Don't know if they've already covered this, but do you think the Nomad Sitcon starter pack is good value for money? No.
No.
I think it could have merit, but...
The only time it was valuable was when it came with Squadron 42 and Star Citizen, and it had LTI, and it had a shit ton of insurance and a shit ton of starting cash.
Yep.
And that was the same price, and that was back when it first dropped. And that's because they knew that shit was overpriced.
Yep.
And that's the only place they could fit it, though, because there was just not enough room at the time.
And that pack told me that the shit was crap.
Yep, me too. And then when we reviewed it, it was.
Yep.
So anyway.
I think if you're looking for a starter pack, you'd better off to get the cutter, because that is an absolute deal. Jay Warinsky has a question. When will we be able to fight the Boreal Stalker in the nude on the PU?
When they put
The
it in
problem-
game.
No, the problem with fighting the Boreal Stalker, though, is it's on microtech. And if you go naked, you're going to freeze you off. So if the cold will kill you before the Boreal Stalker does. It will just eat the popsicle that you give it. Pre-sol. In honor of Citizencon, will both of you be having a double dog day? No.
It's
So,
4 a.m. in the morning. I haven't even had breakfast yet.
so are you going to have a double dog?
I'm probably going to go have a bunch of veggies just to recharge. Once the first panel kicks off, and I'll watch it on my phone as I walk around the house, and then we'll come back and kick it off on the PC.
Yep.
So yeah, and talk with you guys about
Mayor
it.
Vietnam says when Pyro released question. When Pyro released question, does the Kraken on IAU event mean new paint for sale? So
Yeah,
they can sell a new paint.
There'll be paints
be
for everything because it's such an easy money grab. And at the end of the day, remember, a lot of those paints are all going to be available in game. They've said to those effects and stuff like that. So we'll just wait and see what happens.
Yep. Would Old Man Hurston prefer a Catgirl hairstyle or a Catgirl outfit? Old Man Hurston prefers his normal attire.
We have a stream going now. A onesie Catgirl suit for Algared. Oof. Oof. And he's going to wear it for the whole Citizencon next year while he's on the floor. Yeah. Yeah.
Not in your...
Yeah.
Not in
Well,
million.
money talks. We'll see, Algared. Maybe they'll pay for your entire ticket there if you...
My ticket,
that would change.
my
That would change.
airfare, my hotel bill, my
Yeah.
ticket to Citizencon, my yeah.
That would change his tune quite a bit.
You pay for everything. I mean everything.
Yeah.
And then maybe.
Yeah, and it's got to have a tail though. Algared, you got to work for it.
And then
and the
maybe.
ears, and you got to walk like this. Lol.
No.
Yeah, that'll be so funny.
No.
It'd be so mad. I'd pay to see that. That'll, yeah, I'll keep. Right, next question for you.
Yeah, you will. I've lost you know, process to put against your name to yeah. There's not enough credits in the world to kill you in as many times as you need to die.
Yeah.
In game.
Right.
Just so
Lexa Natura. For silly purposes, what would Old Man Hurst? Oh no, that's the one you already did. Royal X's says, will gears in Pledge Store get insurance? Oh, sorry, I think he means armors. You'd assume so. Armor will get some form of insurance eventually. Yes, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. But they have also said you basically won't lose stuff you've paid cash for. So,
yeah.
So I'm not sure how that works, but. The real question, can I ride the Worm Dune style? No, probably not.
Already done that one, so go to the next one, Algared.
Luminaria, we've done that one. Yeah. Awesome. Chris Black, do you think we'll get any news on the 600i with gold?
We just
any
did
gold
that
standard
already.
updates?
Anything's possible. You can never tell what they're going to talk about at Citizencon.
Burke just showed computer booth on the screen showing player laying in space station habs.
He's showing off the bobblehead there on stream if any of you guys are interested. Yeah, it's a bobblehead of a spaceman. Nothing too much.
Yeah. He's showing off the caps from what I can see at the moment, so.
They do not know who is their merchant guy, but they really don't know their community. I don't know. Does that have any appeal to you at all? It's more like a kid. It's like a kid's toy. It's like those people that grab the you know, the little plastic popper, what are they called? The pops or whatever. I've never liked those because they don't look exactly like. I prefer realistic stuff. Maybe it's just me, but that looks like a kid's cartoon toy, a bobblehead. It just doesn't appeal to me.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I don't know.
It is for me. I've got, you know, my brother and I do Christmas stockings and all that stuff, and we do kind of Secret Santas type stuff, and we will always find the pairs. He knows, so.
Well, okay, let us know in chat. Does that bobblehead appeal to you? I'd just be curious.
Yeah, I'm with Bloodclaw. I do love a bobblehead. I'm a sucker for that type of stuff. But then I'm a sucker for the pins.
Yeah.
Because that's what Citizencon is.
So, yeah.
You know, We got ISE, we got
Citizen Scott
SCL,
says
customized
food
stuff I do
truck
my thing,
cutter
you
variant
know,
when?
But Citizencon is where we let the developers
Not soon enough.
go on.
Yeah, I'm gonna just mute that until we actually have something useful on screen to see.
Monster AV,
yeah.
the large miner is the only one still open. No concept, but an odd question. Is there a question? But add question if there is a question. I think so. I think he's referring to what you could CCU your hull C to.
Yeah.
Citizen Scott, how much do you think?
Real quick. So Mega John says, I agree. I'd rather see them try to sell a custom HOTAS that work flawlessly in game. Yeah, that would be way more appealing to people.
Yep.
I do know they have VKB as a sponsor, so that could totally be a thing this year. But I agree with you. Like that thing where they tried to do the custom keyboard and joystick with Cytec before Logitech brought them, that would have made them heaps, way more than a bobblehead. But yeah.
But they're also a lot more expensive. Whereas the bobbleheads, you know, you think of a lot of
Algared, you're talking about grown gentlemen buying virtual spaceships for thousands of dollars. I think it's fine.
the microtransactions still make more money, or still make heaps of money.
We'll see.
And they appeal to the collector and the, you know, the person who wants to get stocking stuffers for their kids and share their love. So.
First time chatter on Twitch is going, audio is on, it's just turned way down so you can hear these two guys ramble. Well, no, it's turned way down because I don't want to hear him ramble, to be honest with you. And every Citizencon I've just not watched Jared ramble.
Jared is just talking about the merch at the moment.
He's just talking about merch and kind of showing off. I'm more interested in actual information. If you would like to go watch the stream and you're offended by what I'm saying about Jared, totally valid. You know, you like Jared, you go like Jared. He's not my taste, and he never has been. I think he's a perfectly fine person. I just don't like his presentation style.
I always come to Citizencon for the panels, not for the stuff in between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's just keeping us entertained while they get things ready. So I have no problem with us just, you know, kind of watching him but not listening to him. As I said, I'd much rather talk with you guys and actually talk about information.
Michael Gifford says, you missed Jared saying everything this year is developer content. 0% is marketing or samples.
Well, that's kind of what we're saying, leaning towards that. Actually, I wonder if I can turn on... No, it's not YouTube, man. I was going to say I'll turn on, you know... what do you call it? The subtitles, but there's no subtitles on Twitch, is there? So as far as I'm aware, nope.
Citizen Scott,
yep.
How much do you think the A1 C1 will cost in game? 2 million range or more?
What was the ship?
A1 and the C1. How much will they cost?
A1's $200. C1 should go up at least $10, so $220.
In game.
Oh, in game. Similar to the Cutlass. More, you know, but more than the Freelancer and the Cutlass in that ballpark, though. Yeah, so yeah.
Do you guys think the price of the Crucible Endeavor will be more expensive when the anniversary? I expect it will go up every year.
Yeah, it just never has. The one this year is, if we are correct about what we're saying about the Expedition, the Reclaimer is going to go up. I said that last year because of the cutter dropped, and it turned out it was a different variant of the cutter. But if that happens this year and the Expedition drops, whenever that Expedition drops, if it is the one for the Reclaimer, we expect the Reclaimer to go up. How much? We don't know.
Whatever the cutter for the Reclaimer comes out, whether it's an actual cutter or something totally different, that's when it'll go up. Yeah. Bloodclaw, woot, my question. There you go. We even got your comment. John Pierce, will Execute stay awake for all of Citizencon?
Yes.
Stefan Zietti, do you think it would be entertaining if they announced a new skin for the 890 jump and then there are only like 15 hands out of a group of... and there's only like 15 hands out of a group of 50 that pop up and started screaming in excitement?
No, I think it would be far funnier if it's a pirate skin for the 890 jump. That would be far more funny. And then and make it ridiculously expensive, but they're still going to want to buy it and never bring out another skin for the 890 jump. It would drive them crazy.
Why would it matter?
Well, not to you, because you understand it, but there are a lot of people out there that want like another fancy skin. But if you made it like a junky 890 jump that's a pirate skin, it would just rub them completely the wrong way, or at least in my book anyway. Thank you, One Punch Down, for the subscription with the Prime. Algared, what do you think about a skin? What would get people's knickers in a knot for the 890 jump?
A cutlass, a steel skin. A steel skin with a,
890 steel.
890 steel.
That'll work.
With increased price, $999. And 99 cents, just so it's not under the 1,000 threshold to get LTI. Turbo Life, be able to use jump points. Yes, that would be nice. Lexostar, do you think we will see more human semi-lawful factions other than UEE, like the UC and Freestar in Starfield?
Yes, absolutely. Think about everything we got in Stanton, and then just kind of copy that out across every system. That's what I was trying to say. I'm interested about the laws before, because as soon as you put new people in the system, all the laws change. So I think absolutely you're going to get way more people and organizations in Star System than you'll ever see in Starfield.
We know that there are at least a dozen pirate bands or gangs in Pyro. And each of them have their own faction, and each of them have their own rules and laws. So, yes. John Ski, what will make Citizencon a boon and what will make it a bust?
As I kind of said at the start, I just don't want it to be another just Pyro thing. We need a little bit more than that.
If we get jump points, that will make it an absolute boon because everyone will go crazy. If we get dynamic server meshing, everyone will lose their shit.
Yeah.
Aracus MD, do you think the jump points will differ from quantum drives and how they function and operate? Yes. The understanding is that jump points, the first jump drive was actually a quantum drive that was screwed up. That mucked up. My understanding is that now we have a module that clicks onto a quantum drive to actually modify and go into that. Is that still the case? I believe it still is. But yeah. And then ships that can't have a jump drive, they'll have a quantum drive but won't have space for that little thing. Puka 1976 says, do you think the Starfarer will have a Fury variant since they're both MS MISC? Maybe like a Starfarer and Gemini with some kind of module out, something that I speculated very early and thought I could see that instead of the fuel canisters. So I live in hope.
Not so much, but I think it'll be something like another ship that works with the Fury. We'll see.
Yep. And I think we'll even see the Hull be able to do that type of thing as well. So
yeah, at the very least, because there's ships and containers. Yeah.
Yep. Stephen H says, I am, but I think they are getting close to my questions, so waiting. That was an hour ago.
Yeah.
John Ski. So I think we've maybe answered your question already, Stephen, if you've answered that. So, John Ski, Nomad Citizencon. Yep. We've already talked about that. Mike Ives' question, answered that one. Pyro coming and the lack of facilities available. Do you think that this will be a good time for them to launch for Kraken? There are a lot more facilities in Pyro than you think. Because they've added a lot of stations and they've fleshed it out a lot more than it was originally. But certainly when Pyro opens, we will get those carrier type ships and things that can do that, whether it's player owned or NPC stuff. Gideon Sander, Luminary at Gideon Standards. That's great, but general question is what you're thinking. Sorry, don't have a context. Noctus, actual thoughts on the possibility of a ship pipeline working for the Odyssey after the 3 RSI ships? I think we answered that previously.
It's whatever got the most ships in the pipeline to work on. So, like, we've had people ask us about the Liberator for Pyro so many times, and it's like, well, there's just not enough anvil ships to work on. So we'll see.
And even sometimes it's the staff are available to work on the particular ship. So if there's a staff who's available to work on a ship and they've done no big ships, they're not going to let them work on the Polaris, is my thought, So yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
KRM question: if I melt an FHC, can I buy it back again from my buyback tokens? I believe so, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right.
Gideon Sanders.
Yep.
In light of the upcoming Zeus reveal, might we also expect more ships in the Greek gods line? We already have the Ares. We also have the
Yep. They like their Roman names. It's like almost like this whole game is based on the Roman Empire. Oh, wait, it is.
And yes, I know the Zeus is a Greek god, but hey, the Romans appropriated him and turned him into Jupiter.
Right. Super Kobe, thank you for the Prime subscription on Twitch. Appreciate it. Right. Next question.
Gideon's done that one. Gideon Sanders, is the bot running? Yes, the bot is running. We're just behind on questions.
Just so a lot of questions. A lot of questions today. We've had a lot of people.
48.
I think we've had a lot of people drop off too because we're not watching this. And I'm totally fine with that. I'm just doing my own thing. And Algared's the same. We've done how many years have we been watching this together now, Algared? It has to be up to 6 or 7 at this point. Yeah. It's just I don't know. I've never enjoyed this first part.
We are watching the.
Watching it, just not listening. Yeah.
We're just not listening.
Yeah.
And if you want us to get to the questions, hey, that's okay.
Yeah.
Bloodclaw, is it running? It was running before at least they did my question. That's it. Bot question.
Yeah, it takes us a long time to get through the questions because we're fairly thorough. But yeah, in about 10 minutes, when they actually kick over the first panel, we're just going to flick over the screen and mute ourselves and watch it with you guys. So yeah, you can just keep watching with us.
Red Samurai, can we not CCU from our FHC? It's showing up in my ship upgrade under ships. I do not know if you can upgrade from your FHC. If you do, you're silly, in my opinion.
Yeah, you'd be more likely just to melt it and turn it into something else, unless you want to make it something bigger. Also, you're not getting war bond savings. You're kind of giving up all those war bond savings under $300. So I agree with Algared on that one.
Officer Rondog, do we think the Zeus is going to be Cutlass A1 freelancer size?
Yes.
Yes. Do you think that they'll rework the Aurora and Constellation as well? But every ship will get a gold update, whether they do it when they're doing the RSI ships.
They'll all get a final. Yeah, they'll all get a final pass.
But they'll all be raised up to the final status.
That's it.
Quick, ask more questions. Thank you, Joe. Lightning round with questions. We finally got to that. We're only half an hour behind now, so we're catching up.
Yeah,
we've done that one. Alex, once Squadron 42 launches, do you guys plan to do additional forms of content, gameplay, tips and tricks?
Yeah, we've talked about that already. So yeah, we're looking at that stuff already.
Aquila has a question. What would you recommend for a crew of 2 to 5 people? 600i Explorer after rework or a Carrack?
Carrack. Works out to, if you minus the price of the Pisces and the Rover, it works out to be $15 more. And you get so much more for that from that ships than you do from
Yeah, I think if you're after exploring, Carrack. I actually did go in Idris for exploration because I wanted to have lots of NPCs so that we would have red shirts to die in our place if we needed them. So that was my thinking. Graham, are we playing a keyboard drinking game? No.
No, we're not.
Or Alex, how or where will we see players be able to store infinite amount of loot items in safe place that can't be stolen? Like a home base or personal space station, I imagine in our head, our hangar. Stitch blades. Do you think we will see the large RSI miner from last year's sitcom? Not at this sitcom. I would expect it at IAE.
Agreed.
Matt Aber. Wouldn't one be able to take over a station by standing a player 1-to-1 with guards and shoot them down, or will extra guards be pouring out of unauthorized doorways? I expect that if you're trying to take over a station and lock it down completely, yes, we could probably do that. However, in areas where they don't want us to be able to lock down the whole communication area, we'll have the Navy turn up and they'll just keep turning up until they blast us to smithereens. Buggy. And we've got our last 3 questions. Buggy, do you guys think we'll have to control steer our ship while going through a jump point, or will it be automatically done? Both. You'll have an option. First time you go through, if no one's been through it and it hasn't been mapped, you'll have to fly it. Once it's been mapped and it's out there, you'll be able to go automatically if you've got computer power. Voodoo Child, question for FYI, the Nomad starter sail has a digital download, armor set, rifle. Yep, we know that.
Yep.
But no CCU savings between $30 and $80 chain and insurance capped to 10 years. Thank you for that information. Graven, last question that we've got so far. Can you please summarize the new tech preview branch that will exist in... No, we can't at the moment because we haven't had a chance to look at it.
Sorry, what's the new...
Can you please summarize the new tech preview branch that will exist after 3.21? Will this be PTU or live? Well, yeah. PTU1 is live already.
So they basically, just, long story short, they're just setting up more testing things. So they're trying to make it so less bugs happen on live. That's probably the easiest way to explain what... I think that's what he's trying to ask about, that new tech preview thing. Yeah. So they're trying to keep as many bugs to the test server rather than live. All right. Looks like we've got about 5 minutes or 6 minutes left to go. We hope you guys have a really good Citizencon. We will be back at lunchtime. We might even be back around when the cosplay's on and just have the cosplay in the background. That might be a better way to do it, Algared. That way we can have like an hour and a half lunch break and take people's questions. So now the questions bot's finished. Basically, we can kick off your new questions. Hopefully, we get to look at some of the new stuff, and we'll go over that with you. And I'm really excited to talk about that with you guys because that's the favorite part of this for me is exploring things. And did I miss something? And you saw something that I didn't. And Algared and I do that as well. So we're just going to bring you into that as well. So what we'll do now is me and Algared we'll basically mute ourselves and we'll just kick it over, and we'll enjoy it with you guys. And we'll see you at, I guess, the cosplay. What do you reckon, Algared? We'll just put the cosplay in the background.
Sounds good.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Hang on. 2 seconds. I got a message.
I did.
Yeah. All right. No worries. With that, then enjoy Citizencon, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Right at the front.
Well, hello, Citizencon 2953. It's really, really good to be back in front of all you guys in person after 4 years being shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you, old faces, new faces. And you're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. I mean, there's some fun stuff here. There's the alleyway, CD alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community orgs have set up their camp. So definitely check that out. There's a Dragonfly replica with the pyro paint job on. Get pictures taken on. We have the Atmo Esports first in-person flight or fight tournament, which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro. And I'd like everyone to know that the people that aren't here in person, we're going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works. This year is the most excited I've ever been at a Citizencon. I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years. Anyway, I can't wait to see what you guys think of it. And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed that the tasks have dried up on the task tracker. And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days. So hopefully you like it. And a lot of what you're going to see is going to be coming into Star Citizen over the next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year. But definitely next year, a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in, and it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen. So I'm very, very excited on that. So to our opening presentation, I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this, the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. We're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So, hang on. It's gone backwards now. It needs, come back. There you go. Sorry. So we thought this Citizencon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics and our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for building the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future. But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So let's run that video. I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well. And it's pretty stunning to think that hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing. Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like, for instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll talk about it on the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great. But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beauchesseau, who, as a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place for game developing talent. And this year we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And along with him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios. They're strengthening our management team at CIG, and I'm really, really happy to have him. And I want to introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go. So Benoit, come up to the stage.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker, or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good, thank you.
All right.
Bonjour! Bonjour, Citizencon. We are so happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically, and just being able to interact has been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first, I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game, so thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of applause. Thank you so much. I just want to touch on one bit, which is that all the people you will see in the next couple tech panels are really the best of their crafts in the world. They are infused by a value that we tremendously value at CIG, which is relentless optimism. That this game can be made, that this vision can be achieved. And so, without further ado, but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates, everything that you'll see on screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, a ship UI, FPS weapons, everything, all of this is new. So as you watch the clips, you're going to see some differences. That's because this all comes from the freshest implementation that we have. We love open development. We love to show you guys the work in progress. And so that's exactly what we're going to look at today. And so without further ado, I'll leave you with Marco, who will show you all the cool and amazing features of our engine and the challenges that we face. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Benoit. Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about STAR-Engine today. We have been developing STAR-Engine for many years with the goal of creating an online living universe. But creating a universe is not an easy task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive spaceships flying very fast, close to the terrain and objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation and streaming. This is not a single-player game, so creating this universe online is making everything more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame. So in a typical STAR-Engine frame update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones, over 700,000 streamed in entities, and millions of entities overall in the solar system, about 150,000 updates per frame. We have over 200 vehicles, spaceships, and ground ones, over 2 million physical objects, over 100,000 objects generated per frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand in a seamless, gigantic space. Also, we are supporting many new features that we are going to showcase today. I'm going to start in introducing the new and improved clouds and fog, worked on by custom vendor in the R&D team. The first new feature is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They are truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated. They are not just a post effect, as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather. Another component is the new ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scatter into the view ray. And in this video, we are showing all the features combined together. In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping to allow for more variation and details. The shape noise blending, a vertical variation, has been improved a lot. Also, we made improvements to shorten long-distance read, and the tiling is less visible. And best of all, we're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Mike Snowden. I'm the Director of Visual Effects.
And I'm Ali Brown, the Director of Graphics and Procedural Tech.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be here, really excited to show you. We're going to be showing dynamic fire in Star Engine. So dynamic fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences. It creates emergent sandbox gameplay, and it can be used by designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players. And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense. Okay, so how do fires start in Star Engine? Well, there needs to be a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire an ever-present threat. If a fire does break out, you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels. And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat, for example, using the fire extinguisher, which is my personal favorite. It's a lot of fun doing that. The removal of oxygen, for example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum. Or simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. There's nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, the first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties each surface is made from, whether it's wood or metal. But not only on the surface, we have to describe what is behind the surface. You might see a metal panel on your spaceship, but has it got cladding or wiring behind it? It's important we know all this so we know how flammable it is. Then after this, we have to define all the physical properties that go with these surfaces. So, for example, what the mass is, the energy density, combustion temperature, air-fuel ratio. And we use all these physical properties, and we sum them up in each voxel, which is a 1 by 1 meter cube. And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition, and then we're off. So here's our debug mode that shows us what's going on in the simulation, and is what we use to track it. And you can see these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is spreading. For each of these voxels, we're tracking the fire, the temperature, fuel remaining, the amount of smoke. And the fire is propagating via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated. And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced, the fire will reignite and it will continue burning, just like it would in real life. So what's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors, in particular spaceships, but all interior spaces really, and this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently, and we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
Okay, so how do we create realistic dynamic fire visuals in Star Engine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali, and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals. Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments, and we have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and wear. Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which are spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per voxel as an optimization, a cluster being a representation of voxels close to each other. And then we bring in the fog. So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room, and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest. And we're simulating that. So to finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game. Thank you. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water in Star Engine. So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water. We want it to look as good as possible, obviously. We want it to look realistic. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we wanted this to work on the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into the ocean. I'm going to talk about our updates to the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So first of all, the water shaders, particularly the ocean and the river ones, were in dire need of a major upgrade. They were currently using a technique called deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, and adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this really beautiful screenshot of the Gladius over the water. I love this one. So this is the objects under the water being correctly lit, which is new. And then we are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface, and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us this really beautiful effect. This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray-marched clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who worked on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wavecraft light scattering. See how the sun is coming across the back of those waves? It's lighting up the suspended particles in them. It just looks gorgeous. Here we have the multi-layered foam. And from a distance, we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really, really nice. I've just got a video here before and after. First of all, this is our lakes on Stanton 4. Next we have water volumes on Horizon. There you go. And this last demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and I think you'll agree, pretty dramatic difference. So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here. We're going to have the player walking through the puddle. As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple. But even as he's stepping, the toe is being dragged through the water and moving the water accurately. This is not a cop-out. We're doing this in 3D. You see as I'm jumping. And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one. Right, the one more thing that we had to look at. So it's all well and good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So we wanted the water near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really tricky to get right, but I really think we have now. Which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time. We still need to get that information onto the water, though, and that's a bit trickier. So what we devised is yet another set of regions. Now, the regions are slightly different. The simulation regions need to happen wherever something is contacting the water, and that needs to happen regardless as to whether you can see it, because if there's a collision going on there, I look away, and then I look back. If it stops going and has to restart, that looks bad. Whereas the water, we only need to know the total result when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet. But it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use it to influence any of our work going forward. And here's a really good video of some of it in action. I'll just let that play. This is the debug mode. Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water. And as you see, if we pan out a bit, we make our sphere a bit bigger, we get a much different result from the sim. Spawning the foam properly. It looks really nice. Really happy with this one. So what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to turn on the debug mode so you can see where the regions are. You see we've got these gray boxes. They light up green when there is a hit inside the box. We've also got different sizes going on. If you look near the shore there's a big cluster of text. That is a whole bunch of other regions because there's some stuff floating there causing little ripples that we can't actually see. And as you see, these scale properly. We can add the results from multiple sizes of simulation together, and they influence and interact with one another accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there. It works pretty nicely. I've gone ahead of my subtitles, but I'll just let that video play out. So, what does that look like when we bring it all together? What's it going to look like in game? Now, you did see a little bit of this in the Star Engine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it. So I'm just going to let that play out for you. Forward in a second, you're going to see the wake start to happen behind us there. And from the cockpit perspective, water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output. And that's us. Thank you so much, Citizencon. Handing back over to Ali.
Hello again. So, I'm here to talk to you today about a few other graphical things we've got coming in. I'm really proud of the work we've done on the fire and the water. They both look amazing features. I'm going to talk to you about a few smaller features and a few longer-term R&D features we're coming in on the visual side. This first one, something we wanted for cinematics and telling a story, but also to tie into our active feature system, which is to get the face to tell a little bit more story on our characters. So this blood, sweat, and tears system is something we implemented recently, and it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face, and then we integrate it into the skin shader so we can get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face. And we even make the skin go a little bit redder to simulate the extra blood flow when you're tired or upset. So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic. We have complete control over everything. We can keyframe every single tear if we want to. And we can even simulate blood, like here. So next thing I want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game with our rifle scopes. They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them. And they thought it was a real core part of the first-person shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do, we used to use these type of fake scope meshes, which you see here, which is where we slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes we put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there was nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards. And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game. So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got an infinite projected red dot scope sight. We've got lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it. You see it works when you don't have to be actually holding the rifle for it to work. We've got a correct emulation of eye relief on the scope. So we have the blur, distortions, chromatic aberration. And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. If you get an EMP, you're going to have the display is going to get distorted. So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation of the scopes in the game. And I think I've kind of mentioned before, but it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated into it, so it's really quite proud of that. Next feature I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level controls, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward tech to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight of how this works, we've got something called Unified Tone Mapping Curve. And this is the process where we map the real-life colors of real-life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin tones. We don't want them turning red or white or doing anything bizarre. Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time, and we're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing. We've got CIGs. We've got our own temporal super resolution solution called TSR. We've got AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS 2 as well. They each have different characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs, so it's important to get you all 3 so you could have a choice of what you want to look. On the left here, we've just got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA solution. And this gives us better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution. And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later. But basically, we can get about 2 times GPU performance if you're interested in using the upscaling technique. Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR-free and DLSS-free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first. Some other quick updates. We've got the screen space shadows as added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows across characters, and it's particularly on planets, it helps a lot. And we've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU. And it does something we call load balancing. It will scale dynamically for your GPU to make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the screen space shadows mean, here we've got a planet with no shadows. I think it's Microtech. The shadow maps, so you see these, the normal shadow maps that fill in half the scene. But then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking floating. Next up, I just want to talk about planets for a little bit. It's something I get asked about a lot of what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can type of do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, you know, we don't have beaches at the moment. We'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what's responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago. Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation and rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps. And we'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so that you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got 3 options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, TerraGen, things like this, where you could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some noise. We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you'd find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is a height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And the little circular patches get like added together, and they to avoid any seams in the image. And just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where like snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract. Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently. Thank you. So the last thing I wanted to talk about today is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan. This has been ongoing for quite some time, taking a lot longer than we would have liked, but we're finally getting to the end of this long journey. For those who don't know, the reason this was being implemented is largely for performance. We're going to be getting at least 2 times better performance on our CPU submission for rendering, which is often the bottleneck for the game, so that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements. We also get better control of memory with advanced GPU features like resizable bar. And it also opens the door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running, that's live captured. So I can't remember which ship is this, but it's yeah, it's all working fine now. There's a couple of hitches in performance, so we can't quite release it yet, but we're looking into them, the last few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully we'll be releasing it soon. So, like I said, the one thing, or one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
Hi, I'm Ben Parry, and this is Global Illumination. So, as Ali just said, moving over to the Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And the best thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use. Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far, but first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the sun, lights in the level, that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects the entire, that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin. Now, now for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI here, just to aid the comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool. So next up, the boring or the interesting bit. How are we doing it? How does the tech work? I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for the, since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse, smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good. And we do generate a lot of probes. So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per room, and the new system is about 25,000 probes that are all on screen at the same time. And we're going to see that now. So here's a scene that I've dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the old lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area. So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around themselves. And then we interpolate that to provide like a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things. And there is the final composite. So what else does it do? Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas. You can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the scene. Ooh. And that means that the art team can really lean into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one. As you can already see, like the spotlight's really like throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this continuous smooth view. And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the world without having to add special lights to fake it. So yeah, there's two really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with. First off, cockpit brightness. We capture at the moment the at the moment we capture that cockpit probe in a setup scene, and then we don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in. And then we've got the opposite problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays sometimes they're light. You land somewhere dark, you open up the doors, and now you've just got this weird little light room with nothing spilling out of it. So again, let's have a video. Oh yeah, so this is the old system. The sun's working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already see the skylight is kind of helping a little, but then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting. And yet there's more. See, one of the concerns we had was that we didn't want to create a two-tier system. If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing or seeing for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them. So what we've been experimenting with is trying to create a new low bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as creating a new high bar. And the idea for this is basically to take that single room environment probe system that we have been using, update it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff. can look at the old system, and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like, just, it's overly lit, let's be honest. And now this is what Star Citizen would have looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but it's a lot more dynamic than the old system. And finally, I'm just going to show you a to-do list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture, and for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water and all the other transparent things in the game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally. And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous scale on some things, and we've got plans to make sure that this GI extends to handle that full scale. Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you now. I've been Ben Parry. Next up, we've got Star Clock with Chris Rain.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two, but 3 new physics of our physics engine. And I would like to start off by introducing Star Cloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video. So this is just regular player movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground. You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind and has accurate collisions with the player's body. We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects. You can play football in any outfit. StarCloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement to extreme poses. StarCloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties. It's high fidelity, high quality. We want to raise the bar with this. The visual geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry. This allows us to share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the football. Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth. The same applies to the static environment as well. The cloth will drape itself around the environment, so brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Now, notice how there is a jump between the elbow and the lower arm, and another jump where the forearm connects to the hands. These jumps pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything. We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at. We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do one update for the cloth simulation. If the game updates at 60 FPS, like in the image, we simulate the cloth twice. Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters, even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling. Thank you. One area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above. This is a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much space and the simulation collisions have to be absolutely accurate. This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect, but once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect. Here you see a rendering with a high fidelity cloth disabled. And here the same scene with it enabled. To be continued, tomorrow much more can be seen about StarCloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out. Thank you. So, next up, star hair. Currently, we have the ability to simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums. The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles. Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands. This is a single strand isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes, we initially thought we could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing. Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engines. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate these. They're much simpler. And hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices, and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone. For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Cossarat rods. A Cossarat rod allows you to model the behavior of slender one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear, exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like. So this is a test of various head movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context, and very tricky to get right. We're actually simulating all the hair strands. So we will have characters being able to run their hands through their hair and have the hair react realistically. A barber simulation next. Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video. Thank you. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce Maelstrom, our physically based destruction system. And I would like to do that with a video that I believe speaks for itself. See the water splashes? We want players' intuitive prediction of the effect a weapon or a collision has to actually happen in the engine or in the game. So we decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity. If something breaks off due to its structural integrity decreasing below a certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion. If you shoot off a wing, the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with. From the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Maelstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily. To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating, or rather absorbing, energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons, and also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected and which item might be affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints. And they also embed the hierarchy of all physical geometries. They essentially represent a ground truth of the entire hierarchy necessary to perform all our goals for Maelstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the Gladius. I'd like to show one more video of Maelstrom before we continue. We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams. In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyze the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers connected to the body. We then project forces from impacts and explosions onto these cantilever beams and calculate the stress the beams experience. Over time, this stress turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels. Physical material properties influence damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness, Young's modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Great, thank you. All right. I am not this person, but I'm filling in with him. So far, I mean, you guys think this is gonna change your game up to now? All these new features? Hell yeah. Okay, so we've seen updates from fire, water, we've just seen force, we've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's gonna show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to STAR-Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi Citizencon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player, and with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action. They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result. The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener. Let's show you the same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this. But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat. Sounds good, but what if we wanted a little more realism? The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time, and a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option. Here, your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio. Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area. With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience. Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact. That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
All right. Hello, everyone. So, persistent entity streaming, replication layer, and beyond. My name is Paul Reindel. I'm Director for Online Technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech. And I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video, like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration. And that's what I'm going to do. All right. So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here. Let me set up everything. One moment, sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that. This is live, all right. So again, on this side, you see the client. And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server, everything streams in, and my client gets connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that shard, and we at real time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player, you will see his mobi-glass, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red. And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system. And this allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So let's spawn a couple more here. And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones. And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single shard. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state. So now I have a second player join. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think we see him over there. Hey, Ben. Sorry. Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing, and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen. So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. And so this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit, and the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. It should come back online in a second. And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state. It restored the state, and the simulation just continues to work as before. So this will be, again, this is very early tech, but this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split. But there's one more thing. And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart. And this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here. All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened? Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh. All right. So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works, because it is truly magic. Each server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, OK, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now, as I transition between those zones, you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scene. And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that even entities, as they transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone. And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on this green zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity. And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone. There you go. Always fun to blow stuff up, right? All right. So there's more to this. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed my old one. When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate, and that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around with this buggy between the zones, I will switch between the different servers. All right. But there's more to this. So remember when I turned on the streaming earlier? The same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like, obviously, in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming comes into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in. And the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that into the red zone. What happens on that purple server? And I just disappear. So right now, on this server, there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to me over in the red area, you will see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area. And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running in live with a bit more things going on. Get out of this buggy. And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client replicated. Yeah. So yes, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to this point, and I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team, big shout outs to the online services team, big shout outs to Chris to let us doing this.
It's been a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4, 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if a server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried. It's like giving birth.
We did it!
And we wouldn't have been able to do this and work on this kind of tech without all your support.
That's right.
100%.
Now, you guys
and your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it right, to really build it. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone, and thank you everyone at CIG that's really worked hard to deliver all this amazing stuff that will be either in your hands now or in your hands very soon. And this is just the beginning of Citizencon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
Yeah.
That's what we need for this MMO, guys. That's what we need.
Great demo, by the way. That's good.
All right.
That was great. Come on, give me a
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I know I'm live. Dan, I gotta digest what we just saw. Take it away from that boat, Dan.
What is up, everyone? We are back here on the Citizencon show floor. Give it up for that amazing panel you just saw. We are so excited to have all that stuff working. We're here at the Atmo Fight or Flight area here at Citizencon 2953 at the Los Angeles Convention Center. I have with me 2 of our content creators who are going to be in the Fight or Flight later today. We got Bognagas and Lizzie. What is up, guys? We're going to be doing some lightning round questions about your guys' upcoming stuff. First question, how does it feel to see Atmo come to life here at Citizencon?
It's so cool. It's this is the first real esports thing at an event like this for Star Citizen, so I'm really excited to be a part of it.
I think it's a great opportunity for the community to showcase the PvP in the Star Citizen community.
Fantastic. What's your mindset going into your guys' match today?
Don't lose, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'm gonna beat him.
Good mindsets. Preferred dogfighting ship?
The Arrow.
Definitely the Ghost, Hornet Ghost.
All right. Advice to people learning dogfighting in Star Citizen?
Nose to the grindstone, go hard at it.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Just jump into Arena Commander and just put in the hours. It's a lot of fun, worth it.
All right. Where can people follow you guys?
Twitch and Twitter, LazyB_.
Yeah, same thing. Twitch, Bognagas.
All right. And, you know, a lot of tension, a lot of animosity. Say something nice about your opponent.
He's got a great mustache.
I'm going to feel really bad blowing him up.
All right, guys. Well, that is it for Atmo Fight or Flight. The matches are going to be starting soon. I'm going to cut it back to Jared and the Citizencon main stage. We'll see you guys back here on the floor soon. See you guys then.
Hello. I'm Thorsten Leimann, lead systems designer for the EUPU team, and welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it several times, but this time it will be a little bit different. So before we start jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer. everything that you are about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the VGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the resource network. So what is the resource network? The main drive for the resource network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network, as you can see on that picture, showing the connections between different items, even those inside object containers. And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships. You're going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways. And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we're showed today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. Let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets. There is tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state. You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operatable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting, and now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself. So all of this is, of course, optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting. While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it. So which you will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury. So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health, so the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed, so I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius. So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way. So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view. So you can see the full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like power plants, weapons, also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item, that means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stowed, the health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over a relay, that I will be hopefully doing soon, you will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active and because a relay consists of several fuses, basically they're their own set of lives. And here you see all the details. Like you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection. And what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again. So something to highlight here, take a closer look at the doors. Since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment. Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition, so everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing the opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better. So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp, or the front-facing ramp, or the back-facing ramp. So we did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented. And yeah, well, the consequence is death. So, as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant. So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons. Isn't the best choice, since you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. You would be able to shoot though. And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
So I will talk about malfunctions real quick and get you guys to the next video since we're a bit behind schedule. What are malfunctions? You've seen misfires in the persistent universe for seals, for thrusters. You've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex. We're making them more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with. Also, some of the new malfunctions will include fire, spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the ship, or signature burst, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily. As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works. Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own. So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher to mixed results. And here we have the option of using the life support system Thorsten showed up before, and just venting the area. And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out. Okay, so let's get Thorsten back on stage. You saw a lot of the systems in action, but let's get a video of one of our play sessions, which is going to probably show it a bit better.
So, yeah. I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, I wanted to talk about...
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration at a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So, yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah, well, prevent further damage to it, but yeah, I failed. Yeah, so that was causing a bit to the panic, so I even got distracted in this moment. So we managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, oh, actually the power plant also starts to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, yeah, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but yeah, didn't manage to. Yeah, the attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I notice that the second power plant is also got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it. And at this point, we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed. So here you see it very clearly that with a relay being destroyed at the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic. Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here, trying to save the second power plant because we were already running out of battery life. So if we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think at in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away. So we at least managed to save one of the power plants. Yeah, that's now, I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse. And the next step was the pilot trying to push the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died, and the end of the show. Yeah, thanks. So, what you just saw gives a good idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments, sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It will also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, active feature team, and the Arena Commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey. Wait, there's one more thing. So we really want to get your hands, we really want you to get your hands on this because we already had a lot of fun with it. I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander. So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU. And this will be soon. So, thank you.
Camera 4. Hi, everybody. I think I'm supposed. There we are. You know, when we started this, we said we'd have a nice, relaxed pace.
That's a lot of new content coming in just the last 2.5 hours now. We are going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck not? And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have a time to open your mouth and talk to your communities, because I can imagine you over the last 2.5 hours just trying to get a word in edgewise. So yeah, so let's go to the cosplay contest hosted by...
All right, man, Algared. So much shit to talk about. Right. Are you unmuted, Algared? I can't hear you, buddy.
I am now.
All right, cool, sweet.
Man. Was that full?
That's a lot of shit to go over. I've taken notes.
I didn't take notes, but oh man, yeah.
So, the very first thing I wrote down was Vulcan 2 times the performance, which is pretty huge. That's going to just totally change the way frames are generated. We also know that there was shots during the week that people were using that new AMD tech, which literally there was some guy that posted he had 550 frames in Star Citizen, which is kind of nuts. That also leads through other tech that they talked about, like the ray tracing and stuff like that. So there's just all these performances. And I don't know about you, but you obviously your eyes could see what we saw, and visually fidelity just went to 11. Like it's just another level.
If I was taking a drink every time fidelity or something related to fidelity was done, I'd have been smashed by now. It was, yeah.
I do apologize for a few little hiccups I had, because people were messaging me and I was trying to turn certain things off to try and improve the experience for you guys. So I do apologize. It's not something we've done yet, where we've kind of streamed and talked at the same time. So this is all kind of new to us, especially considering we've been going for 5.5 hours and we've just hit the halfway point. If this goes to 7 o'clock, like I suspect, we've only just hit halfway.
Now we will. I've got to say, because they're doing the cosplay, we'll keep it up there, because you will see Diabolus's outfit, and it is absolutely.
Well, I'm expecting, having not had a Citizencon physically for 4 years, there's going to be a lot of saved up cosplays, and he were making them. But just Diabolus alone was making them when the con wasn't on. So
he was making them yearly, just. But this one, the one, oh man, the one he showed you and I, it's absolutely stunning.
All right. So the next one I wrote down was gun sights. I thought that was really huge upgrade. It puts it on par with other games. It was kind of like, but that was just a shadow of things that were about to come.
Even just the light refraction on those was mind blowing in terms of the way they were. That's Diabolus.
Yeah, that's Diabolus right there. Yeah, hang on, we'll go back real quick. I'll turn the volume up. That's our mate.
Who is this?
Yeah, that is absolutely stunning, that armor.
Oh, it's lagging a bit.
If you want
Yeah, it's like they don't know what it is, and he does.
Yeah. That's disgusting that the devs don't know what it is.
Right here, I'll guide you. He can't see anything.
Goobers.
Come this way.
Complete with the Hurston dynamic labeling and the lights.
Just don't move, you'll be safe.
Aaron knows what it is.
We're letting them walk right off the stage.
We're ready for cosplayer number.
All right, we'll go back over. I guess we'll see them as they come out. So, water effects. Holy shit, Batman. That's the type of shit that you would. I remember when I first saw Half-Life 2, right, and how amazing that was, and this is just a whole nother level. And in the size and scope of the universe we're seeing is absolutely bonkers.
And even the fact that they've got the water effects and you've got to make sure we've got the water lapping over here, and if you've hit the water, if you turn back, you can see the effect of the water still rippling.
And they just kept leveling and leveling upon leveling. So the next one was then they just chuck in the physics system. So I actually want to cut to Maelstrom and go backwards, right? So obviously they showed Maelstrom with the water, and that was just nuts. And I was just sitting there looking at it going, this has just killed Battlefield. And then when they showed that one with the walls and all the little Battlefield's
and then
dead.
shooting yeah.
Battlefield's just done. Like you could. It's not Battlefield. It's Earthfield. It's Spacefield. It's Universefield. Whatever you want to call it. Like Battlefield's just done. Like if they don't come out with the next Battlefield and it's on par with that,
yeah,
done. Just everyone will just come over because the ability to have dynamic cover and the way those characters were dying, there has to be achievement for when you're dead, your character randomly shoots someone to death. That'll be an amazing, just because the way they were dying and stuff, and the physics on the and the ragdoll and all that. It was some of the most realistic I've ever seen. It was absolutely crazy, and just all the little details and holes and stuff. And just imagine where we're going to go. The next level is grenades. How it's going to blow the walls away, and
you even look at the way in which, when they were shooting the characters and then they were dying. That ragdoll was, even if it was by itself, that would have been massive. But yeah, we got Jimmy.
Yep, there's a big head.
Nice to see Jimmy. Yep.
Right. So obviously we had hair. Super impressive. If you know anything about hair's been how people talk about fire and water and really hard effects to do. Fire's one of the big ones, but hair's been a big one for a really long time.
I can remember watching, I think it was Halo, but it was one of the audio games which had been put to film, and they had one character with hair. All the others were either bald or shaved or wore a helmet or wore hats all the time. And that was because hair was so difficult. And even that character, the hair was shitty.
Yeah.
And that looked really good.
A little side note was when they did the cloth one and the hair one. Gary Oldman, they had an updated Gary Oldman, and he looks heaps better than he did in the speech. Given that it's probably been 6 or 7 years, so do you expect it to be done that way? But yeah, and then obviously cloth, and we know Chris worked a little bit on the cloth stuff, and that cloth tech is right up over some of the you take some of the best stuff I've ever seen, and it's not the best. Not all of this is the best I've ever seen, but it's some of the best. But when you add it all together and the scale, it's insane. Yeah. It's the best engine I've ever seen combined.
The key thing with that cloth, and when they showed Gary Oldman, it wasn't just cloth, it was layering of cloth. So it was cloth under cloth under cloth.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of playing games where you wear, you've got a cape on and your armor or your clothing sticks through the cape. Yeah. Or you put something on and, your skin pokes through because it's not working right. That was the answer to all of that. That was thank you. So, yeah, it was, what can I say? I'll turn that light back on because it should be recharged by now.
All right, server meshing. I do love the fact that Chris Robert cried. That means a lot. That really, they should have filmed that. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
It has been a damn long time coming, and it is that final pillow talk. It's the final pillar that basically ties all this together. And if it didn't work, we wouldn't have this game that he has concepted and dreamed of that we're all following. It is a landmark tech, and it was kind of a bit somber there on the screen, but just seeing it, it was ticking over my head, and I'm sure it was on everyone else's as well, that okay, they did it. It's there. The infancy is there. And the thing that blew me away was they had 12, 13 people on there, and it's all running on one PC. So you copy that out to Amazon servers. It works. It's nuts.
Even early on, the very first film the first sequence they showed of the things that we've got, and I could see the chat. This is it's just. But that was showing what we've got, what we've done. Most of that was what we've done. This is hey guys, this is what we've done. The 64-bit maps. People used to say, "I can't do it." You name all those things they were saying. The cloud tech people, no, you can't do it. Everything they were showing. Every one of those landmarks were things that people were saying, that is impossible. You can't do it in games.
Yep.
And CIG have gone, done it.
It's just, I know it has taken a long time, but it's required everything to pull this off. And even today, just all the different tech that it went through, they haven't stopped. That was I was just looking at the Planet Tech and I go, here we go, an update to Planet Tech. Who cares? And then it was just hang on a minute, holy shit,
Yeah.
it's just going to another level. And they
Yeah,
just keep
it was-
refining and refining and refining. But I just kind of wonder where they're going to stop.
And yes, flashback clip. We won't forget about the sound. The sounds, like I was watching chat as well, and you know, when the sounds, oh, that means we're hearing less. No, we're actually hearing the sounds in the atmosphere or in the environment that they're in.
And the reverberation. So it's like if you're in a tighter area, you'll get that reverberation. You might even hear a sound crackle down a corridor or a canyon or something like that. So think about all the gameplay perspectives on that. Like if
they've given him third place, they better not have given him third place. They're bastards. A load of BS. I'm sorry.
All right.
Ripping off Diabolus. Oh, I'm peeved off by that.
Well, I want to see who got better than him. If that's okay, interesting. All right.
Sorry, I saw that from the chat first.
That's all right. You lost me.
Ripped off, and then
you made me lose my train of thought.
Sorry.
That's all right. I totally forgot what I was up to.
Chat made me do it as well. I saw the chat and then saw who they were talking about, and I went, yeah.
Yeah, I've just totally
You're talking sound and the
if people were talking and stuff, like the gameplay, just not in single player but also in multiplayer. So think about stalking people and stuff like that, the conversations and how they'll travel.
Yeah,
there's a whole bunch of gameplay connotations there that you can add.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he got second?
Looks like it.
It says a 5 on it, but yeah. Hey, that's that guy. He's that content creator guy. He's got those weird glasses on. I can't remember his name. Anyway. All right, well, and then we move on to the
well, the other thing with sound that I liked was the fact that, as you were saying, the reverberation through the ships, or the sounds in the ships. And as they were doing that fight and they're showing that difference, you had the muted sounds from outside, but you also had the loud sounds inside the ship, and you could almost feel. It almost felt like the ship was shaking. That, you know.
So
that's just my view.
They essentially confirmed crafting. So now is that a whole nother tree of ships, or does it fall under the manufacturing banner? And it's really interesting to see what's going to fall out there, because you've got crafting is confirmed. Like he said, eventually building components. Now, back on the early days, Algared, they said that we would. It doesn't mean we can still build weapons, but we still definitely can. He kind of confirmed we can build components. Because basically they were worried about us building weapons and holding that over other people and stuff like that. So I'm really interested to see that's obviously changed somewhat a little bit. And I think that document was about 2015. So it's been a while since we've heard anything about that.
Well, even if you look at what they were doing, they weren't saying when they were looking at the components and repairing the power plant. It was the power plant was still functioning. You could repair it. If it was dead, then it was. It couldn't be repaired, and you even saw that in that last bit where they were trying to repair their Hercules, and the power plant's gone now. We can't repair it. It's dead, you know. And so I think there's that balance. I do hope we'll see greater repair than just using the multi-tool, because that.
Yeah, well, that was essentially. He did say at the start, this is all placeholder art. He did say that, so you got to imagine it's going to change quite a lot, somewhat. In-game map was on an MFD when they were repairing the ship and stuff, so that showed that the mapping system, or the star map system, or the has come along, and it's now being used for more than just maps, but also it was running on an MFD, which is really interesting to me, because it just made like, as I said in our review yesterday, you could tell MFDs had come a long way. And they were even further than I had expected. So yeah.
And the other thing was, even when they were showing the Gladius, and the HUD in the Gladius looked better. And I saw chat saying, "Oh, give us less HUDs." As they develop and go through the MFD system, we are going to see the HUDs cleaned up a lot. And I think the Gladius HUD looked a lot cleaner
in the sound one. I pointed it out, because like they had all these little. Almost little holographic things around the outside of the edges of the MFDs and stuff, and it just totally cleaned up the HUD. It looked heaps good. Right, so there's an hour break now, so we can start taking your guys' questions, and would like to hear things that you've got to say, and we're going to read them out. The bot will be collecting them, and me and Algared are going to go back through them and start going through them with you. We've got an hour, so...
All right. So, Samurai says, any mandatory sci-fi reading or encouragement?
I was a big fan of the Forever War series. So Forever War, Forever Peace, and something else. There's 3 of them. I'm a big fan of that. There's a lot of time travel
series.
stuff.
The
Expanse is a good
series
one.
are pretty good.
Yeah. I don't know.
Asimov. If you want to go classic, go Asimov.
I've been really enjoying Foundation. I kind of moved on from Expanse to Foundation that started this year. I think it was the 2nd season just finished this year, and that's quite good as well. I never read the books, but I'm very inclined to go back and read the books because I've been enjoying
read the books.
Show
The books are better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So there are a few other sci-fi books I've read, but I just can't remember at the moment.
Yeah.
So,
all right,
Randell has a question. Their question is, when is the game going to be launched? 10 years, 25 years, 75 years? Man, I'm expecting that we'll see it in next year. That's my gut feeling. Everything I read in
he's talking
monthly report
by the way, he's
says
talking Squadron 42 here, not Star Citizen.
Yeah, I am talking Squadron 42, and basically, and you even got that idea from Chris when he was saying, "Hey, we're basically, you almost heard him say we've closed out Squadron 42." That's what I was hearing when he's saying, "And we're moving everything into PU."
Yep.
That was the strongest indication that I've heard yet from everything.
Hey, the other thing is that like all these systems we're seeing, like the graphic fidelity and all these things coming into play, the hair and all that, they are multiplayer things. They're not single player things. Like that whole engineering system.
That was multiplayer.
Yeah, that was all multiplayer. So they are working on Star Citizen. They've moved across a lot of stuff.
And I think it answers people are saying, when are we, stop working on Squadron, work on PU. They are working on PU.
Yeah.
They've been doing a shit ton of work on PU, and we're going to see a lot more come through. We're going to see a lot of the stuff that's been cracked in Squadron issue across into PU and make the good. Yes, the Ringworld series is not bad either as something to do. And I can see someone else is mentioning the Neuromancer for William Gibson as another book worth reading. So there are other things you could look at.
I'm noticing there's a bit of a fight going on in Twitch, so I'm just going to kind of squash this a little bit. Development of the game has expanded and kind of reset 3 times, right? After Kickstarter, they were originally going for $21 million, so it expanded again, and they started changing the way the game was going to be made. Then they hired, in about 2014, the people from Frankfurt came on board, and that's when game development kicked off for and they were going into making what we thought Star System was going to be. But then people at Frankfurt actually managed to crack Cubital Planet, and that reset the game in 2017. They were intending to, they wanted to release it. They were talking about it, oh yeah, you'll be playing it by the end of the year. But they realized that you only get one chance to make a game, and basically they had the funding to keep driving it forward. So they kind of reset it and re-added to it. And then you've got to add COVID into that as well, right?
And when Chris saw Pupil to Planet, he said, this is where I was hoping to get in 3 to 4 years.
Yeah.
And he said, we can do it now. And it was basically, we'll
just do it now. We'll just do it now. So
but the Kickstarter, as I understand it, was to show proof of concept, and they needed $6 million to start with to just be able to hey,
and they ended up getting 21 million, so they just dumped the people that they wanted to invest it because they're like, oh, we can do it on our own, and the 6 million was to do it with EA, and they just dumped EA. So we would have got that very first game or a better one if they'd been with EA. We would not. What you saw today never would have happened if it had gone the way they had originally planned.
Yep, and it would not be as detailed. And when they finished the Kickstarter, or when they finish up, they said to the fans, hey, we can keep taking, we're finishing up. Everyone said, no, keep collecting.
Yep.
And they said, we can keep collecting, and we will expand the scope of the game as you donate and as you support us.
Yeah. So a lot of that stuff we saw today was in fact multiplayer. To give an example, you've got engineering gameplay that they were showing off there. A lot of that can be faked for a single player game. That's why we don't have things like armor and that in the game yet, because they can be fake. So I'm just noticing a few people are saying that, that could be single player and stuff, but you do it in a different way when you do a single player game.
And as I said in chat, as people were asking, does that mean I can't solo my ships anymore? It's going to kill solo play for big ships.
Yeah, it really
when
has.
we say, but also when we say solo play, we mean being in your ship by yourself with no NPCs or no other players. You know, and I fully expect, and CIG have hinted at it for years, that you'll be able to have NPCs on your ship. There'll be NPC. You know, some of the big ships you will need NPCs to run.
Yeah. All right. So right near the very start of the stream, there is something I want to go over, and it's this screen here. Algared, you haven't seen it yet, obviously, but I'll
introduce in preview. Yeah.
Is this going to butcher it? Yeah, it is going to butcher it because I had the stream up. Just give me a second. I got to flick it over. There it is. Right. So, and then I got to turn our cameras back on because I had them turned off for the stream. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. Right. So this is obviously the preview channel. This is what people were talking about earlier on in the stream. And so basically this is almost like a preview server. So it's like you can go look at things that are up and coming.
Yeah. And so that's what we're going to have access to in the next couple of weeks on everybody. And I think that's what they've got access to on the floor at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much what they're going to use to show off Pyro, essentially, again, from the picturing and stuff like that. I haven't read this, but I just wanted to bring it to your guys' attention because this looks like what we're getting. And as Algared said, I think this is pretty much what they're playing on the floor today. So that might even be a really good test for them that they can bring around. So, yeah. Right.
Yep.
Oh, we had a raider. Who raided us? Damn, I'm not good at this Twitch shit. Shout out to Warbot Nix. Thank you for the stream, dude. For the raid. Appreciate it very much.
And yes, as Mega Johnny says in, I think, YouTube, at Inforunners, big ships equal big responsibility and cost. Yes, they will.
Yeah, they will.
100%.
But it's also, it adds to the gameplay. Do you know what I mean?
But also,
if you've ever played a game where you got to work with other people, they are the best types of games because it just has teamwork makes the dream work, and I love that stuff.
And also big ships. While there's going to be big cost, there's also going to be big profits.
Absolutely.
They're not. If you try and do a box mission, a single box mission on a hull C, you're not going to make money. But if you do the missions that are catered for that ship, you will make money.
Yeah.
And should make massive profit because it'll be scaled.
Yeah.
So yeah. Down that one. Algared, one question I have is, will we be able to impact? This was my question. Will we be able to impact? Will we see the impact of flashpoints when temperatures get too high and fire just goes off everywhere? I hope so. So, what are your thoughts on that, X?
Oh, sorry, I missed that because I was reading what was on the schedule next. Sorry.
So I was asking whether with the fire propagation, in fires, when the temperatures in a room get to a certain point, the whole room just explodes, just booms.
Yeah. It really, you can see when they were talking about how fires would start as well. It's not just it's not just there was like multiple ways they can start, and I actually think, I'm going to be honest with you, right? I don't think that it'll be limited to fires because you could also put toxic gases and stuff in. So I think it's just because, again, think about how those voxels were expanding and moving through the room and stuff. You could very quickly copy that over to other things. It could even be a completely, well, maybe they wouldn't do it this way, but an invisible transmitted disease or something like that, you know what I mean? So there's multiple things that they can expand into off that system. So I think fire is just the first one they've picked, but I think it could literally go into other things. Well, I'm hoping. And the other thing, I don't know if you picked up on this, was when they were talking about like that shot of all the mountains and the trees and all that, and he goes, oh yeah, and putting the fires into this. And I'm like, holy shit. So like bushfires. Like, and then I just started thinking of the I think it was Bambi or one of the movies, and like all the animals running from the fire and stuff, and I'm like, holy shit. Like, so you can just see very quickly, and like all of a sudden you're in an outpost and the fire's going through the outpost and you're trying to get everyone out before the fire burns everyone. And well, you can see you can see that Carrick humanitarian aid mission now. You're trying to get people out because there's a cyclone coming or a fire.
Finally have a purpose for the A1. It's like a fire. It flies through and blows up creates a fire break.
It's a water bomber. It's a water bomber.
and it's about the bombs are there to create fire breaks.
Dude, you know, 100% that could be a thing. I'm not even joking. Like, they just put hydro bombs in the bombs, and it's a water bomber. Totally changed the role of that whole thing. Yep.
Fire retardant. CIG, you can save Crusader. You can unbastardize it.
Yeah, yeah. That's our idea, by the way, Chris. It's painted. You'll have to call it the Algared X edition of the Spirit or something. I don't know, make up a name.
Old Man Hurston's Planetary Salvation Scheme. There you go.
Old.exe version. Old.x. I don't know. We'll come up with
the doc has a question.
Yeah.
Can my ship land in water without exploding?
They have said they hope that some ships will act as boats. I do actually reckon that they'll even get to the point that some of them work underwater. Again, it'll depend on the manufacturer. Well, for example, one that I think you and I would agree on is the Endeavour cab.
Yeah.
So that, just so you guys know, that is actually strong enough that can go into the corona of suns. So that is probably one of the strongest hulls we know of right now. And I would expect that they can go underwater as well, for the same reasons.
Yeah. I would, and it'll be the one that can probably survive in acid environments better than, most other places. And so you want a ship that can go most places and not kill you. The Endeavour cab.
I think we can very safely bet after the water effects today there are boats coming. Like, it's pretty obvious.
You remember way back on the Progress Tracker, boats.
Yeah.
So. And I remember, they're probably just talking about ships being able to go in the water.
Do you ever actually think they'll actually sell a real raft? Not the Argo raft, just a raft. Paddle tech, woo! Canoe tech, like.
Will you be able to build a model raft, a wooden raft? Anyway, I'll go on because I'll just keep gushing. Other fluids, I think. As Tom Van Doren says, other fluids other than water are also important. Yeah, so if you go to, I think there'll be planets where it's methane, and so we'll have the liquid methane, or we'll have liquid, and we'll have to see how they work as well.
Even just going into like a chemical plant or something like that. You saw when that in one of the clips that took off and it flew out of like what was very similar to the Millennium Falcon ring when they take out at Tatooine, and all the way the water was moving and all that. Chemical plants, you gotta have missions where you push people into that's like the Joker. Like, you can think of all the different areas you can use water. Caves with water, waterfalls in caves, wildlife in caves, and the water. The point, it just goes on and on.
Yeah, I do think that circular area where we saw the Gladius taking off from, that was showing us what the outpost hangars will be. So it's actually coming up from the underground hangar and doing that. Eric Zarul, thank you for that $20 super chat. Always love Star Citizen coverage, guys, and love the detail and analysis. Well, thank you. We try to do our best.
We'd be doing this if you weren't here anyway.
Yeah, that's
just
right.
put it that way. When we didn't stream, this is what we would do in the breaks.
Yeah.
We would just sit and
when we didn't stream, we'd sit there and watch it, and then we'd sit there and gush.
Probably be a few more people though. There'd probably close to 10 of us, but it's a bit too chaotic to have that many people.
And we wouldn't have hundreds of questions either. But that's okay. But thank you. Never expected, always appreciated.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Xanthia says all this new graphic effects and simulations of physics looks great, but when you add them in, how's it going to affect performance?
Well,
has the game been optimized at all to handle this?
That's what they were talking about. Like they literally said the CPU with the Vulcan is actually double performance, so they've got more overhead now, which is nuts. Which is probably why they're trying to put the ray tracing and that stuff in now, because they've opened some performance.
Yep. And the other thing is, in answer to that, has the game been optimized? No, we're getting optimization from things as they do the tech and add tech in, not from actually tightening up and polishing all the little bits and pieces.
Double performance is an optimization, Algared. I would argue that very strongly.
It is, but it's not because we're polishing up, we're getting rid of this problem here in the ship.
No, that's a new renderer, but that isn't. That's still an optim. They could have just left it as DirectX 12, but
I suppose, yeah. But
DirectX 11, sorry, DirectX 11, not 12.
But you know what I mean.
I got what you mean.
So I think that just blows my mind when I think that the how things are improving in terms of how it's running and how smooth it is. When they're still not finished, fixing up and getting rid of some of the bugs and other things. And so, yeah. And the question went on and said, it's not like Star Citizen is framed for its amazing performance at the moment. Well, no, it's not framed for its wonderful performance at the moment, but it will be famed for that. Next question was, we got this. After Citizencon, please calculate how many features are complete and what's the current completed percentage of features.
Well, as they said, they've been knocking off a lot of the Squadron 42 stuff. So, and as Chris said, it's feature complete. So that's a big tip of the hat to that's coming.
Oh,
massive.
That my biggest takeaway from that introduction from Chris was basically where he gave the impression that they'd finished. That was what I was hearing him say. We've basically finished with if you look at the tracker, you'll see that everything's basically closed off for Squadron. Now I'll have to go back and have a look at that, but that gave me the impression he was saying it's done. We finished up.
I've got to read this. So Soul Steel, first time chatter on Twitch, says, couldn't do the early morning rise today. Did I miss anything? Yes.
Shit, yeah.
Yes, you did. We'll leave it at that because I'm not going to repeat it all. But yeah, you missed a lot. It was very impressive. And again, yeah, if you haven't watched it, you can catch it up next couple.
Can you not tell by the way we're gushing that it was awesome?
Yep.
All
right.
So
let's have a quick look because I think we're about to
So
what time is it? Half. Oh, I got to check the schedule. You do the next question. I'll check the schedule.
So I think we've done that. We got this. We will certainly try to cover that and go through that list and what's done and what's not done and what's coming. Travis Dangerous. Will there be dangerous fauna? Yes. When will we get it? I can't tell you, but yes. Arboreal Stalker. We've got the big crab. Certainly. Eventually, way down the track, we'll see the space worm. But yes.
Yeah.
Arboreal Stalker, something that Microtech created just because they wanted a apex predator.
Oh, totally.
What were they thinking?
The cows.
Yep. Well, they're not apex. They're not.
No, but
predators.
like actual animals in and grazing and kind of working. So we got that coming as well. And okay, they don't do a lot. Let's be honest, but baby steps.
Yep. Javelin has a question. What happens when you try to cross from green to purple and purple server is down or lagging?
You don't cross the streams or it explodes. We've all seen the movie, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. But I think he actually showed that
He did.
as he was doing that. So I think that came up after your question. But he did show, hey, well, it hangs. And then when it reboots, it kind of rejigs itself. But what was awesome was seeing how that server meshing, you could actually shoot across the servers and it was actually
How
working
seamless it
and
was.
doing
There was no lag, no stutter, no nothing. Like it was just like we were playing normal. Like that's how you know a great tech when it is so damn seamless. Like most people are going to log into this game and just go like, how do they do this? Like oh, they just made it bigger, you know? Like they're not ever going to be able to compute. Like we've seen behind the scenes that they've not seen that. So, 5-10 years from now, but I have no doubt this is gonna get copied. Because it just it shreds everything else.
Like you said, and yes, I am gushing. I'm sorry. Server rubber banding question. What happens when you try to cross? Yep, I think it's the same thing as they were talking about. I think you will get a bit of that, and you saw when he rebooted up the server, you saw the character in the You saw Ben bouncing backwards and forwards as everything kind of resorted itself.
Yeah.
And I think that will be an issue. But I think as we get, that was just one computer, as you said earlier, one computer and running those servers, putting those up. I think when you've got Amazon servers, what will happen is it will just automatically get put aside to a...
And the other part you got to add in there that they probably didn't show is the object container screaming, because those servers essentially can scale in size. So if you've got shitloads of people, like say a lot of people in a Javelin, that could be, not saying it will be, like, and it's not fixed. You're going to remember it's dynamic. So it could be everyone in a javelin. It could be half the people in a javelin, right? Depending on how many people in the area and the requirements of those players, it will move and shift. So you could have, Algared could be all alone on his own in Pyro, and you could have another whole, and he could be sharing his area with everyone else that's in Stanton. Because it's whatever the servers require, it'll dynamically shift. It's not just like, I am in this location, so therefore the server is here. It's literally dynamic. Now, the first iteration is the static stuff, so it probably will be a server for Pyro and a server for Stanton, but then it's going to start doing the dynamic.
Yep, and when that happens, if my server went down, I'm in the purple room and you're in the green room, and my purple room goes down, the green room's been recording what's there, and I become part of the purple room. That's kind of how I'd see they'd be kind of working that and balancing that. But and maybe green gets split into pink and yellow, and so that type. But all of that. I'm a pineapple. Honest question: is Star Citizen pretty badly optimized, or has performance come a good way since years ago? Yes.
Absolutely. I remember when we'd log in and get like 14 frames a second, and now I'm up to like 100, and that's not just been gabang, it's been this gradual 20% increase almost year on year. Again, if we're about to get a double the performance, but then it's going to take a bit of a step back because of the ray tracing stuff, I'm still cool. Still cool with that, because that thing looked gorgeous.
Isn't it at the moment we still get the full inside of a ship's, kind of everything done on the inside?
They didn't give us an update on that, did they? Because that was on the roadmap actually at one point. So yeah, right now, what I was talking about is the interior ship culling, right? So basically, at the moment, when you have, say, the 890 jet fly by, it actually is the exterior of the 890, but the game.
And hey, Space, hey.
Execute. Your Space is here.
Yeah, I know. I told him.
Hello.
He's already messaged me. How you doing, buddy? Are you on the floor?
Hey, how's it going? No, I'm outside.
You're outside?
We're out getting lunch. Yeah.
Yeah. Good call. Go get lunch.
Share us your thoughts, man. What was your takeaways?
So far from what I've seen, things are pretty interesting. It's I think a lot of the things that they haven't said have been more telling than the things they have.
Right.
They haven't specified anything about engineering or when it's coming. They haven't specified a lot of the particulars surrounding the stuff they've shown or when that's coming. When Chris was on stage and he said, we're showing you this stuff, it'll be here within the next 12 months. I think that was kind of a really bad way to go about it. And I think the trailer they showed at the beginning should have been something they showed next year when the engine was actually able to produce those things. But I am excited for what I'm seeing. I think it's good stuff. I think the engineering looks great. And server meshing, actually having a working demo is wonderful.
Yeah, they've become very not keen on sharing dates like for a long time. So even him saying in the next 12 months is a change from saying nothing. So yeah.
And we're just going to fill in the blanks. I mean, we've been following Star Citizen long enough. Nobody's going to expect any of this stuff to be here in the next 6 months at least.
Yeah, pleasantly surprised if it does turn up. So yeah. Can you give us like your biggest takeaway? Like, was it the biggest thing that surprised you or something like that? Just to get your thoughts on it.
That they want us to have bloody noses? Like, okay, that's good. I guess. Cheers.
I was sitting here just talking about the death of Battlefield because all the destruction tech and the destructionable cover, like it just gone to another level over Battlefield. Like I can now see Theaters of War as a serious threat to Call of Duty and Battlefield. It was pretty nuts. That was a big thing for me. Don't know about you, Algared. I haven't asked you that either. So,
well, I can remember if we're talking to destructible cover and all the rest of it. I can remember the episode on Inside Star Citizen where the dev was saying, "Oh, look, I can deform a terrain by blowing it up," and and it was just toying around. It was just stuff he was toying around with. But you can almost see that there's an element of that that's probably been pulled into this as well, where you can destroy the terrain and burned forests and
All right, Space, we'll let you go because I know you're about to get your food, but I just want to check in with you, see how you're doing. I do thank you for and appreciate you taking the time to join us, and I'll catch up to you again soon, and because I'm sure we're about to get some ship reveals at the next one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Apparently,
Oh yeah, it's ship talk. That's right.
Spicy tomato, not a space tomato, but it's spicy.
Nice. Why spicy?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm just
nice. Okay, that's cool.
He's repeating what Chad's saying. So
a little colorful.
All right, man. You take care. Enjoy the con.
All right. See you guys later.
Take care, mate. Bye.
Right. Okay. Interesting little take. So yeah. All right, and I'll see if I can reach out to Paul and get him in here as well. I have reached out to Badgers, but he hasn't got back to me yet. So yeah.
Yep.
Right.
So yeah, I think optimization is coming along, and there's still a lot to go because we've still got those you know, the inside of the ship's still being fully done, as I understand it. So, and that will free up a lot of energy stuff as well. Complex logic. Which ships will likely have component crafting as a game loop? I would expect something like, let's see, what ship have we heard will have a manufacturing?
Yeah. So the Argo MCV, and the Pioneer would be the only two at this point, but yeah.
What ship was recently released from RSI that had manufacturing as a module that was coming soon?
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot about that one. That's the Galaxy. So that falls under the large. So technically, if they're all true, small, large, capital, the only one missing is the medium. Yeah, right. I totally forgot about the Galaxy.
I think the Galaxy, the Pioneer, definitely.
Definitely puts Galaxy at a different, more exciting area for me now. Glad I picked up that $5 CCU, aren't you, Algared?
Well, no.
No, you brought the whole thing. You brought the whole thing. I was more wise.
Yeah.
Monster AV, there was a leak about an Argo MCV in the files at AIE last year. Whether it's true or not, who knows? Because there's also been the Saulian that never came out, and also there was a leak for the Storm AA that was for Citizencon, and it doesn't. Well, we'll find out in the next con, the next panel. But if it's not there in the next panel, then the Storm AA is not a thing. I'm pretty sure.
Elizabeth, in answer to your question that you haven't made as a question, we're not actually taking callers to our Discord, but we are actually getting access to the other Inforunners like Space and hopefully Paul and Badgers who are around, and hopefully they will be able to join us for a little bit.
I actually, if you want to, Lemming, if you actually want to get some people that want to come in and talk to us, you can organise that, but that's on Lemming, so you've got to. It's up to Lemming if he wants to do it. Lemming, do you want to do? Lemming, do you want to do that, or you too busy? Lemming's busy. He's not talking.
Yep.
Right. Or Ash. Ash, can you? Ash is there as well. The other monster on this as well. Ash. Oh, Lemming. Are the gents there? Nope, they're not there. All right, they're baking a cake. Anyway.
Artful says I did an Algared and bought the Galaxy with all the pods as well. So if you're insane like me, that's what you do.
They're both hiding. Lemming's just like hides. Anyway, if you want to talk, jump into the waiting room and we'll see if we can get just maybe like 5 people. Lemming, not a whole heap. You know, and just if they've got decent questions, that's the only thing I'd say, because like I don't want when questions basically. Right. Yeah, keep going, Algared. Sorry.
Mike Cole has a question. Is there a resource used for repairing units? At the moment, no, but there will be. Certainly, I imagine it's going to be a repair gun, so whatever juice is in the repair gun is going to be used.
If it was actually going back to when we first saw repair gameplay, it was multiple components. To the point, if you actually think about the Reclaimer, you sort a lot of the materials into components, right? And then they're broken down, and then you see where I'm going with this. So there are multiple components that you can have. And we also know you can have liquid, gas, and solids when it comes to mining and collecting of resources, right? So it's going to be the same thing. You're going to have liquid materials and solid materials and gas materials, and then combining those, they can come out the other way in any of the 3 forms. So that'll be a part of the crafting and refining system. In actual fact, if you think about it, refining is a little not like crafting if you think about it. It's just an extra step in the chain.
Yeah.
So yeah, because there is this old video, and I don't know if you remember it, Algared, but it was in when they were showing off the layout for the Crucible, and they actually it had like, I think it was like 4 to 10 different canister things, and that was what was fed back into the arms. So there are different types of materials. Well, that's the plan. Yeah,
that was certainly the plan back then, and we haven't heard it change, and we assume that's the case. And even when you look at ship stripping, you've got ship stripping, and then you're going to have the munching, which is going to do something else as well. So, yeah, lots of changes. But initially, it's just going to be stuff.
Yep. All right. So it looks like we've got a few people down there that want to talk. Okay, we've got a lot of people down there that want to talk now. Right.
Which ships will likely have component? Oh, we've done that one.
Yep.
Mike Cole, is there a resource for repairing units? I think we just done that one too. Kalashnikov, question. Did you note that fire tend to propagate on the floor, not the roof? It really should spread along the roof. It should.
There was so if you noticed the voxel boxes, they were propagating on the roof, but what that was smoke.
Yeah.
There was a lot of, like, if you look, there was a smoke layer up the top.
Yeah.
And yes, he is correct though, because what happens is the smoke builds up a lot of heat and then it bursts into flame. I've actually seen that. So I've been to a fire demonstration here in my city by the firemen, and they showed how multi-fire fires
I think
work.
once it gets to a room gets to a certain temperature, and it doesn't matter if there's no fire anywhere else, it just goes.
You'd probably more likely see that in outposts, though. Let's be honest, Algared, as they go, rather than a ship. So yeah.
But if a ship does get to that temperature, you'd hope it'd get to that nasty, horrible situation as well. But
all right, I'm going to drag someone in to talk.
Yep.
I've just realised I'm going to have to set a role for that person. Just give me a second.
Oh, while you're doing that.
Nope. Okay. You don't do anything. I'm going to be super.
I was just going to do another question, but that's all.
I'm going to be super quick. All right, Warbot, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can.
Robotniks.
Hey.
What's your question? And what are your
Greetings.
What's your question?
Mike.
What's your question?
Yes. My question is that what we just saw is the Fury being serviced by players, taking it apart, putting it back together, fixing the components. Will that take the place of servicing ships in like a Polaris and an Idris? So if you bring your ship in, will you be like doing what we find in like the landing pads, where you just go through your Moby glass and do that, or are we having players going in and just go ahead and just fixing it up for you, or NPCs?
It's really going to depend on the size of the ship, isn't it? Because they've talked about repair on a single ship level as well as a multi-crew one, because they talked about, I remember them talking about the avionics modules in the Gladiator years ago. Do you remember that, Algared? And that's how it's all in the nose. So if your ship breaks down, a part of your ship storage on a single fighter will most likely be like repair components. So there will be, again, if you think about how, let me put it in a way that would maybe make sense. You know how you've got like the prospector, and it's kind of like the taste tester for all of all of mining. It's almost the same thing. If you're in a single seat fighter or a single seater ship, that's going to be a test bed for a little bit of everything. And then as you move up into the multi-crew, you'll go, well, engineering's my jam, or medical's my jam, or I'm just going to stay with combat, so you can move off into your preferred crew role. I think that's how the progression of the game is being designed. But Algared, you speak differently.
The other thing is that they have said that the Odyssey and the Liberator would only have hand repair.
Yeah.
And so they've indicated that certain ships will be hand repair and other ships will be something else. What that something else is, we don't know yet.
Yeah, and it'll probably the same on the Prospector as well. So yeah,
but until that video, we had no idea what hand repair would be like. What do you mean by hand repair? So that's given us some detail there. So
another one, just to give an example of now we know about hand repair. They talked about jerry canning for years, actually moving fuel from one thing to another, but they've never shown it. right? So not only did they just show them pulling out the components, but if you can you've got to pull the fuel and ammo out of a vehicle before you can salvage it. So if you have to pull the fuel out, where does that fuel go? It's got to go into your ship, into a container, into a cargo crate, and then how do you transfer it out? Like, is it just a tip-in system? Do you put it into a fuel? You see where I'm going with this? Is all these other little erroneous things. Can I shoot the fuel container and it explodes? Now we've got fire. You see where I'm going with this? So yeah.
And that raises the question in terms of even the Odyssey. If the Odyssey's refueling and it's going straight into its tanks, can I siphon out of my tank to refuel the ship by hand?
Yep.
It also goes into one of that speculation we were looking at with the cutter. Why the cutter have such big fuel tanks? Well, if the original cutter was a salvage ship, having those big fuel tanks would have answered that. Okay, it's got to take out the fuel from the ships it's salvaging. It's got to go somewhere. So, again, that's speculation on our part, but there's an element where it seems to have an element of logic to it.
All right, Warbot, do you have another question or a follow-up question, or you're done?
No, that's actually the primary question. I don't want to take up too much of your time. There's plenty of people waiting.
Cool. We got 35
yeah.
minutes. I just wanted to take a few questions because it was clear some people wanted to talk. So yeah. All right, man. I'll drop you back down in the waiting room. Thanks for talking to us. And
thank you so much. Have a great Citizencon. Okay. Have a good weekend.
Likewise, mate. Bye. All right. I'm going to actually ask you to go Mitch yourself for an update. For those of you guys that don't remember, can you hear me, Go Mitch? Just so we're on the...
Yes.
Yeah. So Go Mitch was one of the people that had, when we did a Fix My Fleet, he had a cash flow problem. So how have you gone with your fleet now? Is it moved along? I think we almost did that 2 years ago now, wasn't it? Mitch, how long's it been?
Yeah. It's let's just say it's not been my proudest expenditure, but I've since reached concierge, and I've pretty much got all my CCU chains to all the ships that I wanted.
And I assume you possibly even expanded in that 2 years with new ships that have come along.
Well, here's the thing: I kept getting referral codes and getting the the free STV and all that sort of stuff, and I'm like, I can just CCU that up to the next thing and.
So what I'm hearing is you still have a cash flow problem. You're still buying ships.
No, I've been good. In fact, the thing that took me over the line to concierge was a bit of merch. So I was like, I'm not going to buy anything else, DCU wise or anything. And I've still got $50 store credit. So I'm just waiting to see if there's I think I need like a raft. Or cutlass, something Warbond CCU, or and maybe a vulture or something.
Because I think when we talked, it was like 3 or 4 years to get everything you needed. So would you say you're fairly close to getting it all, or you're still a little bit away?
Oh no, I've pretty much. I could do it now if I wanted to and apply all the CCU things. But I just want to see if I can get another few Warbond CCUs. Yeah. I think I've got like a $230 Polaris or something like that. Something ridiculously low.
Yeah, nice. Nicely done.
And that's come down to the merchantman jumping all the way up. So
nice.
So, question for you.
Yeah, your question.
What were your impressions, or what's your question?
Well, what's his question actually?
So I was just thinking about the whole repairing and maintenance side of it. When we saw the Fury come into the C2, and I just kind of wonder how much they're going to expand on that, what the gameplay is going to look like.
Did you hear the last question? Because that was literally almost a verbatim what the
I
last person asked.
I was in the chat. I'm just wondering if is it just still going to be cheaper just to do an insurance claim, blow up your ship?
There's going to be connotations for that. There'll be, if you claim it too much, they'll take it off you and things like that. And they've also talked about the timers increasing greatly. So no, I think you can find it very clearly is going to be they're going to want you to repair or fix things before you just go 5 minutes. It's more likely and I'm not talking. I'm not. I think we're going to move into days territory, not hours. Or at least multiple hours. if they talk about the grinding of a really big ship like a Javelin, I honestly think it might take a month to get something like that back. And I'm not even joking when I say that, because you got to remember they talked about also you could choke things off, right? So they talked about the AI actually having to go and collect everything and deliver it like through Quanta. Now, obviously, a Mustang. It doesn't need as many resources as, say, a Constellation. So you can quickly see it's not just a timer that's like an hour. It is like, where are you positioned in the verse? If I am too far from Consolidated Outland, a Mustang will take a lot longer to get repaired and built and sent to me.
Yeah, see, I would really like the idea of if your ship blows up, you get it tugged back to a hangar, and then if it's destroyed in the hangar, but it will still be a lot cheaper to repair than to get like a whole new ship. And so, like maybe you do the whole repair cost, but then you just go and replace all the components, weapons and all that sort of stuff.
It'll depend on what your insurance is again, because they've talked about that too. So yeah, you could do that technically.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's just what I was thinking too. And I was like half an hour behind you guys, and I was skipping through all the boring stuff just to catch up. So
yeah. Well,
I'm quite excited to see
what first. He says we're boring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, not you guys. Jeez. No, it's like, oh yeah, cool lighting. That's pretty, and I kind of just watch the videos and skip through the talk.
Well, if anything like me and Algared, we'll go back and watch today 3 or 4 more times, because this is what we do.
Yeah,
it was pretty.
No, to be honest, I'll probably just wait for you, Tomatoes, Salty Mikes, everyone's recaps at the end. So.
Well, Space Tomato was on here just briefly. I don't know if you heard him, but I have reached out to some of the other boys and see what they say. All right.
Yeah. Cheers for the coverage, guys.
Yeah.
No worries.
No worries, man. Take care, Mitch. It's good to hear your catch up. I'm gonna drop you back down the waiting room. See you, bud.
No worries. Later.
All right. Just finding out from Lemming. Pink. Was it Pinky? Oh, we got a lady person. Pinky Maze.
You don't know it's a lady person.
Lemming told me it was a lady person.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, Pinky Maze, how you doing? Wait. Did they not set your role? Wait, hang on. Someone forget set a role.
No, they're unmuted now.
No, they did.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, Pinky, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Relaxing with my friend, watching the show.
Awesome.
Likewise, he's down there.
Mini watch party.
What's your question, please, Pinky?
So, I noticed during the demonstration of destruction with the Gladiuses crashing and shooting, they never panned the camera down to show the remains of the rubble or the remains of the ship. And I know we have soft death in the game, but they were demonstrating how ships can come apart into pieces. That quote of like, your ship's wing is your wing.
Yep.
I wanted to see like all the parts laid out.
I did think that as well, but I think the real big takeaway, if you go back and watch that later on your own, take note of like when certain ships explode in the verse right now, and you kind of get that tumbling effect, and you'll get certain things that don't disappear. There was none of that. Like it was all pieces that all fell down and went where they should go, type of thing.
And scattered across in
yeah,
a way
that was cool. And I thought to further the subject in the future, to extend it down, if you have a bounty hunting situation, maybe you can find traces of a player's wing or ship and trace its serial number or signature to continue exploring that.
It even goes further, because Algared will remember they talked about cascades. Do you remember that, Algared? So imagine something like a bigger ship like a hammerhead, and you could hit it in a certain spot and it might start a power reaction of some kind, and you could actually see it. Do you remember in in episode 1 where it goes, it's blowing up from the inside, and it was like literally blowing up, and you could see Anakin doing the whoa, no, this is pod racing thing. That scene there was literally a cascade where one thing blew up and led to another explosion. Ships will be able to do that.
We can land the ship. We've got half a ship.
More physicalized flying debris out there to bump into.
Yeah, but you again, you might be able to, if you're quick enough in the engineering, you might be able to get in and flip a node and stop a cascade too. So it's really interesting to see where all these little gameplay things, it's just going to be so complicated. And you talk about emergent gameplay, that the more complicated it is, the more emergent it's going to be.
Here's
those relays, I thought they were one chunk at first, but then they showed the fuses. I wonder if you can still replace them wholesale.
They did
Well,
talk about
hopefully.
replacing. They did talk about replacing fuses. So yeah.
Here-
And
here's an
just real quick, they did also mention that all that was program art. So that's all going to get upgraded. Sorry, I could, but yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So just on that
Placeholders.
destruction of a ship and checking out the serial number on a ship to get a bead on where your bounty has gone. A ship has been destroyed. Someone's put an insurance claim. There's now a mission to go check out that wreckage and find the serial numbers of a ship, so you can actually put in the insurance claim and
find out if they'd actually faked their death.
Yeah, find out if they're faked the
Data-
destruction of a ship or
data
not. And
stealing
so,
heist.
and you might recall that CIG talked about if you do insurance fraud, if you're caught faking the destruction of your ship, you could lose your insurance. And so all of that kind of ties in together and goes round in circles. So yeah, there's lots of opportunities and
Absolutely. So yeah, I think what Algared's trying to explain there is there's a lot of cross-pollination between systems, and one thing we're noticing, one thing we're noticing is everything that we talk through, the systems that we just never thought would interact with each other, all of a sudden they go through another system, and it's like, hang on, how the hell does bounty hunting merge up with agriculture? But it does, believe it or not.
Yeah.
All right, Pinky, are you got another question, or you're right to?
Yeah, I guess I got one more about the server meshing. That seemed to be a big part of this, the start of the con here. Their example, I understood the different rooms were different servers, but I tried to come up with another example of that, like imagining 3 planets near each other as like 3 separate servers. Like I was having trouble applying their example to end game.
Yeah, so I did talk about that a little bit. You've got to cross-pollinate it with object container streaming, right? And object container streaming was dynamically moving the size. So everything's got an object container in this game. Like a planet is a container, but then a city can be a container. And so basically it's a way of sorting people into areas. And what the servers do dynamically is move between the containers, or they can change the size of the containers they hold, right? So you could go, right, we've got a javelin, and we've got 200 people on it, and so half of it is one server, the other half is another server, and then all of a sudden 100 of those people go off the javelin and go onto a planet. All of a sudden that whole server's a planet, and the second server's a javelin. You know what I mean? So it's all dynamic and it moves around, and so you've got to cross-pollinate what you were seeing there with object container streaming. In short, go look into object container streaming, and I think you'll get your answer. It's very complicated. I can't go. I can't give you a short answer because it's quite a complicated system.
That goes into the rooms
Object
as well.
container streaming. I've got my next mini YouTube marathon.
Yeah, and they talked about that at several Citizencons, and there's multiple stuff out there. You should find it pretty easily. So yeah.
But they're picking up the way rooms work. Object container system is a room is an object container. You're in the room, and what it does is it streams the rooms on either side of you, puts them into game, and that's what he was showing when he went into the far room. The room 2 rooms away, it was no longer being streamed. It didn't need. Second, he came back into the middle room. Both rooms on the other side were streamed in, and that's kind of tying in with that streaming and everything.
And what you're talking about there then also ties into the simulation from Quanta, because we only see what humans see, right? So all that stuff that's running in the background on a server simulation of the Quanta, that's where it can feel like there's thousands of players, but it won't be until an AI happens to go past you that it will be rendered and shown.
And so if you're on the ship and you're 2 rooms away from where the AI are passing, you won't see them. But as you go into that room, the AI, as you go into the room next to it, the AI are now spawned, and so when you go into that room, you see them.
That happens for players as well. So if you've got that javelin example we were giving, outside, the only things that you would see a javelin doing is firing its engines and the direction it's flying in, and maybe people through the windows, right? So that takes it from 100 people and all their entities down to one entity for the ship, its direction, because then all the others are worked off its position. Oh, and then if it fires, that's another entity, right? And then the people in the window that you can see, that's it. It limits it way down, and that's why they use object containers, because you can just don't have to transmit all the information for all those people. Because like if you take a game like World of Warcraft, I assume you've played World of Warcraft. I'm just making an assumption.
Yeah,
right?
I played WoW.
So remember when you go into one of the capital cities and it would lag like crazy? That's because there were so many players and it was trying to give you all the information all the time for all the players, right? Now imagine straight away if you could put that into object containers. And so basically, you know, people on that other side of the city over there, you can see them and they're moving, but you're not getting all the information because you don't need all the information because you can't really see it. It's too far away. But as someone comes towards you, you are given more and more of that information as they get close. You know, like level of detail on 3D models? Same thing, but it's kind of network based, and you get the rough idea of what I'm trying to say. I think that kind of is the best explanation I can give you, but you've got to connect a few dots and you'll start to see all these systems coming together. But the last big one, which is really exciting because we'd seen all the others, right? Server meshing, and this binds everything together. It is really the glue. And when Chris said he cried, I genuinely believe him because this is the big one. This is the thing that like everything else was clever, but it doesn't work if you don't have this.
Yeah. And if you could look at, just to go another example for, you're on that javelin. If you're in the brig of a javelin, you're by yourself, you can't see anything else. But you won't even see outside the ship. But you'll feel, and that's where the sound and the reverberations of things come in. You'll feel hits on the ship. You'll feel the sound of the engines kicking in. Yeah.
Well,
you won't see the stuff.
I was going to say even more importantly is what you're saying about like interior ship culling. You don't have to render the inside of the javelin. You don't have to render any of the people in there or anything like that. Again, Algared talked about optimizations. There's an optimization because instead of going from 100 people, it goes down to one entity. It makes it so much smaller. Well, it's not one because there's a few exceptions, but it definitely lowers it down to say 10 instead of 100. You know. Yeah.
So, big stuff.
Yeah, that ultimately, I'm starting to think of those minutiae, like you were saying with the one room in the Hammerhead, and just getting curious on what the range is on if you've got, let's say, two Hammerheads. And somehow they don't explode each other in combat. They get close enough to do boarding. How well that server meshing goes to put those rooms together, what range it starts to load in.
Well, they might be on one server from the get-go. Like, it really depends on the number of players you see. That's what we kind of mean about how containers can change their size and, you know, so because two containers can essentially merge and be one server. You know what I mean? That's why you need to go look at the object container streaming. It's not something I can just, because it's rather complicated how it works, but they're basically almost dynamically scaling containers, right? And everything is, you know what parent and child is? Everything is parent and child. So a planet can be a container, but then a city is a container of a planet and stuff like that. So as you go down and down and down.
And you've got the solar systems are containers. So the Stanton is a container. It's got several planets and other things in it. And each time you go in, you zero it down and get more detailed as you go. But yeah. Anyway.
Yep, that's fine. Hang on, John Flick. All right, we've got one more person.
Thank you for taking my call. Sorry, I had to go suddenly there.
No, it's fine, Pinky. Nice meeting you, and I hope to talk to you soon. I'll drop you back down in waiting. Have a good con.
Great.
Take care.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Take care. All right, last but not least, we've got John Flick. So John, you're actually the guy that was the guy that came up with the idea for the expedition win screen, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, so yeah, congrats on blowing that open because I think you did that really well. So what's your question today, John?
So I was watching that entire engine show, and then they had such a smooth transition into the engineering gameplay from that. And something I feel like we gained, and I wanted to ask you because I was curious about your reaction to it, is how is this going to change how people buy ships? And do you think this is going to reduce like players and people wanting to play because they realize they have to have crew? Are we going to be able to have AI? Like, I feel like we have a better idea now, and it's not just speculation anymore.
We've speculated on this for years, right? So for me and Algared have been saying this for years. They are pushing you to want to play with other people, right? And I think the thing that probably came more clear for me today is that there are going to be more distinct roles. So you're not going to just be a combat guy and an engineer. You know, you will be the engineer on that ship when you're there. You know, you will be the medic. You'll start to favor the profession that you prefer. And yeah, you can change, absolutely, but you know, when you kind of go out on that, you'll probably, that'll be your job while you're on that ship, unless someone there on that ship decides to switch with you while you're there, right? That was my kind of takeaway, and no, it didn't really change much for me. Algared, I don't know if that was the same for you. I already kind of knew it all, and I'm not saying I'm a know-it-all, but nothing was outside what we've been told in the past. It was just more confirmation for me.
CIG have said for ages that multi-crew ships will need crew.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing was, the more crew on the ship, the more you'll get, the more you're going to struggle to take it by yourself without anything else.
Yeah.
We know that CIG have talked about NPCs. What role those NPCs are going to have is, and how that's going to work, we don't really know. But we know we're going to have NPCs on ships.
I think
I'm just wondering what the capacity.
Well, it shows to me how more important the AI has to be in NPCs. And again, if you put certain systems together, like a lot of what Algared and I do when it comes to speculation is connecting dots of things they're said. So to give an example of the NPCs there, we know they're going to have a player rating system. You can look at every player in the game that's an engineer that's rated level 3. You get a rough average number and go, all right, so this NPC is going up to this terminal. He can just sit there and pretend to repair it for that average time that was worked out based on a 3-star rating engineer. And it's just a bar because you're not actually seeing him do anything. The only thing that we've kind of come to that an NPC would have to do is like firing of turrets. It actually have to be able to actively be able to track and shoot.
And yet, even with that, we know that you could hire NPCs by a rating of how good they are at that job.
Yep.
And so you get an NPC who's not very good at gunnery.
Yep.
They're going to be not very good at turret.
And you can
shooting,
train them.
You know?
I did say that too. You can train them.
Over time, they would become good at it.
And why wouldn't you use the same system for players as NPCs?
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you just put a call out. I want a level 3-star engineer, and whoever turns up turns up. Is it after a certain amount of time? If a player doesn't take it, an NPC will take it. You know, so you never. It's kind of like in matchmaking. If you play some games and no players turn up after a certain amount of time, you just get chucked in with bots.
Right.
I know that sucks, but that's kind of what that's probably what it'll be.
But
you know
I don't know if that necessarily sucks. It gives people like an opportunity almost to, you know, have a decent enough crew to function. Maybe it's not going to be a top performer, but at least they have something. And for me, I think that's what's going to make the game feel really filled out, because you won't just have some random player who's, you know, talking to his mom in the background while they're playing the game. You're going to have like somebody functioning and doing a job. Right. Because that also, you know, factors into the economy a lot. Like, how are we going to pay for these crew? Are we going to get paid more for missions? And that goes back to, are we going to change how we buy ships? Because if we don't change how we buy ships, we might not be able to operate that ship, and we paid money for no reason. Right.
All right. I think we'll leave it there because it looks like the live stream is back up and there are people in the play area, so we might pop over and see what they're talking about. But I'll catch up with you again soon, John. Thanks for just stopping by.
All right, sounds good. No problem. Thank you.
Enjoy.
So we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions on our chat. So
right. Well, we'll leave that for a second. I want to see what they're talking
the
about.
Player experience team talking a little bit about what it was like to bring Pyro here. How's it going, Bayor?
Pretty good. Really good.
Now, Bayor, really quick question. What were your expectations bringing Pyro into players' hands for the first time? I mean, it must have been a very kind of nerve-wracking thing. There's a lot of anticipation for something like that. So what was your expectations bringing it here today?
Well, honestly, I didn't really have a lot of expectations because Pyro's an entire system. So it was just, let's get it out there. Let's see what happens and see how much we can get done, how much content we can get out. But yeah, I have no expectations.
Yeah, it's so big that you just can't think about how big it is. It's so monumental. And from what I've been seeing, people are having a blast. Everyone I've seen come out of the Pyro Playground has a big smile on their face. Their faces look blown. They just look so happy to experience Pyro. And so what's the coolest reaction you've seen so far today?
Honestly, a lot of it's been the environment, but the big surprise has actually been some of the FPS AI. I think players who are going to fight the FPS AI are kind of surprised they're so hard. Some of that stuff is new tech, so it's neat to see players dealing with that and realizing, oh my god, I have to really struggle with this and really fight to deal with these AI. It's really fun.
So would you say it's a little bit more improved than what's currently on live right now?
Miles better, yeah.
That's fantastic. So give us your 30-second journey of when you got your hands on Pyro, because we've had multiple internal playtests leading up to Citizencon. I've been in several of them, and I know what it was like for me being in Pyro for the first time. But for you, what was it like getting to play Pyro for the first time?
honestly, by the time I played it, it was pretty polished, pretty surprising, and it was just so mind-blowing to see how different the environments were. But it's also moved a long way since then, and so it's been fun to see every single iteration. But yeah, the first experience is just super mind-blowing. It just looks so different.
Yeah, it's just being on Checkmate Station. You can get lost for there forever. And play.
All right, I'm going to go back over here because they're just gushing about Pyro. And gushing about something that you can't see or feel yourself is pointless. So, yeah. I will put them back over up here, though. Yep. Right. Do you want to take another question, please, Algared?
So, Amanda says, I'll just get back to our stream.
Yeah, Citizen Scott says it real well. Yeah, heard that. Pyro's polished. Real good.
So Pyro is polished. That's it. Done.
Yep.
Okay. So Ithananda has a question. How do you think they will repair fire damage to a ship? So how do you think they will repair fire damage to ship rooms when Maelstrom is implemented and things become melted and warped?
Repair tool repairs again. That's they didn't say, did they? But like again, a repair tool that can repair panels doesn't seem like a far-fetched thing.
You would take the old panels off and you'd replace them with new stuff. I'd take out the old bed furniture.
It might even just be like almost like a paint-on thing because they talked about. Remember the arms had ability to paint on it like a skin. And if the repair tool is anything like that, well, you know the repair tool that you got for that, but you just it takes it off. But potentially, I'm just saying, like beam it off like the hand tool.
We'll see. Beam it off, paint it on. Yep, and I imagine that it would be, so. And if the structure's damaged, you're going to have to cut it out and replace it. It's just down scaling what you're doing to the ships. So that would be my guess. We'll see. Rockstar says, will you be able to create and save your own power distribution preset, creating red alerts or battery charge presets you can quickly switch over to and assigning pip?
But totally possible.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's a quality of life thing that'll come down the line, won't it? So, yeah,
I would fully expect that. Being able to hit a switch and reroute power and change via, when we're red alert, these things are going to be down. I fully expect that.
Yep.
So sorry, we can't give a more detailed answer than that, but that.
Yep. You're asking about a feature that you would like to see, and again, if other people want that feature and it's requested enough, it'll go in, and we've seen that already. We've seen ships and things come out of things that players have done, like the C8R and stuff like that. So people are doing lots of bunkers, and they saw a need for a ship like that. And I have no doubt that there is definitely things in game that we've done that has influenced what CIG does, and we've heard about them before. But I'm struggling to think of a really good example. But,
racing, racetracks.
There you go. That's a really good example.
We've seen racetracks get put into the actually put in or developed or strengthened. I wouldn't be surprised if people doing racing and canyon racing and all their other stuff had an influence on the Fury being built. So yeah. I just saw in chat someone Digital says Grand Theft Starship, yes, but better. M Walker 300 question: do you think the larger ships will be able to store spare components in their internal storage? I currently think the components are too large to store. I imagine you'll be able to store. Well, some ships will.
But if you looked at today, it looked more along the lines of you repair and use sub-components to repair it. So you're more likely going to be storing sub-components. That was the thing I took out of today too. Like he goes, oh, this is at 0, so it's destroyed. This one's not, so I can repair it. And that you'd switch over, a mix of the repair tool and new sub-components.
And if it's a smaller component, which I can pull out of the machine, then I pull it out and I put a new one in if I've got it. So we know that certain components are too big to be stored. They've got to go to a dockyard. So I think capitals at least, and I think size 3, I'm guessing. So yeah, there's certain components you can't manhandle. But those we could certainly replace, and I imagine there and others would just have to rebuild or so. Zendul has a question. Zendul says, do you think once Star Citizen is more complete we might see other game companies using Star Engine? Well, duh.
Yeah, Amazon, straight off the bat.
Amazon will use it, but yeah, if they can leverage finances out of it, of course they will.
Yep.
Like, that's where the investors and that will make their money.
Yep.
So,
they had to be a part of that deal. They didn't just give it to CIG for free. If they did, wow, kudos. Like that's a huge slap in the face to Crotech. And why would they do that? I don't know. So and they're now calling it Star Engine. It is not Lumberyard anymore. That was very clear from that presentation. It had its own logo and everything. And you don't make a logo if you don't make it official. Right.
Yep. And I would say, don't know what the deal was with Amazon and Lumberyard, but I could easily have seen for Lumberyard, it was, hey, we've got a game here, come to use our system. So bare minimum for them, but we have no idea what the deal was, and I doubt we ever will. Not in the short term.
All right.
Kalashnikov.
Yep.
Question. I noted the lack of reference to subcomponents. Do you think they have removed subcomponents from repaired? No, I think that was just because it's tier 0.
I think we just answered that, yeah.
Yep. What was previously shown is repair function. So I think it's the first stage. It'll get done. And we did see kind of subcomponents with replacement of fuses. So, and last question I've got at the moment is Citizen Scott. Components can be damaged. Do you think relays themselves will be physical too? Yes, I think they even showed that.
Yeah. All right, so this is probably on the schedule the most. The next panel is one of the ones I'm most excited for because it's obviously all the new ships and stuff like that. So I think we're about to see the dollars roll in. They've massaged us with the new tech and some new engineering gameplay and stuff like that, and now they're going to milk our wallets. That's what I think they were in for, Algared. Are you expecting the same thing with this next one?
I'm expecting that when they show us the ships, I will be yes, my wallet will be crying out as if 100,000 lives were snuffed. Yes.
So yeah, be aware. Don't just fork it out straight away. Have a look, see if it's for you. And remember, if you've got bigger ships, you don't always need the small ones. So, all right, with that, then I think we'll cut back across to the live stream. Now we've run out of questions, and we'll see you guys. Oh man, let me have a quick look on the schedule. So we've got 2 hours, if I'm reading this correct. So we'll have talking ships and navigating the universe. I am definitely hoping that navigating the universe is something on the star map, Algared. I don't know about you. So yeah. All right, don't know why that went black screen, but it did. All right, with that then, we're going to mute again, and we'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Enjoy. Hope you love the ship panel as much as I do. All right, Algared, anything you want to say before we head off?
Don't forget, if you do have a question while the stream's on, you can leave a question. It'll go across to our bot, and we will endeavour to answer them once it's done.
All right, and I'll just say like and subscribe.
Whenever someone is in need of hope, you can feel it in the atmosphere. The spirit of Crusader. Keeping the universe safe and secure. Forge the future you want to see. The A1 spirit from Crusader Industries.
Hi everyone. Have we had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director at CIG.
So we're going to spend the next 45 minutes talking ship. We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen, some cool stuff that you're not supposed to have seen, but you probably already have, and some cool stuff, again, you're not supposed to have seen, but what you've seen is wrong. So hopefully we can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the A1 Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into the actual art and visuals of the ship.
As we move into the heart of the ship, this area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs. And then we go straight into engineering, where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs. Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds, everything you're going to need. And then right at the cockpit, we have a two-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons. We've got our rear-mounted remote turret. And then underneath, it's all business. We've got the missile racks, and we've got the big bomb bays. And I think overall, Crusader have done it again. They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich and something stylish, sleek, looks fast, but still super aggressive. And then here is one last look. Oh, or not. Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
There we go there. So we had a really cool cutaway that you half saw. I'm sure we can show you that again later. If you like what you saw there, that is available now on that link and a QR code there that hopefully takes you to the right place. So that is available in Alpha 321, which went live Thursday. I've honestly lost track of time the last few days. So yeah, that's the current. Let's talk about something a bit further in the past. So we have a timeline here from the today all the way through to today in game. And throughout that time period, we have our manufacturers in law, starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which is this year in game. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora, and we have the Gladius. However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that. So, the RSI Zeus.
So, in 2130, in 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released, the first ship that was kind of available to the mass market that had quantum capability. This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront of ship development. Now, it was a really good thing, it really kind of boosted them as a company, but it wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues with its hull integrity. That being said, there's always kind of been this demand for RSI to release the Zeus. It's kind of had this cult following that's grown up over the years. I'm kind of very happy to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe. Visually, it's something that pays homage back to the original Zeus and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all current safety standards and all our current ship production techniques.
So, do you want to have a look at the all-new RSI Zeus Mark II? Okay then. Here it is. So, we are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through this, and you can see there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So, over to Mark and Elwin.
Let's give them a welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
And I'm Owen Batchelor. And I'm Owen Batchelor, vehicle art director in North America. What do you guys think? Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design and see how we've reimagined it.
So, when we decided we wanted to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't just remake the original Zeus because, although it was obviously a massive piece of history, all it was really used for was transporting and moving around. So we had to consider exactly what we wanted to do with the ship. In the end, we decided to go for 3 variants, allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the game. So what we're going to do is talk about those variants that we decided on in the end and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the Essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe. Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back. It's also been purposely outfitted so that you have all the tools that you need to disable, capture, and bring them home. Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper. Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II. This is designed so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Of the 3 variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens back the most to the original design, with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design with tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret, as well as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look. Despite the sleek and slim body of the Zeus, we've been able to pack a lot into it to give everything you need when you're doing the deep space exploration. You have a fairly comfortable habitation recreation area so that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant. In addition to that, the rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as being able to fit a Cyclone, so if you do decide to land on a planet, you can have a look around. Talking about the loadout, it's a ship designed for 3 crew. It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators, 2 size 2 power plants, 2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elwin mentioned earlier is a size 3 remote turret.
Now, the Zeus Mark was always designed from the beginning to be a sleek and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also redesigned the spine in order to embed an EMP and a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
Looking at the interior of the Mark, you see that the habitation's taken a little bit of a hit. It moved forward, but what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory. Lets you take all the different weapons and equipment you might need while you're tracking your target along the verse. Looking into the rear, we actually have a dedicated area just for the actual bounty hunter pods, similar to what you'll see in the Cutlass Blue. So you can stack up the pods and take multiple people back with you. It has less SCU than the ES. It only has 16 SCU, And it does have a different loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like Elwin said, it does have a top-mounted forward-facing turret so that you can put the pressure on the target as you're chasing them. The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
Now, because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior with a warning strip paint job, and we've covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam, which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
As you can see, there is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to the others. The habitation areas have been massively pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo. This one also features 3 size 2 shield generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a size 3 tractor beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you're actually playing. What do you think? So, last year we introduced the Spirit, and anyone that may be playing on live for the last couple of days might have seen a new ship adding to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then in about a year's time, ready to reveal to the public to actually play with. But this isn't just a concept. We're not just going to show you some images. The Zeus is actually in active white box development right now. Do you just want to have a look? Shall we? Okay.
All right, so as you guys have seen with the Spirit, and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process, and this is the first stage in that process. We call this white box. At this point, we've taken the concept, ripped it to shreds, and then reassembled it and plugged it all back together within the editor so that we can get a real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game. At this stage, with the Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters, we've ripped out the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here. So again, the beginning of the process. At this point, we're able to jump in, start throwing in cargo, interacting with doors, getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets, and just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder. And up here in the cockpit, we've separated the co-pilot seats a tad bit just to allow players to get in and out a little easier. So with white box, not the prettiest stage in the process, but it is essential that we nail this because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
So that was the RSI Zeus in the 3 variants. Obviously, as the screen says behind me, it's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me. Now, we've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship. We're going to talk about the Cutter. Good little ship. So, obviously, last year, IE, we unveiled the cutter, and you guys seem to love it. Some interesting information about it. It was actually the single most popular straight-to-flight ready ship we've ever released. You guys really, really liked it. In addition to that, it's actually the best-selling Drake ship to date. But what people didn't know, and we kept a very good guarded secret that no one managed to figure out, no one, it was always meant to be a family of 3. Now, what everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family, the Scout.
All right, let's just take a minute and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out. When the original when the original cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a unique identity to each version. On the Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual thruster system. And you'll see here we've also added a radar dish to the top, which relates directly to the scanning gameplay that comes with this ship. In addition to that, we have a series of exterior bottom modifications to just push that flavor a little bit further. And you'll see here a transition between the default and the Scout, so you can clearly see the differences. On the interior, we've expanded the rear section of the ship in order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second. Along with that, we've also increased the space in the rear to house the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay. Now, expanding the rear did encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange the components in that room so that nothing was lost in the transition. And on the cockpit, it's the same cockpit that you all know and love from the original cutter. From this view, you'll more clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve. We're really proud of what the team has done with this ship, and we hope you like the Scout as much as we do.
So, obviously, we've just introduced the Scout. What are the main differences between the base? It is a variant, after all. So, the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, and to supply that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2 cooler. Getting tripped on my own words. As well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately it has lost 2 SCU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SCU cargo capacity instead of the 3. Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that. So what is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send a scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today, and there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan, The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output. So if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found. Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like whatever it is it charging a quantum drive? Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you actually want to get to that location. That's just a brief glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now, the Cutter Scout is actually in 321. It's available. If you go to that address or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
And I'm Elwin. And before we step off, if you haven't had a chance to get one of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team. And if you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it. Other than that, thanks, guys, and have a great SitCon.
Small hit for you. John Crew is one of those names. Well, fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
Right. So, as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early. So I highly recommend sticking around for both the UI one and the flight one tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present. Let's talk about the future. So, here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog. So, each one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle. All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those gray ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark blue ones are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year. So, we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team. For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now going, that's a wrong number. This includes every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives, some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So every vehicle in the game, we have our hands on, and we do a lot of work to support them for you. Not the only thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help out ships that are like the heroes of the game. You saw in the resource network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships. You will have seen, if you've been paying super close attention, some UI elements to do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that. So we do a lot of work across all aspects of both projects. And to do all that, we need to do a few things.
Okay, yeah, so John's talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2023, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal. Yeah, go Canada. So we've now got 5 artists, or vehicle artists, 1 vehicle designer, 1 embedded QA tester, and 1 producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of a kind of talent that we can pick from, and it should really help us to deliver some more content to the game. And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team. Yeah, they're doing great. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And with more team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff, but we get more experience, we get more knowledge. And that's, that allows us to kind of tackle our larger, kind of more complex ships. You will notice there in 2022, there is a little dip. And unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences on what we are able to do as a team. I think, less people, so less power to put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us. With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably most well known, is the Bounty Merchantman. Yeah. Now, we're going to take a quick look at where we got to with the Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022. So that video shows where we got up to with the merchantman. You can see we'd finished white box. We were kind of into grey box. Some areas were further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Cloud Imperium Games is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop? And the merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style, something that's very, very different from what we normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the merchantman. But with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team in 2022, we didn't just lose people. We lost a lot of the knowledge that went into building out that white box and really kind of delivering that art style. What we decided to do at the time is, rather than try and rush something out and just get something out to get it done, we looked at where we were, and for us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to invest in our team and use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that we've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the point. And I would absolutely love to be stood here on stage and going, yeah, look at the merchantman, it's amazing, like it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments, I do see all the notes about it, and I absolutely want to get this ship out and done. And I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Yeah, to add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So, let's talk about something else quickly. So, Squadron 42 vehicles. How many of you have an Idris of some kind? Right. So, we plan to deliver the Idris alongside the Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery. Javelin owners, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait a bit longer after that, is obviously the bigger ship players can own. And we have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it. And yeah, that will come after Squadron releases. And those of you who also have the Vandal Scythe, Glaive, Blade, after Squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well for that. Right. Next.
Okay. No kind of ship panel at a Citizencon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year we changed things up. We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship. And you're going to see more about that at IEE next month. But again, this year, we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well.
Oh.
We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video.
Yeah.
And yeah, just to confirm, that is the Polaris.
Yeah. So, we've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on like, why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that? So the thing about doing another RSI ship is that we've got a really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known element. That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them. And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship. Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy. Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can see what we want to take on after that.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today. However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here, so we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in engine in its white box state.
amazing. Give it up for the ship team, everybody. That was amazing. We're back on the show floor at Citizencon 2953 to show you more awesome things you guys might be missing if you're not here at the convention center. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a journey down just a leisurely Sunday road drive. And when I drive, I take my favorite vehicle for driving, the Drake Dragonfly. That's right. It is back from 2018 with a fresh new pyro paint job that you can see in the digital goodies pack if you purchase it now from the Robert Space Industries pledge store. Check it out now. JRDF did an amazing job making the Dragonfly look super pyro themed. Look here, we have the pyro amalgamated label, I guess you would call it. I don't know what you would call it. I'm not a car guy. I'm not a Drake guy. We have like some very cool details, designs. I'm gonna try and hop on it. Let's see how badly this goes. Like a glove. It's super cool being up here, actually. I didn't think it would be this cool being up here, but it feels like you're about to drive a Dragonfly. If you guys are still here at the show floor, be sure to check out the Drake Dragonfly. I really just want to like drive this thing off the stage. You know that like, what's that feeling you have where you're like on a balcony and you like look over the balcony and you're like, there's a little internal, it's intrusive thought. There's an intrusive thought where it's like jump. My intrusive thought is drive away. And I want to drive away on the Drake Dragonfly right now. This is so cool. We have photographers taking photos. If you guys are interested in looking at your photos afterwards, JRDF will be making those photos available to everybody. I'm sure we'll tweet it out. Galactica, get on it. You know, that's your job. Anyways, I'll cut it back over to Jared. I'll see you guys.
Actually, maybe I should unmute. That'll make a big difference, wouldn't it, actually? Right, you there, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Holy shit. 12 ships by the end of the year. That's what was on the blue boxes. 12 ships by the end of the year.
Yep.
That is a lot of...
One of them looked like an Argo MPUV variant.
It did. It was the 2 or 3 after that were a lot more interesting, though. There was clearly a Mirai Fury-looking thing that was bigger. And there was the Zeus and one that looked bigger than that was RSI as well. So I'm thinking that might have been the minor if it was the bigger one. So it's like a bigger Zeus potentially. But we'll have to wait and see.
I'm pretty sure that was an Impala.
Hang on. He's talking to the chip team.
Look.
Bachelor Junior do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries.
Don't look at us. Ben Parr's off the side. It's like just whatever. All right, so the Zeus. First question that I see a lot of people had on Twitch watching the stream is obviously it doesn't look like the Zeus that we've all known from the lore and stuff. I mean, I think the first image of the Zeus was probably in 2012 or 2013 in that really early lore post. Why did we change it?
Were they not listening to the presentation?
I wasn't.
Guess we missed what they were saying.
So there's a few things. Obviously, it was built as a product of its time, both in lore and back in the day.
I was too busy looking at how handsome you look.
Oh, thank you. But also, and I think Ben will probably want to talk about more of this, is we have design languages for RSI now, and it doesn't really fit in with them anymore.
Yeah, I think when we look at reimagining one of our ships, our manufacturers, we didn't want to just release the classic Mini today. We wanted to look at it and
today, so maybe tomorrow?
No. So what we wanted to do was bring it up to standard, both in terms of its quality and what it can deliver as a ship, but also visually. I think RSI has grown as a manufacturer over the years. I think you can see how not all ships roll off the production line in day one. Each of our manufacturers also have a history, and I think it's fine to see progression for that throughout the timeline of our game. Sorry,
just say you hate the Zeus.
But it's not just the visuals of it, though. It's important that the amount of time it would take to get your jalopy, because that's why I ask, and up to level.
I didn't do it. He did it. He did it.
the amount of time it takes to actually get a ship, like the amount of time it takes to get a ship actually flight ready in the universe, it would be a lot of work to get something that, for the most part, has about the same amount of space as a space shuttle, and you wouldn't be able to use any of the game clips. You wouldn't be able to fill it with cargo. It'd be really difficult getting out. And if we're spending that amount of time getting something flight ready in the universe, we'd much rather give you something you can engage with and do. Do more with. It's far more interesting to get a ship that you can do bounty hunting in, or cargo in, or. He comes over, asks us to do an interview, and wanders off.
It's going to be one of those live streams, huh? All right, we're almost at the end. All right, so enough about what the Zeus isn't. The Zeus, favorite thing, top of your head, what's your favorite thing about the Zeus? Ellen? F the Idris. Mark, favorite thing about the Zeus?
EMP, quantum dampener.
Okay, favorite thing about the Zeus?
The white and black color scheme.
Favorite thing about the Zeus?
Its belly. It's got a really lovely, sleek belly.
Like a space shuttle.
This is beyond awkward.
I just had this image of a Zeus wearing Spanx. What are you laughing at? All right, so we also talked about
the
the
mic's not really working too well.
Is this the last variant
All
of
right.
the cutter we're going to see? When we first introduced the cutter, we said it was a
I wanna hear
platform
this.
ripe
I wanna
for
hear
future
this.
variants. Is this the last cutter variant that's on the thing, or can you maybe tease something for the future?
Absolutely not. There was obviously that mysteriously third blurred image. So Montreal, the Montreal team, did both of them as basically their first onboarding task into the vehicle pipeline. Both of them are done now. So you will see the third one soon, TM.
You just have a done spaceship and you're not putting it out there.
Strange, isn't it?
That entire talk about the pipeline was BS. You've got a done spaceship. Put it out, John Crew.
No, we've just really streamlined it.
It's about the belly. All right. We're working with diminishing returns here, so we're going to wrap this up. We're going to go back to Dan. He's back in Hall B. I think he's at the merch booth. Dan.
Alrighty then. Right. Yeah, so the Scout turned out to not be exactly what I thought it was going to be, because they've obviously beefed up scanning quite a bit. I did notice the 2SC in the back of it, so that was right. But I still think you could put a rock in the back of it, though. That's the other interesting thing. So I'm kind of interested to see where they're going. Algared, are you muted? Because your mouth's moving.
I am muted.
Yeah,
It was. I was saying, but if you looked at that video, when they had the back open, you actually saw, I think it was a rock or a mule driving around at the back.
It was a mule, not a rock, though, because I'm
Okay.
I'm kind of I always theorized you could put a rock in it, but I'll get it in game and I'll test it and see what comes out as well. So because they didn't, all they kind of said was it's a scanner and there's new scanning gameplay, so we kind of got to wait till tomorrow to see more of that.
But when you looked at it, the back area is bigger than the regular cutter.
Yep.
Yet it has less cargo. It's so.
Well, it was for the scanning station. That was the thing.
Yeah.
So you're giving up weight essentially for the scanning station and the components. That's kind of how they explain it.
But that back area was still bigger than the cargo area of the base cutter. So.
Right. I've been trying to load the pledge store for like the last 30 minutes, and every time I do it, the stream cuts out. So I'm just gonna knock the stream out for a second. Lemming, can you let us know when they go into the next panel, please? And I'll try and actually get a look at these Zeuses. I did have the Scout up, but I'm having a lot of trouble just because it's getting hammered. Right, ships. Well, we got one of the variants, or two of the variants right, kind of out. We did say an Explorer and a cargo variant of the Zeus, so we kind of in the ballpark for those. Well, we said a generalist, so that's what the cargo variant is. And then the one that we didn't kind of see was the which one? No. The exploration. We did say short range exploration or personal transport, and it even said ferry people around. So I was kind of like thinking that might be it, but no, it's just another explorer. But that's fine. We'll
make it Scout.
Yep. What about that?
$45.
Yep. I've already seen that. Lemming did send me the prices for the Zeus ones, so it's 150 for the ES, 150 for the CL, and 190 for the bounty hunting. So yeah, two of them are the same price, and one is higher. Right, I just realized I haven't switched this over. My bad, sorry. And I need to turn this on, which will be turn that one off. There we go. And I've got to turn our cameras back on. Sorry. That one will be you, and this one will be me. Right, cool. Sorry about that, guys. Moving between. Right, so the Zeus, clearly a medium. I don't know if you caught, I looked up the length, so it's 45. The Spirit is 44, and or 45.7. The Spirit's 44, and the Connie is 61. So I think that clearly we can now state that it is a medium. With the crew and stuff like that. I was really pleasantly surprised in the walkthrough. I don't know about you, Algared, but just how much they were able to fit in that ship. It looks very dense.
It did.
Yep. Size is a medium, so I think we can kind of say that covers that.
Yep.
But we're going to have another thorough analysis and look at this. And solstice paint. That's interesting. I didn't notice that. Anyone talking about that? So is there other paints for the other ones? Oh, so it's basically if you buy it Warbond, you get a solstice paint. That's it. All right. Interesting. Might have to buy one of those for a giveaway, Algared.
And yes, I already have one.
Oh, you do? Which one did you buy? Or did you buy all three? No, I knew you brought all three.
I'll just raise my hands and go. What do you expect?
Yes, you brought all three. I know you too well. Right. Is there Is there a preference though, Algared? And I did mention to you, but you never got back to me. By the way, did you notice they're all the same variant names as the Aurora?
I did. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I said yep.
Because
the only ones that are missing are the luxury and the
the ES is the cheapest version of the Aurora. There's a Clipper Aurora and there is an MR Aurora. The only thing is as you said, is the luxury and the LN.
Yep, and the MR was the Marquee. So, so you've got the essential, stripped down base version, the Marquee, which is the kind of mercenary version, and the Clipper, which was the cargoed version. So, yeah.
So again, the Zeus exploration, I'm going to be honest, it's probably the weakest one. Mainly, that is the one that they were trying to tailor at the original concept of. You can also tell about from the black and white. But for me, it is just, we've got other explorers and like the Caraxa thing, the whole 600 series, like there's so many explorers out there now. And man, to bring out this when the Connie's a thing from the same people, like...
I think this is it is the medium ship, and it is... It could be a Cutlass killer, could be a Freelancer killer. It's certainly in that ballpark, and I think I'd have to look at the pricing again. But
again, there were 150 for the so the Zeus Explorer and the CL are both 150, and you and I did say 145 to 150 was what you and I had said.
Yep.
But that basically means that that bottom one is the Spirit, so the C1, the Cutlass Black, and the default Freelancer type of thing. And someone did link the cargo to me earlier, and I lost it. So let me it actually probably says right here. No, it does not. I'll see if I can open it and check.
Matrix Lights probably tells you, because that'll be the most up to date at the moment.
It'll be down here.
Should be.
If I look real quickly. Cargo capacity. So it's 32 for the Expedition. It is 16 for the Bounty Hunter, and it's 128 for the Man, can you do me a favor, because you can do some things I can't? Can you look at the Freelancer Max and just Freelancer Cargo for me?
Yep.
And the Spirit C1. Yeah. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah, that's another interesting point there that someone makes. Lillian points out that the Freelancer Retaliator base is 150. So it's kind of interesting, and that's a large ship, so it still makes the Retaliator base a very interesting purchase. So 48 for the C1, someone said. Who said that? That was Tenjak. And yeah, so it's just interesting. So again, at 48, I know the C1 and the Black are really close, and I think the Freelance is pretty close as well. So this is clearly possibly the superior generalist.
The Clipper has more cargo than a Connie, by the way.
Damn.
Connie Andromeda has 96.
Damn. Oh, what about the Taurus?
Taurus is...
Which was 150, wasn't it? It went up to like 190. Taurus is 174, so the Taurus has still got more. Right, yeah.
But not by much, really. Like, you're talking 55?
You're also talking a large versus a medium ship, so... It comes into that whole thing with the Freelancer Max versus the... What's the Freelancer Max?
Freelancer Max, 122.
Damn.
122
they're both
in the Max.
So they're basically on par then, you know?
But avionics and systems in a Max. So what do we got? Systems, we got medium shield, medium power plant, 2 medium shields, and... and 2 medium coolers.
Yep.
So the new one has 4 shields, 4 size 2 shields. That's
it's pretty beefy.
That's pretty beefy.
So yeah. So we're gonna go through this at length, but yeah, it's definitely an exciting ship, and I was surprised it wasn't straight to flyable, but I knew something was amiss when that scout turned up in game. And I'd heard rumors that it might. I was thinking, and I did say on the stream, I'm wondering if it means it's not coming to flight anymore.
We had speculated that it wasn't coming to flight.
Well, because the people that told us about the Zeus also said it's going straight to flight. But then when you see another ship in game, it's like, hang on a minute. So yeah,
when you saw the scout actually in the PTU, that was like a red flag.
Yeah, and I do think the expedition's got something. So the Cutter expedition, I do think that's got something to do with munching at the end of the year.
Yeah,
which is why it's being held off, and we'll probably see that at AIE. He did say soon, but he didn't say AIE, so it's either AIE or end of the year. So,
I reckon it's AIE. To me, it's,
oh wow! So Sandgroper said the ES has 4 shields and the Seal has 3. And the ES is the S the bounty hunting variant? Sorry, I'm not up on the names yet.
I haven't looked at them yet. The ES is the essential.
Yeah, that would make sense.
MR is the bounty hunting, and the MR being bounty hunting, that would make sense to have more shields.
Shields. Where are they? I can't see them.
I'll be honest, I didn't look. I just went. It's RSI, and but they're my bane. A lot of people are.
Oh, it's because
fans or Crusader fans. I've always been a RSI fan.
It's because of exploration. I just thought they would have given the extra shields to the combat, so maybe the combat gets extra armor or something. But I kind of impressed we got 2 out of 3 in that, and by honest, that bounty hunting one that you and I got was just on speculation. The generalist was pretty much a given, and we were hoping and praying that it was a personal transport, but instead we just got another explorer,
or another cargo vessel.
Well, the cargo we knew we were getting that. It was obvious. It was just the bounty hunting one was a guess. I think the bounty hunting one though is the one that I'd be most interested in if I was going to pick one up. I'm assuming that's someone. No, it's not Lemming. Lemming, you there, mate? All right, we're back on the stream. I've just realized, so I'm going to flick us back over.
Yeah.
Yep,
I was just saying that we're back.
Cool, thank you. I'll turn the volume up and then I'll get rid of mine and Algared's ugly
Great
mugs.
to see you. Hi.
Muting.
My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone. Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later. So my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. At previous Citizencon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zain Bian.
And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers with, to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse. So, along with some of my UI friends that are hidden out the back there, we'd like to show you some of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe. Huh. So, why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, you know, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes, and there's an enormous amount of things to do and see and people to meet, and all this can be shared with friends online. And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows, it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in, fortunately, being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the HUD, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see. Diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with. But our first real opportunity is through the helmet visor display. Now, the visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you. But this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if who remembers Arena Commander 1.0 that came out. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first adventures into the online universe, and as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses and like tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important and at what time? So leaning on this technology that Zane and I and the UI tech team wrote a few years ago, we're trying to take a smarter perspective and rework the visor for you. So I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it. Simon? You on this?
Hey, everybody. Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and with those come new UI. The various teams slotted pieces into whatever place made sense at the time, but this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered. We have lots of information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features and allows us to add more in future. And finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen persistent universe. So how do we go about that? I believe user interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we designed player-facing UI, we often tried to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible to make it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them. So, I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game? Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration? Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game. Okay, so as you can see, Bones driving. I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that in any presentation. Okay, welcome to the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen. But this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe. As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many of the elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bone, let's move into the scene, please.
All right.
Okay, when we get a new mission objective, it appears in the top right of the screen. And you can see that our first mission is to repair a radiation leak. We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system, so we can follow the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective. At the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass. Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective. We were already happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones. The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time, it will wear down our suit and damage the player. Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it? If we were in space, we could use a salvage and repair ship. Luckily, UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool. The military multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe. Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing. So let's head into the scene. Go on, Bone. Let's walk forwards a bit. Okay. Now we fixed the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it. While we're on the way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the background levels, it will be easier for the enemies to detect us. Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently. Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan. This highlights whatever's in our line of sight. There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay. We can also see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone. Okay, we wanted to help the player see their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display. As well as the ammo in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens. Okay, let's fight the bad guys. There you can see our new explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more easily.
I got you covered.
Did you do it? Okay. Well done, Bone. Success. Okay. There's no more hostiles nearby, so let's take a moment to talk about the Moby Glass. The Moby Glass is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the gameplay systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind, to make it look good and also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the Moby Glass, please, Bone. Pretty cool, huh? We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic. This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military Moby Glass we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the Moby Glass to the Star Citizen persistent universe. We'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the PU with a wider range of apps. Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen. It gives us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship. We can also check our mission objective. Okay, so that's enough about the Moby Glass. We've got some more really cool UI just around the corner. And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us. Without these systems in place to catalog our experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful. So, with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool. So, Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal. Let's go ahead and activate it. What you see on screen, zoom out a bit, what you see on screen is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in. You can see callouts of the various default points of interest. You can pan the map around, you can rotate it, and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to isolate the visuals of the floor that you're on. So our current objective, it's much more interesting if we can actually take this on the go. So let's download it to our databank. As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor. Now, the thing that's really interesting to note at this point is not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available. You may encounter run-down settlements, or you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before. What will happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal your environment and save that to your databank. So you kind of reveal it incrementally. So this map, what we see in the upper left corner of our visor, is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we can see contacts on our radar as we scan. And it's basically what we have available stored in our databank. So because we have the location data saved to our databank, we can obviously access that via our mobiGlas. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our mobiGlas, because this is going to get really interesting. So Bone, I would like you to cycle between the different floors for us, please. So you can see this lerping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective and also where we are. I would like to talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What you're seeing is not a pre-baked asset. And I want to reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment. And we can't export totally custom assets. So what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost. So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to show you is something very interesting. So we might look around on this map and note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later. We can see some doors on this map, and these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state, which they will display red. And doors that are open will be green. And there are other entity callouts that can happen in our map. So let's go ahead and find a location to put down a pin, please, Phone. Maybe that one. Maybe that door looks interesting. Press T. So what we can do is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can specify. So we can mark as many markers as we want in this map. And these are all saved to our data bank, and we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers on the market. So the thing about this, we can't really talk about markers without mentioning data running. So you might specialize in exploration, whereas perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they make investments in their equipment. So you, as an explorer, might be in the business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data and yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll have, when you sell it on the market, you could get rated for how accurate the data is. So the other thing is we have a mission objective as well. And it would be very nice to be able to route to that mission objective. How do we get there? That is another purpose of the map, is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective. So we can see a line being drawn from where we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you will no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environments. And what's worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool, is this under the hood is actually utilizing another piece of tech, AI pathfinding. And so what that allows us to do is leverage other existing tech to basically, it does all the heavy lifting, we just make it look pretty. So because of that, there are certain cases where the path might be blocked. It might have a locked door, or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors, it will handle elevators, and it will handle fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So that is an example of sort of a piece of tech that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this goal. So one last thing we can do at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we could send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please. So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS. So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective. As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the route line represented, our destination, and the distance it takes to get there. As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination. So there's our buddy. He's flying in. So we'll make our way up to the Carrack here, to the right. You'll also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map. And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up. So as we make our way into the Carrack, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map. And it's totally seamless as you transition between the two. So let's go ahead and pull up our mobi-glass again and get a wider view of our ship. So we are now on the technical deck, but we can also see the other floors. If you traverse the floors, Bone, just to demonstrate it. Here's our cartography deck. Down one. And our habitation deck. So you will have noticed from a previous presentation that this was very similar looking, right? It's utilizing our tech. So not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us as developers, because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay. So other teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool for school. So, we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain. These are quite, I mean, our universe is quite big, right? That's only a small fraction of what our universe is. What happens? Have we tried this? What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit? Keep going. Keep zooming out, all the way out, all the way out. Let's go, let's go. So, it's not just the interior map, it's not just the radar, it is the map. It is one single unified system just across different scales. And I want, at this point, we are above Crusader, and at this point I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk about the map as seen at this scale. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, Citizencon! Are you ready for this? Phone, do you want to click on the marker? As you all suspected, this is the star map. I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're excited too. Now, I think we all know the current star map needed a bit of work, and we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around? Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic, and this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Orison. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority, which is why the marker displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more? Bone, let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can see, take a look at Crusader and all of its moons. Yeah, so here we are, Crusader, its moons, orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin. Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please? Cool. When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly. Labels for city markers and outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double-click on Selin now to focus on it. Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action? Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet. Bone, can you double-click on one of the points of interest? As we selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out until we can see Crusader. We wanted to ensure you have freedom to move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you, the player. You're kind of small compared to a star, right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy. You can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality. They've been scaled up massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear. You can also start to see Crusader's orbit line around the sun here. But before we go back to before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer. As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around. As we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space. Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yela. The magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in. Bone, can you keep zooming in? Thank you. You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yela itself. Imagine how much easier finding that outpost will be now. Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more? Let's have a look at a location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe? Bone, let's give that a try. Yeah, I think we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So what can we do? Bone, let's try clicking on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yela, so we've gone back to Selin. So now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at Calliope. So we need to find a different way. Bone, could you take a step? Could you use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system, please? And there it is. I think Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again. Can you zoom in, Bone? Thank you. It's so cool to see more of our moons and planets and how different they all look. Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way. We've got you. We've provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system. Bone, want to expand it now? We're actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality. But for now, Bone, let's use this to go to Aerial. absolutely love zooming around on this map. Bone, want to find Area 18 for me? So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at Security Post Korea? It's quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful. Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station? Bone, can you also drop down again, please? Thank you. As you may have noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list. It will remember your 3 most recent selections, so you can use this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something else again. Bone, let's use this to go back to aerial. Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our carrot map from the star map, just like how we got here from the carrot map just a few minutes ago. So, let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead, Bone. All right, so yeah, here's our Carrick again. Being able to simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before. Bone, just for fun, let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar system. It's just so cool to watch the verse open up before our eyes. With all these new possibilities for moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get it. Just imagine being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse and then sharing that location with friends, just like Zane said. Exploration is about to get a lot more interesting, and we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet. And now, let's welcome our intrepid demo driver, Bone, back to the stage.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks a lot. So we're really, really excited about getting all these features into your hands of the players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe. So let's just quickly review what we've seen. We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around. There's a new mobiGlass coming with its sleek new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way. So we've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats, exploring new mapping new areas, pinning locations for later and sharing these with your friends. Or the Idris. That looks great. Some more of Horizon. And of course, our entirely new integrated star map with its new interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience. No more getting lost, a whole new perspective. With all these upcoming features, where will you explore today? Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right. Sorry. I was back there trying to figure out how to reprogram my Alexa to respond to Bone. Bone, add Cheerios to the grocery list. Bone, rescue the hostages. Dave Haddock, if we don't have that in the narrative, I'm going to find you. Guys, that's it for day one of Citizencon. What'd you think? That is a heck of a day one. You want to do it again tomorrow? We saw Star Engine and all the amazing improvements that are coming to Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We saw the next step in the evolution of resource management and the birth of multi-crew gameplay. We saw the ship, guys. And of course, come on, the star map, the interior map, everything. I often joke that we're just like you in many of the same ways. We want the same things. We need the same things. We have all collectively, all 1,300 of us working for Cloud Imperium Games, been like, when Star Map? When? To see it. So good. So yeah, this wraps up day one. I'm going to tell you that Hall B is going to be open for about another 2 hours. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the Pyro Playground and all that stuff, go ahead and do that. Tomorrow, be sure you come back. We got character advancement. That's Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Andre Perez. I really want to tell you what you're going to see, but you're not going to want to miss it. If you thought the opening to day one was hot, check out the opening to day two. We got life in the first person. We got our FPS crew. They're going to show you how all of these things integrate into the FPS combat experience. We got Taking Flight with Yogi. Who doesn't love Yogi? It's another live demo where they're going to show you the space flight and atmospheric flight experience that's been developed with master modes and through Squadron 42. We got Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, a two-part look at all the new locations that are coming in the Pyro system, the Stanton system, and I've been here 9 years. I got to make it to 10. So yeah, everybody, from the bottom of my heart and standing here in front of the 1,300 people who make this game possible. Thank you for joining us for Citizencon. Come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Day one was great. You ain't seen nothing yet. Take care, everybody.
All right, Algared. Man, what a day. So, a couple of big things on the star map there. The repair tool was literally, I don't notice when I used it on the thing, was literally the opposite of salvage. Just rematerializing, which they've said before. So that was just kind of the first time I've ever seen that. And the 2 levels of maps, it wasn't really one map, it was 2. You could tell there was a clear change between when it went from kind of around the ship and the environment up into the planetary. So it is 2 maps. It's not one. It's just that there's a transition between the 2.
But that's still okay.
It's totally fine because they're doing it with a hologram, so you kind of can't see it. So it's totally fine. So yeah,
it seemed to work quite well, so that's okay.
Yeah, I'm very interested to hear from space. I'm actually I'm going to send him a message.
Yeah.
About the star map specifically. About the star map.
I'd still like to see more on the star map, but and I would have liked to have seen definitely more on server meshing and wormhole jumping.
Yeah.
I really want to see something on Squadron, but I think all the little things, like even the little things that Chris, when he started off, all those little bits and pieces of just keep for me at least, they just kept reinforcing what.
And they keep coming true, the things they said all the way back then. You know, like it's Jared even kind of said at the end, they want what we want because they see the vision and that's what they're going for. So
yes, the big gap is just being able to be on the floor and play the game.
Yeah, so I was kind of surprised by that. So there's 2 ways we can do this, Algared. We can take a few questions, or we can kind of do a little bit of some of this stuff live, so we can probably go have a look at some of the ships again, or so I kind of put it off to you guys. What would you guys in chat like to do? Do you want to
They want to torture us.
Yeah, just want to. No, well, I was planning to finish about 12. It's only 11 o'clock our time, so we've still got still got some time. I was prepared to go to 1 p.m., but it looks like I might get a little bit thing. But I'm going to push through to about 4 p.m. our time, which is when I went to sleep yesterday. So I've still got roughly 5 hours in me, right?
Yeah. I probably don't, but that's okay. Questions are starting to come through again. About time.
Yep.
I was seeing questions on the chat that just haven't been showing through into our bot. So certainly from YouTube, anyway.
Oh, thank
the YouTube
you.
seems to have.
Sorry, Lemming's just telling me that there is someone's gone through and taken individual pictures of the concepts of the next 12 months. So I'm going to see if we can open that and we can go into that. And we might stop in with Lemming and Ash and see their things as well while they're here with us, because I know they've seen a few things today that we haven't seen because they've been modding stuff. God, there's a heap of shit in this channel. See, we haven't had a chance to go back here because we've been working. Holy shit, he's got like sorry, someone's been posting like all the streams they're watching, and they've got like 4 different streams open at once. It's kind of funny.
But the certainly the YouTube has stopped going through to the bot. So any questions in YouTube haven't come through.
Okay. Oh, yep, there's an error. So we've probably hit our max requests. I will open it again and try again, but so the bot can only do I think it's had too many come through. I'll try again. But we could have hit our limit. There's only a set number that YouTube will let you take a day. Yeah, and I'll be agreeing with you. Yeah, they're all coming from Twitch. So apologies, YouTube, you're out of questions. It's just YouTube will only allow you to have a certain number of draw calls, and because we've been streaming for, let me check. It's like
nigh on
9
many
hours, and we normally stream for 3. We've well and truly hit the max. So if you do want to ask a question,
ask him again.
I think what we'll do is maybe put them in. Could you make up a channel very briefly, Lemming or Ash? Just for like a temp questions channel. If you really are desperate to ask a question, you can probably do so in Discord. I'll get the boys to do one really briefly. Just trying to look if there's one there that we can use.
Yes, Red Samurai, I did.
Lemming, are you there, man? No, they're not there. Just post it in general, and I'll try and take or just at me in general, and I'll take the questions from there, if that's fine. And we'll go from there, unless Lemming can hear me and makes a channel. Right, yeah, so just at me in general.
It's done.
Oh, it's done? What's it called, mate?
Stream questions.
Stream questions, there you go. So there's a channel called Stream Questions. Just post in there and we will take them from there. So I'll do stream questions, and you can do the normal ones.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no. Wait, stream questions is the Inforunners one.
Yeah, the new one.
Where's the new one? Oh,
up the top where it says new.
I can't see it. I can only see stream questions, not the
top checks channel above general.
It's the top of text channel.
Oh, yep, see it. Thank you. Cool. Yep. So I'll do those ones, Algared. You do our regular bot ones, okay? If that's cool with you.
Just got to go back to the regular bot. Where is he? There it is. No stream.
Yeah. So we've got a couple of questions coming in there from YouTube. Apologies to that YouTube. It can't be helped. Again, we're flying by the seat of pants. First time we've ever done this, and it's also our longest stream by a country mile.
By 6 hours. Actually, probably by 5 hours.
I can see a question. Sorry, it's just that it was 2 channels called Stream Questions, and that was what's confusing me. Because that's what we call the one with all the bot questions in it as well. So yeah.
Yep. I'm just trying to find that.
Right. So they're coming in thick and fast here for me, Algared. So what was your? So this is from Dell, who says, "What was your favorite thing about the day, and why was it the Zeus Mark II ES?" All right, Algared, your favorite thing today.
I think my favorite thing today was a lot.
Do you want me to go first then?
Yeah, you go first.
It's easily the star map. I've been waiting for it all year.
The star map. Yeah. I know for you it's the star map. I think for me it was everything.
There's a lot of good stuff in there.
There's a lot of good stuff in there, and
a lot of surprises. It didn't kind of stop. There was no flat bits like other years they've had. They're definitely getting better at presenting. Yeah, there was, and that's just the format. Not even getting into the content of it. But yeah, we're obviously going to have to walk away now and have a look at the Scout. We're also going to have to look at the Zeuses. But like the one thing I'll say right now is that if they're starting at 150, that means they're at least going to 160. So as a medium ship, it is clearly the most expensive of the mediums.
And that will mean, and I think that shows in the components, like it's got, 4 size, more size 2 shields, more this, more that. And I think we'll see that.
It could also mean there's another one.
It
right?
Could mean
because there's a gap between 135 to 150, and then if that jumps by 10, that's 160. So there's a gap from 130. I know there's some variance in there, right? But I'm talking about the base generalist ones. So you've got freelancers 135, and you've got the at 160. So there's a room there for another one at 145 or 140. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Right. Next
Voodoo
question.
Child has a question. Question: 400i or Zeus ES?
Zeus easily.
Zeus.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's a large ship that's like it's a medium ship that's got a large profile in the 400i.
Whereas
Zeus is medium.
Zeus is medium ship for crew of 3. That's
it's the same problem when we talked about. Remember, we were talking about the cargo on the Taurus versus the Clipper, right? The Clipper is a medium versus a large. So yes,
one more for you. The cargo bay takes a vehicle, takes a a rover, or can take a rover as a or base. I can't remember what they said, but certainly a rover. I think it was may have said cyclone, but the 400 can't.
All right, before I forget, Algared, I'm going to open all these. So you see what I'm doing. Just give me a moment because this is going to take a minute. But can you do the next question while I do this, please?
Yep. So the next question is Eminent Shadow next tomorrow? Possibly.
Well, the way he talked, there's something else coming. Yeah, well, next. I think that's what,
Next is a possibility. Another system could be Squadron 42 stuff that they're talking about tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised. They're doing Squadron 42. I could see them doing Odin, because that is the system I believe Squadron 42 is in. So, but yeah, your guess is as good as mine.
All right, I've got these open.
Mm-hmm.
Now I do believe, and I know you probably did these, Lemming, but I think you've missed one, buddy. And it was the very first one to me actually looked like the Ranger. And the first one he's got is the X1. But I remember...
So the reason I didn't include that one is because it was on the starter screen.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure if it was just a filler image or not.
But it looked...
So
but it looked like the Ranger to me. Do you want to go back and check it? I don't know. I know you probably don't have access to it at the moment, but to me it looked like the Ranger. And we know... Sorry?
It was hovering.
Okay, cool. We'll leave it off for now then, right? X1, I think we can all kind of agree on that one.
Yep.
This one here, I'm going to go out on... That looks like an Ursa to me, Algared, because the G12 has 4 wheels. This has 6.
True.
So where my brain... That's exactly where I went. And I know you've talked about it. I know Paul's talked about it. I've talked about it. I'm pretty sure that that's the medical one that we've been talking about. And it makes logical sense. It's a Lynx variant, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what it's
going to be. And we talked about that when the Lynx came out, you, Paul, and I. When I first saw it, I just thought, that's a G12. But, clearly my tiredness is kicking in. But 6 wheels, definitely a rover.
And you'll actually notice the G12 is not in this lineup. So the G12 is kicked into next year. Because these are all the ones by the end of the year, right?
Yep. And the second you said Ursa, of course, how could I even...
So this is the crazy thing. Like, look at all the shit. Like we've just got AIE and there are 12 of them.
Yep.
That's nuts. Like this AIE, people were worried about how much money they're going to make. 12 ships in less than 3 months?
Now let's just...
That's nuts.
Yeah,
anyway.
I'm just going to go to the...
RSI
Industries.
Execute. They did say that say in the next 12 months.
Oh, did they?
Not this year.
They did say in the next 12 months.
Okay, well, then that's one a month then. That's all I'm going to say. Right.
Yeah.
MPUV, empty MPUV, but one thing I will point out, Greta, I don't know if you noticed, but it does have a thing on the front.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be that long repair variant.
I've only made almost 750,000 in the last 2 hours.
Yeah. Algared, you would have said repair variant of the MPUV is what I think this one is. Yes or no?
I would think that view of the empty MPVU. Yep. I wouldn't
see
be
how
surprised.
It's got the thing on top though? Yeah.
It's finally the original MPUV. Yes.
Right.
Bring it on, baby. And notice it's also got an empty area, so you can actually put a container or something on the back too. So it'll have that clip.
Yeah, so to me, this is potentially it's not a Spirit, is it? I thought it might be because of here. Well, one of the other ones is a Spirit. Like, let's just go through.
So,
that's the Spirit to me, that one.
So we were thinking that thicker one there is a Galaxy?
No, because Galaxy is a big one, bigger ship, isn't it?
Right, but
it is.
Look how thick it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Hang on. But they did go, this is all in scale by the look of it, right? So they've gone bigger and bigger and bigger. So that one to me...
Could we have
actually maybe that's the Spirit because of the VTOL here. Because I've just realised the Spirit has this weird landing gear and that ain't it.
The Spirit does have, the Galaxy also has that side door, doesn't it? Oh no, that would
be
the
Spirit has a front part to its landing gear as well as a back part. So that's not a Spirit. So that might be the Zeus, because they did say in the next 12 months that that might be the Zeus, right?
That was Zeus.
Yeah. So I think that. Oh shit! I closed it. But that is the Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I just closed the MPUV one, I think. So that's fine. But that's the Spirit. I'm pretty sure. That one there is some kind of new Fury or ship from Mirai. But then again, look at the person for scale. That's big. That's a new Mirai ship.
Nantucket
It was a
Island?
big ship.
No, Algared, it's Fury as shit. Look at it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It does look Fury as shit. I'm just trying to, think that.
Well, wouldn't it be cool if this is the mothership for the Furies? I'm just going to say that. I don't know if it will be, but it is pretty big. Again, we don't know. Big. We're just going by silhouette here, right? Legionnaire, as we said, Zeus, Retaliator Bomber rework.
Retaliator Bomber.
And Polaris. So the only real new one in there is this one.
Yep.
So yeah. All right.
The Xi'an Trader. There you go. That could be
It could be anything, but it looks
anything.
It looks very Mirai to me. And Lemming, do you want to weigh in on that? Like,
it looks Mirai. It could also be a new Gatak ship.
Absolutely.
It does look very Raylan-ish to me. It's obviously not a Raylan, but it looks like that.
The one that makes me think, like, just not the silhouette, but if you actually zoom in, see how it's kind of got these wing things just here? They are very similar to the Fury. Very similar to the Fury. No, the Raelian's completely different. The Raelians, you got to remember, all the Xeon ships follow stars. As in, what I mean is they have like an X pattern or a star pattern. Now, that could be obviously from side on and it could be folded away. But from what we've seen, everything I can see there, it's even got a back fin on it like the Fury and stuff like that. It's Mirai as fuck, that one.
So that could be the Sulian.
Could be. Could be. Could be. Could absolutely be.
We did hear it was an unnamed Sulian ship and maybe they're trolling us and...
All right.
Let's go back.
Let's go back to the questions. So.
Okay.
I'm going back to my cave.
All right, see you, bud.
Citizen Scott. I think the big differences between Zeus variants signals CIG trying to specialize ships more? Question.
Not really. But again, we got two of the variants, and one we were essentially said it's going to be an Explorer or it's going to be a personal transport, but we were just hoping it was personal transport, not Explorer, because we've got too many Explorers. Realistically, we kind of do. So yeah.
But having it as an Explorer made sense based on the history, but yeah.
So Ender's in chat, Sergeant Ender. The only thing I'd say to that, Ender, is look at the person in the. Oh, I'm gonna flick it back over. I just realised you can't see, but look at the person here. To scale of the ship. Now, it could be just in the background. Yeah, absolutely. But that makes that thing look huge.
And when you look at all the other locations where you got a person next to a ship, it's has to be the same kind of the Fury Executive. Yeah, it's all gold. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why we have multiple people looking at it, man. So we can get all the little details. That's why it's good to do this with the chat, because you can. I'll sometimes see things that we completely miss and vice versa. So yeah.
Especially when we're tired.
Yeah.
All right. From the top channel?
Yeah, I'll do one. Do you guys think the Explorer Zeus version, ES, is going to do well? Edit for clarity. The other two variants look pretty strong in my opinion.
Yes.
I think we've kind of said that the ES is probably the weakest one.
I just had a look at the sales in the last 2 hours. They've done 750,000.
Yeah. But no, what he's saying specifically is the...
I know he's saying specifically the...
Explorer.
Which one of the...
Explorer.
Both will go most, but yeah.
I think, well, I've heard a few people in chat already say they've upgraded the DER to that. So, again, it depends what... Because they're both Expedition, you see. So, but that's probably what they're hoping for. That's why, we talked about Spirit and those ships have been there for so long. They want to attract people off those older ships so they can spread it around a bit.
And then when they update them, you go, no. But yes. But I think, when you look at the cargo of the that CS to the Doer, or it was kind of a you've kind of got that difference in it was 2 SCU between the two the cargo variants of both. Are the Max and the Dur, or the Max and the Clipper. Only 2 SCU of cargo, and yet you've got different difference in components, they're very close. And so if you really like the look, I think in this case, if you really, it's go by which one you like the look of, because they're very similar.
Yep. Next question I've got here is, hello, which older ships do you guys feel are killed off, surpassed by the new Carter variant as well as the Zeus?
Oh, the new.
So there's no real kind of scanner down at the low end, so I think that's kind of why it's there. So that not really anything down there that it really cuts off, does it?
If anything, the Zeus, sorry, not the Zeus. If anything, the Carter Scout infringes on a lot of the larger ships because it's $45.
Yep.
And it's got the scanner.
Yep.
So the Terrapin is probably the closest ship or the
and it's different.
315p.
It's different enough. Yeah, actually, it'd be the 315p that gets straight on the most probably. At that, it's the closest anyway. It's like what $10, $15 off. So yeah. All right, let's have a look at the Zeus then, because that's a lot more impactful. So this is just my quick list off the top of my head: the Dur, the Taurus, and the Cutlass Blue would be the three big contenders.
I would even possibly look at the Connie Andromeda, depending on the that's going to come down to the weaponry they give them and the missiles they give them, because the Connie Andromeda 96 SCU of cargo, but it's got a crap ton of missiles.
It's kind of interesting because the Connie Andromeda actually falls between two of the variants. It's half cargo, it's half gunship, so it's actually somewhere between two of the variants. So yeah,
but it's also a bigger ship, and you've got the Connie Andromeda, the Aquila, which is straight up exploration, and then you've got the Taurus, which is straight up cargo.
It's definitely interesting because it's probably the closest RSI ship we've seen it to compete with its own lineup. That is for sure, especially at that price point. Like at $190, when that thing comes out, let's say it comes out at $210. The Connie one day, long ago, was $225.
Yeah. Yeah, that's scary, isn't it? But yeah, I think that's probably the big thing, the closeness of. I think the Connie gets threatened, but I think it comes down to what weaponry it's got, because remember the Connie is also a large ship, whereas these are a medium ship. So there's a lot of I think there's a lot more give and take with those as well.
I think the biggest one tried on from RSI has to be the Taurus, though, because it is literally they shared the same price point for a time, and now the Taurus is $190. That's exactly the same price as the bounty hunting variant, and not only that, yes, it is a larger ship, but it carries less cargo than the Clipper.
No, the Taurus carries more cargo than the Clipper, I think.
Was it the? I thought it was only like 2 SCU between the two, unless I heard wrong. Again, I've only seen it once.
That was the max. That was two.
So the Zeus has 148. Can someone give me the Taurus again, please? So it's 148 for the Clipper. I thought maybe it was 170 something for the.
I always thought it was about 170, but I didn't check the.
Taurus is Taurus. Yeah, that's the
money.
Yeah, Taurus is the money, Roberts. I want the actual. Yeah, they go 174. So you're right. It is about 26 SCU difference, somewhere in there. So not a lot. Well,
not a lot.
It is a lot because it's two Vultures worth. You get my point.
But the Taurus still has, although the Taurus loses that bottom turret and gains the tractor beams, it does have a full missile loadout that the Andromeda has. So it's still got a lot more punch.
It's going to be a popular little ship. I think those of us that have a Dur, I think for me, there's another question here that we can answer here at the same time by Indian Feathery. Says, are the new ships earning game or purchases for you? Well, Algared buys everything, right? For me, they're buying game. And I'm going to be honest, I'm more interested in the Cutter Scout than I am in these ones. If I was to buy one, it would probably be the bounty hunting one. But then again, I've already got a Redeemer and I've already got a Connie Andromeda. So I'll earn down to them.
I wonder whether the Connie and this is will the Connie rework raise it up? Do the Connie's weapons overmatch it and make it significantly different? Because at the moment you've got a ship where the Clipper version of the Zeus is more cargo than an Andromeda, and it's a smaller ship, and it's got the 3 crew rather than max of 5. It doesn't have the snub ship, and so that's going to pull it off. That's going to pull it down as well.
There's one thing I want to bring up real quick. I just can't remember the name of it off my head. I'm guessing the name here. I'm trying to remember.
Yes. Thank you, Hatich. Correction. Algared buys everything except the steel. Thank you.
Yes, I did remember it. Excellent. All right, I'm just going to flick this over. It's going to look messy, but I don't give a crap. Because
Austin,
let me finish. This is what the Zeus reminded me of, the Dreamcatcher rocket. It's got the same little wings. They talked about the belly. It is literally just a bigger version of this.
And the original Zeus looked like the Dreamcatcher, but yes. But Carsten, yes, I did buy the cutter. So, but yeah, it does. It does have that kind of Dreamcatcher vibe. That's certainly the original, and you can see. And I think when they first showed it, I could see in the lines of the new version of the Zeus, I could see the old lines of the Zeus tied in with that new look.
See if I can get one flick back between the two, but yeah, like when they did that white box pan around, and you could see the kind of girth of the ship, because it is quite a little bubbly thing from behind in that view. That's when I kind of went, hey, that's a Dreamcatcher. Again, those bent up wings. I can't get any really good shots because unfortunately they're all on different pages. Unfortunately,
I was surprised at how and you said it as well, how much they packed into the Zeus.
I for a long time, especially when they showed the cutaway view, I'm like, shit, that's a large ship. Like, it actually looked like a large, but then when I went, I've got to look at the length of this thing. And as soon as I saw the length, I went, oh, that's only 1 meter longer than the Spirit. It's a Spirit.
I had to chuckle at Chris Oakes in YouTube chat. He says, I'm going to Citizencon next year on credit card reward points.
From all the purchases you made.
I chuckle. Sadly, I don't make all my that many big purchases these days for Star Citizen. At least I don't think so. At least I hope so. Anyway, next question from the Twitch mob. Happy Boyington says, "What's your take on the Zeus variants, and will you get one?" Well, I did get them, and I think we've just talked about what our take is on them. I think that's a good medium ship. I think it at the moment it seems like it kills the freelancers, but I think when the freelancers get redone, those who offload a freelancer might be going, man, why did I offload the freelancer? Because I can't go back.
So I think this one above my head. Oh man, let me double check this before I put my foot in my mouth. Right, so that's the ES one. See how there's a Solstice one? I think one of them's the Solstice. I'm just trying to figure out which one's which. So that's the blue and yellow. So that's the black and blue, right? So if we go back to this, black, yeah. So the one above you is the bounty hunting one. The one above me must be the Solstice then. So that's the skin. If you buy Warbond, that's the skin that you get above me.
I'll take your word for it.
Yep.
All right, JJ, take care. He's off to bed. He's done. Yeah, I'm feeling done as well. I can understand your feeling.
Yep. Well, if you want to go, Algared, we can wrap it up.
Yep. And SoCal Sun, yep, the Connie does need a major rework. It certainly it doesn't have its components basis yet. It's got issues.
It'll get it.
It'll get it.
Just get some patience. There was some people in chat earlier on complaining about how they'd lost faith in CIG because they've been here since 2012. I've been here since 2012, and I've got nothing but more confidence. And every time I see a Citizencon, it reinvigorates that. And I've always said, I might have a bit more confidence because I used to be a dev, but every time I see that step forward and the progress, That's all I care about. And I do know there is some progress that is delayed, like server meshing and COVID really affected a lot of people that follow this project. But there are always setbacks in development. It's just that we are seeing warts and all, and that's why. And also, it's more compounded too, Algared, by the sheer size of this project.
Yeah,
the star map
absolutely.
alone, if anything, should have shown you that today.
I've SoCal Sun, I'm the same. I think one of the reasons I've kept all the ships and try not to get rid of any is because I don't know what they're going to be like when they're released, and I'm always hopeful that they'll all be awesome. And I know that's a nuts idea, but it's kind of hit me. And but yeah.
All right.
I do see in chat, in the Twitch chat, that Pappy's saying that the Banu Merchantman looked slick. To me, it was nothing new. That was
all the old stuff.
That was all the old stuff.
There was a few little shots in there that were new though, but they kind of just wanted to give us an update because it was clear they felt bad about what happened because it's the most popular question they get. But they were just trying to be honest, and they do always say that.
And they were, they were being honest. They said this is where it was up, and he even said at the start, this is where it was up to. This is where we got up to before we had to stop. And they said we could have kept going. We could have pushed people to work on it, but we actually chose no. We're going to get people back up to speed.
I got another question here is from Meat2432 says, what do you think the third system is at the end? He said, yeah, it's Nix. That's the obvious one. I read the wrong question. Wait, there's one here. ASA Fum says, how do you think they'll limit Maelstrom, if at all? I can't imagine they'll spend time creating assets as that could be leveled in the first week, never to come back. Well, you're going to be building new buildings. We're going to be destroying each other's outposts and stuff like that, as an example. We're going to be destroying each other's ships. Kind of doing a lot of this already. It's just extending that system.
Yep.
And some, look, Algared, I'm just going to chuck this out there. You feel free to totally ditch this and say it's insane. Someone destroys your house, and I come along and salvage it.
Yep. And then, well, you got to beat me to the salvage first.
You know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah. Because, but one of the gameplay loops I've been looking forward to is, going to a settlement that's run down, that's struggling, and seeing if I can build it up or help build it up, and just turn it into a civilization or a settlement that's thriving. And I can turn these back on now. I keep forgetting that they've powered up. I'm no longer in shadow. There you go.
Just realised they called this the Solstice skin. The other Solstice skin is the Nautilus, but that's by Aegis, not Zeus. So they've done another Liberator, Valkyrie Liberator thing.
Yep. And yes, Ross Alkin, the other system is Odin, and that I actually think Odin may be a better choice than Nyx, mainly because Odin's where Squadron 42 is, and so there's more depth to that. But I don't see them giving us that.
I've heard things that Nyx has already done.
Yeah, and Nyx is one of those systems.
Well, it might even be that Algared. They might go right through to Odin, like you were kind of saying the other day.
So they could show us Odin as something part of a Squadron 42 hit. When you look at the link, it goes, there's a drop off from it's Nyx. Nyx goes into Pyro, but doesn't go to Odin. Doesn't go normally form the line of 5. But Nyx is where Levski is. Nyx is where Delamar is, and Delamar is basically by itself. It's a fairly empty system.
I need to point something out that someone said in chat. Monster Avery pointed out. See this Solstice skin? Look at the wing tip. Look at the wing tips. So all the others have wings like this. It's got wings like this. Can you see it in the picture? So you actually, it's a 3D skin.
Maybe.
Or does that mean all the others just don't have their wings folded down? Yo.
Or does that mean
I just sent you a picture in Discord?
Yeah. What is it?
There's a third variant there.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there another variant
there? It's an ST.
Okay.
Is there another variant that they haven't told us about?
Solstice, ST, Solstice. That's why it's got ST on it, Solstice. There's a skin. You go back here. Any of the events you buy, you go down here. there's a solstice paint. So this one just happens to be on the CL. But if I go to the other store, this one has the MR one. Again, so it's just the solstice paint. I don't know. He's right. It is a different variant because they all have their names on them.
And it's got.
That's got to be a weird thing. Why would you put a different variant in there?
Because they made a mistake.
Yeah, maybe.
Because they've originally had 4 and have taken it down to 3 and didn't realise that they were doing it. They're holding it back for something else.
Yep, that's what I think it is.
Yeah. So this might pop up at
AIE. Hey, we've got another one for you. Sucked into all of you who bought the 3-pack. Here's the 4-pack for cheaper. Yep. Sorry, that's me being cynical.
I'm just trying to think of what ST is. I'm sure all because
Trooper.
Well, I've also just noticed it's got fins at the back too.
Yep.
It's also got a fin that closes across the top.
Yeah.
So that is a whole new variant.
It's not a scanning ship because we've got a scanner. It's not a transport because we've got the.
We'll have a think in chat, guys, and see what ST could be. Yeah, so we've got another question from Mo Daddy that asks pretty much the same thing.
Yep.
ST is different.
Star Trooper. There you go. It's a Star Trooper variant. The ES has robust radar package. Yep. The MR doesn't. This is a JD4474 lads at Execute now, Algared. The ES has robust radar package. The MR doesn't. Yeah, it's bounty hunting variant MR, meant to track down ships. More arbitrary balance. What do you guys think? I think it's not saying. It's basically the ES has a scanning suite, basically like a search, like a survey ship would, like an explorer would. It's not saying that the bounty hunter doesn't have a scanning suite or a tracking suite. It's just saying that it's just looking at the difference in terms of roles. That's how I read it, in terms of how they're doing it. But what do you think, X?
As in regards to the scanning suite on the ES, it's just another scanner.
Versus the MR not having the same type of robust radar.
Well, this has also got 3 shields. Explorers going to different areas, so they're trying to promote it going to more dangerous places. I honestly think you might say get more armor on the bounty hunting one, because honestly, when I heard there was 3 shields, I just assumed it was on this one. The other thing I've noticed about this is this variant also has a turret. The only two that have turrets are those two. This is like some kind of super variant. It's really weird. Like, it's like, I'm wondering if the reason why they're not releasing it is they're hoping people to buy all these, and then they're going to drop that
and go sucked in. Yeah. Oh, that's what I said. Sucked in. Here's a 4-pack. Sucked in. Those who bought the 3-pack. Loser. Yeah, that's my cynicism.
Because I'm just noticing that. All right, so you get the default skin. So that's the normal MR. And then I just want to look at this one in big if I can. Because this is not the same as that. It just isn't. Like, I thought it was, but it's not, because you've got the wingtips.
You've got the wingtips.
Yeah. So that is. What have I done now? I've lost it. I need to move it over to there. Yep. Let's put it over here.
That's a different variant.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun! Scandalous.
Man, someone dropped the fucking ball and is getting fired.
Yeah, that is a totally different variant. Looking at it now, I could be wrong, but yeah. Sangrover.
Yep. Just run ST3M1 and see what you can come up with. See, because it's clearly an acronym we haven't had before. I don't think there's another ST that you've ever heard of, have you, Algared, that you can think of, or Lemming?
Stormtrooper.
No, it's not Stormtrooper.
I know. I'm just
trying to be funny.
No, I just have no idea. I'm just tossing something out.
Apparently, ST is racing. Yeah, I think he's right.
Be a racer.
It explained
Be
all
a
the
racer.
wings and that. Well, this is how. Look, I'll just open this. I've got it on the wrong computer though, so I got to switch it over. But someone was saying, so it's on the site. Hang on, I might be able to go there myself and show it. That'll be a bit easier. So obviously, there's something I've missed on the main page because whatever he's brought up here is talking about the Zeus. So there must be a Zeus.
There is a Zeus page.
All right. So here we go. Right, and on the Zeus page, like here we go. It's probably not going to load though. I've had trouble loading this all day. Just so much traffic.
Yeah, when I first went to it, it was
So
not
this is
loading
what.
at all.
So it's been taken off, but whatever he sent me. So the person that sent me the photo, you notice how there's a gap here. It says racing. So I'm just gonna go to a different. But literally, there's an image that he sent me. Look, I'll give me a second. I was gonna have to do a couple of things to open it, but I'm wondering if anyone else. Lemming, I'm just gonna post it to you, and then I'm gonna open it off there.
Yep.
But yeah, there you go. Apparently, that was a thing.
I'm calling. Yeah, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, it could be Photoshop, but it looks like it's potentially legit. Because that
It could be Photoshopped. It could be edited in HTML. I mean, there's a lot of.
Yeah.
So.
Racing does kind of make sense, but a medium ship at racing is pretty big ship to race. Like that's a big ship for racing.
You got to remember, X. People race the Hercules.
Yeah.
The 890 jump, and you know they enter the Crux Cup in Hercules and 890 jumps and other stuff. So
it's interesting.
Why not?
It's interesting, and I'd love to know where that image comes from because this one's been deleted out of that image. Where did that come from? That someone sent me the image that had all 4 variants in it. I grabbed that out of Twitch chat.
Somebody said this in Discord, and I'm going to go ahead and echo it. ST could be stealth.
Yep. Yep. That would make sense.
ST could be what? Everyone
stealth. Stealth.
Yep. Oh, could be stealth. Yeah.
And if you actually look at it, the first 2 letters are generally what they mean. So it's Clipper, CL, Essential, or Explorer is the ES, and what's the last one?
Oh, the Essential is ES. MR is Marquee. Clipper is the cargo variant.
They were calling it the Mark. Like
Zeus
like
Mark
you
II.
hunt the Mark. No,
Yeah.
like the
MR.
like the Zeus Mark is the MR. So like you hunt a Mark.
Guess we'll have to look in the individual variants and find out.
What they're actually calling it. But MR was always the Marquee in the Aurora version, so since they kept the other names, I just assumed.
Saying it's focusing on security essentially here. So yeah, but yeah, I think we can safely assume that there is another variant.
A stealth variant or a racing variant.
Yeah, something of that nature.
Here's a thought. What if it's a Inforunnery type ship, similar to...
Someone else said that already. But again, we've got nothing to...
Nothing to going on. It's just total guessing.
The other thing I've noticed is they don't actually have separate skins this time. Remember how they don't... Well, I wonder if they do.
I thought they did. When I bought them, there was a whole list of skins I could have picked up.
Yeah, let me have a look.
I think.
Well, because why would I buy the ship itself when I can just buy the skin? And put it in my buyback if I change my mind. Let's just change that to Zeus. Yeah, why am I going to bother? That's crazy. Yep. Well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to buy...
You're just going to buy skins?
I'm just going to buy one. Because I'm not going to buy 4 versions of the Zeus, am I? No. So I'll just buy that Solstice skin and meld it into buyback. In fact, I'll probably buy 5 of them and meld them all into buyback. In case any of you want one. Yeah. Oh no, I'm going to sell them. There are people that turn up, years later. They weren't following Star Citizen at the time or whatever, and I've done it to help people out. So yeah.
So Sangropa says, CIG really managed to crack down on leaks. The quality of leaks seems to have dropped off compared to previous years.
Well, they're only ever going by what they said, but also one of the things I found when I worked there is certain people will speculate there and then report it as fact. And then, we speculate as well. Well, let's give an example. We were pretty sure that this was a medium, but they were saying it was a large. So, but,
and we could see arguments for why it was a large ship.
And that's how we present it to you guys, because we didn't want to just go, it's a medium, but it was really obvious to us it was a medium, but we presented the facts for both, didn't we?
But everything to us just said it's not a large, because if it was large, it would have been absolute straight competitor with a Connie. And even as we saw there, some of them are still a straight competitor with a Connie.
And I'm going to be honest, it really does look like a straight to flyable because of the quality, but they've obviously done just the outside and not in the internals, as you saw in the thing.
And it may have been even something as they were doing the inside. They thought they'd got it, and then something, you do something and you suddenly realise, oh, crap, we've missed this, we've missed this whole section, or it happens, so, yeah. But we do also know we had heard that, people were saying in the past that have known everything by now, and they didn't. So
apparently, so the person that linked to me that image said it was originally on the Pipeline Discord, that image, the one that said racing. So if it was on Pipeline, I would say someone spotted it and posted it there. So it's such a big ship for a race ship, though, unless it's designed for racing transportation, maybe. But that's
racing transportation could be.
We're talking a ship as big as the Spirit for racing. Like, that's not small.
If it's a racing ship, it could be a fueling ship.
A what? Sorry, a
racing ship, a pit crew ship.
Yeah. But it got to admit, with all the extra wings and stuff on it, and the guns and stuff, like it does lean into racing. Look, I could see that, like with the extra wings and stuff. So I can get behind it, but it's just so big. Why would you want a 3-person racing ship? Like,
good for doing the Stanton 7. I'll say it again. Crux Cup this year, we had, Hercules going around the track racing.
Yeah. Again, I think stealth sounds cool and all that, but again, if this thing is legit, we already know it's a racer. And let's be honest, let's just look at the Fury. So from the Fury to Fury LX, what did the Fury LX get? All these wings and shit. And it's happened in a few of the other variants as well. So I'm kind of I don't know. Lemming, what's your thought process there?
I think it's too big for a racer. I think that people race the C2 for the laughs. Just for the same reason people race in a Starfarer.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
it's a priority transport, which is why it's racing. They'll get your part. They'll Amazon Prime your parcel, 1-day delivery.
It could also be that they originally were going to sell a racer and then they just got rid of it because it was too big. Like, it could be, there's a whole bunch of things it could be, but I'm inclined to lean into that it's a racer. I just think, as Lemming said, it's a bit too big. Again, wait and see. I don't think you'll have to wait long. I think they're obviously saving it. Well, he did say 3 variants, so maybe they just deleted that variant. Maybe they deleted it.
Yep, it's possible. Or maybe they'll bring it out later. Who knows?
Yeah.
Monster AV. The VTOLs are a question for me. The VTOLs on what Monster AV? I'm going to guess the VTOLs on the...
Is there VTOLs on the Zeus? There might be some. But yeah.
So sorry, I can't answer that because I don't know the context, mate. Rendered VT. Sorry if this has already been asked. How do you see each of the Zeus variants as a CCU spec? I wouldn't be looking at using them as a CCU start point. If you like them, you could CCU to them, but for most people, it's the Zeus. But I think most of them are buying game because they're cheap.
Yep. And not only that, like buy the cutter, and I guarantee you at this AIE you'll probably get 2 or 3 CCUs that will at least bring the price down, and you're not giving up anything because you can buy the concierge skin separately, right? So again, I'd even argue. Would you argue, Algared, even if you bought the concierge skin, you could still get it cheaper than buying it?
You could probably still buy it cheaper, like
because they usually have $5 to $10 savings in that bracket, and you'll get multiple. So I reckon you'll get easily minimum $20 off, minimum.
And just to put things into context, like we used to say was a $200 ship was, that was kind of the Failure Fighters cutoff. I think I was the one who started pushing for it to be $250 as the cutoff.
You did. You did. And I agree with you though, because and you can clearly see he's right now, because well, look at it right now. I could clearly make the argument it's going to 300 with the F8C, Algared.
You could.
So what we kind of we set that because it was easier for people to understand, but it's literally multi-crew versus single seat fighters. In a lot of there are exceptions, right? But like again, why would you get an F8C when you can get a Corsair, as an example? And I picked Corsair deliberately because it's cheaper and lower down, because it just does so much more. And yes, the F8C is cool and it does lots of stuff right now, but that's all it'll do. It won't go as far as a Corsair. It doesn't have the multi-crew. It doesn't have the flexibility. And you can do, like, that thing is almost as powerful a Redeemer, the Corsair. So it's got guns too, right? So don't forget that. But it also can take a bunch of cargo, an Ursa. It can take 4 people. You can go a whole bunch of places. It's longer range. Like, there's just so much to, and then it's the same thing on the MSR with the data running and all the other things I mentioned, and it's the same thing in the Connie and all its variants that are all probably cheaper than it too. I think the Aquila goes above, so you get where I'm going, and Algared going. It doesn't add up.
No. And I know that, and having said that, I'm probably the worst person because I don't follow that advice. If I like a ship, I buy it, and the advice we give is to those people who are trying to stretch their dollar because, they're either concerned that it's a scam or not going to deliver.
Trying to be a bit of your conscience too, aren't we? Just to make you, like, do you really need this?
Do you really want or need it?
And I take that advice, but there's also a few ships that I've just brought because I love them, and we do say that it's a head versus heart problem, and I'm sure there's people that'll go out and buy the Zeus today and love it, and there'll be others that regret it, and that's just how it is. But that's also why we're here. So if you do buy something and regret it, we'll help you turn it into something else, or we'll help you get it for cheaper. Again, like Go Mitch yourself. He got some really cheap ships over time. And he didn't think he was going to be able to do it.
Render TV coming back in Twitch, he says, sorry, I didn't mean to use them as a start chain, but if you were going to go up to them, the value in being in a CCU chain. Look, if you find a ship that is there that's above that, and you can get a Warbond CCU to be able to move into that, any ship will work in a chain if you want it.
So I go back to what we said the first time: buy the cutter and upgrade, and buy a CCU from the cheapest ship under the version of the Zeus that you want, and start trying to connect, especially at AIE and stuff like that. I would be really the Bounty Hunter variant at $190. I reckon you'll probably be able to get $30 to $40 off. It really depends what they drop. I am guessing like crazy, but if I go back and look at the CCU chains, there were years. Lemming, you do a lot of the CCU stuff. What would you say on this? Would you say $30 to $40 would be around about the right price for a $200 ship or sub $200 ship?
So we know that we're gonna get the C1 Warbond at AIE. So that's probably going to be a $10 Warbond. So there's $10 right there.
Yep. And then all you need is
and then add on everything else.
Yeah. Or again, like I remember years where there were 4 or 5 under $200, and they were $5 to $10 off each. So it just really depends what they're going to give you. I can't say it's going to be this, right? All I can kind of give you is a window, and Algared and Lemming will be the same. So I think we could say on the good end, $40, $20. I think would be $20 to $40, right? But you're not going to get out of this world savings because you literally get above $300 and you start to get $20 off just on one CCU, right? And there were CCUs where you got $40 to $50 off the higher you go. So you want the really big savings. Unfortunately, you have to kind of go to really big ships. That's just how it is.
And the best way to get the big savings is also to go lots of small CCUs. So, for a $150 ship, you might get $10, $20, $30 max.
I'm still
but if you're
waiting.
going beyond that,
I'm still waiting for better than 17%, which someone got on a $95 carrick. That's the number to beat. 17% of the original value.
You can do that. You're
well, somebody did beat it. Somebody has a $95 BMM.
Damn. Yeah, that wins.
So
they're on our Discord.
Yeah, nice.
So in the Twitch chat, Pappy Boynton does point out that there's another Zeus ST image. And
seen it.
We've seen it. And he points out that after the file, it's also got back windows. So yeah, we have seen that, Pappy. And we did discuss that. You may have zipped off to check something or go to the loo because it has been a long day.
So I was sitting here thinking.
Did it hurt?
Yeah, it did actually.
This time of day probably does.
Comparing the Aquila to the ES.
Yep.
I don't see any reason to have an Aquila.
The Aquila comes with the Aquila comes with the Ursa and a P72.
Yeah. But are you talking stats wise, like in weapons and stuff? Is that what you're saying there?
I'm saying the whole package. Like you get, yeah.
Again, we'll look at that when we do our episode. We just haven't had time to stop and look at everything because we're obviously been streaming the whole time. So
I would still argue at the moment, and having bought the ES, the scanning, the Scout version, the Aquila is probably still a better overall package because you've got the Ursa, the P72, you've got the additional scanning suite for the dorsal turret with the 2 size ones.
It really comes up to what's in it. I'll wait till we look at it because obviously it's a medium versus a large.
That's the key thing where the ES comes in. It's a medium ship versus a large. Shinobi Trip says they have a $75 Perseus. So
again, I want to. It's the percentage, not the dollar price. So go work out the percentage. It's got to be, well, obviously that Banner Menschman at 95 is lower because it's 650 versus 600, but the Carrick one, the Carrick one was 17%. So I'd have to go see what the percentage is on the Banner Menschman one.
Chap 2727 says, if the Scout works as intended in game, what does it mean for the Terrapin scanning? Well, we get it soon or now. Well, I didn't see it on. Well, when scanning comes in, I hope we'd get it now because the Terrapin's in game. So when they update scanning, I expect that to get updated too.
There was a long talk of the Terrapin being the test bed for certain things. So yeah, I think it was originally component removal at one point too. Yeah.
And I agree, Fishy 2951. That's my initial take. Pointing out the Aquila snub, better weaponry, better shields, but again,
size is a factor. You got to remember, like we've done it a few times now. Go into the star map and just go into 2D view, kind of get a shot of the galaxy, and just start turning off. Like turn on all the jump points, and then just start turning off the small, and then on and off again, and you'll start to realize that the Connie will more than likely be a medium-sized jump point ship. So that basically means as soon as you turn off the small, the Connie can't go that way, right? And all of a sudden, it basically means that you'll probably get shorter cuts with the Zeus.
And that would be my take, So that it's going to be 6 of one, half a dozen of it as how you balance. But yeah, we'll wait and see. And I think the Scout does influence the Terrapin, but I think the Terrapin has variants down the track that we'll see. Voodoo Child has a question from Twitch, because I've got the Twitch side. I view Vidua as a vertical industry ship for fuel. Just have to hand siphon to sell. Yeah, maybe. Don't think that was really a question, but a comment. But yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, once we know exactly what Vidua can do in terms of its fuel capacity and stuff, then we'll be able to better know that. And it needs an update. We just don't know. Is my take. So I live in hope and want, which is why I've still got my freelancers. But yeah, a YouTube question, Rob.
You want me to do one? Yeah, sure.
Yep.
There's not too many left. They've kind of gone into statements and that, so I've kind of skipped a few of them. Yes, someone's just stealth. Clearly it's a there's nothing there. There's nothing there. They're all just statements of people taking guesses on whether it's a data runner or yeah. So apparently, so I'll state this one because Algared, you can probably back it up. So Fishy's saying, why does Execute continue to forget the fact that the larger ships race too, like the Challenger that the Mercury completed in lore? So, yep. But I would also argue that when that lore was written, the Mercury was a medium ship and it's now a large. But then again, yeah, it does give credence to there being another medium racer. So yeah.
But
Algared,
yeah. Well, look. I know from racing there are people who race for large ships and they don't just do it for shits and giggles. They do it because the ships they like to fly are those big ships. And so just like other racers want to show how good they are at flying those small ships and how fast they are, people with the big ships want to show how well they can fly those big ships. Remember, one of the things we've always said that we think racing is that jump point mapping skill. Now, yeah, a small ship can jump point map a jump point, but you need to also jump point map them for big ships. And so you want to do both. It's no good buying a jump point map that's been raced out by an arrow and then plug it into your large ship and find, oh shit, even though I'm in a large jump point, this path is no good for me because I'm dead. So I think that racing for all ship sizes applies to everyone. So, yeah. Ostentatious One says, do you think the Zeus Explorer is dwarfed by the 400i? Assuming this 400i fits the same jump point size. 400i is the same jumping point as an MSR that crew said fits a small jump point.
Yeah. So that's another drawback to the 400i because it's technically a medium ship that's acting as a large, so that also means it will technically have to go through the bigger jump points. So yeah. So
I actually think the Explorer jumps on the 400i. I don't think the 400i dwarfs the ES, and I think the ES's cargo hold, enabling it to take a vehicle fairly easily, trumps the 400i's vehicle garage, which can only take a bike. So, but and there are pluses and minuses, but yeah, that's my initial take.
I've had a couple of questions come through about what we think the third variant of the Scout is. Now, I have a tinfoil hat theory about this that I've talked about the cows come home. But Algared, I'm not going to say a thing. I'm going to let you talk about it.
Our thought is that it's some form of salvage vehicle. It's a short way of saying it. We'd like to think and hope that it's. We know that there is a cutter / snub ship that was made for, or supposed to be made for, the Reclaimer. Right. So that was the first thing. We know the Reclaimer comes with a small flyable ship that was a snub ship. Now, back in the day, the Perseus was supposed to be a snub ship. The 85X was supposed to be a snub ship. Now, back then, all snub ships lacked quantum drive, lacked a jump drive. The 85X and Perseus, not Perseus, blew that out the water because both of them came with a quantum drive and a jump, and I think the ability to have a jump drive at bare minimum. The 85, the Pisces C8X has the same weaponry that a cutter has. It has the ability to take the same number of people as a cutter can. I think it's got the same number of missiles as a cutter can have. It's got similar cargo capacity to the cutter. Where it differs is the cutter has a bed so you can live in it. So in terms of what they are, the cutter and the C8X are basically the same ship. Therefore, it seems to make sense that the cutter could have been originally a ship that was designed or made for Brutaliator. Does that mean it is? No. But that's where we're thinking. And so a cutter salvage vessel makes sense. One of the things we were talking about the other day was the engine the fuel sizes. And it always puzzled us, how could this ship that's got so small have such a blown out fuel base? And we were talking about, we've always said, and CIG have always said, when you are salvaging a ship, you want to rip out the fuel. When you rip out the weapons, you want to rip out the components before you munch it up, because things go boom. Cutter that's siphoning fuel out needs somewhere to put it, or a vehicle that's siphoning fuel out needs somewhere to put that fuel, so you have extra big fuel tanks. If that cutter did start off in that vein, then those extra large fuel tanks could be a carryover from that. And so, could we be off our rockers? Yeah. Has Execute taught me around over the years that the cutter makes sense? Yeah. But regardless of that, we know that the Reclaimer must have a snub, because it was sold with having a snub. For me, the idea of a ship that's pretty much a snub ship comparison to the C8X and has a similar capability makes sense to be jury-rigged or made as that companion. If the C8X had not had quantum drive and jump drive, I would have just argued that Execute was off his rocker. The fact that the C8X, which was a snub, and the fact that the 85X, which was a snub, have quantum drive and the ability to have a jump drive, means that a ship that's similar to size to those makes sense for me to have, or to be the snub for a Reclaimer. Now again, not saying it is, but that's our thinking and why we think that. There you go. I think I covered all the points you'd usually cover. So
pretty much spot on to what I would say. So
see, I told you he's brainwashed me over the years. But I think, you know, that as I've said to him when he first started to argue, I used to say, if the 85X and Pisces did not have that, I'd say you're off your rocker. But
I think the only big one I'd probably add to that is the one that John worked out. Well, I think John worked out the other day, and that's that the cutter has these deployable screens. It's on the Scout, it's on the base variant. But what do they do? And if what John worked out is that there's that thing on the roof flips over the top, and so all the glass is covered, that means it's just a carryover to the other two variants. It doesn't really do anything. It was just easier to leave it there than take it off. And I kind of find it like a real, because as I said to you, if this cutter is what you and I thought it was, that was the original variant. And it also lends credence because it was leaked at the end of last year.
Yeah, and the other thing that goes with that expedition or whatever variant, I can't remember what it is, but the other one that seemed to stick out for that variant that we have, you know, that they haven't done, but we saw the leaks of, if it is the same as that, was the fact that it seemed to have a lot more things to enable minute movement, to enable that, and that would be something you'd want on something in that category. So, yeah, I really do think there's credence for that to be the case. Again, does it mean it is? No. Does it mean, you know, we could be totally off our rocker and totally wrong?
All right, Algared, how many questions have we got left, mate?
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right, that's the 10 we're doing. Bot is dead. And then we're going to call it, because it's now noon here in Australia. And so I want to go get some damn food because I haven't
Yep.
eaten.
I haven't eaten, and I've also I've got to do some prep for tomorrow. Oh joy. Shem Pasta, why is there no Warbond CCU for the Zeus? Because there's not.
Yep.
I can't do any more than that. It would have been nice if there was, yes, but there's not. I could guess that probably because in the past they haven't done Warbond CCUs for concept ships, and it's a concept ship.
Yeah, they maybe they don't want to do one. Like it's kind of a bit random. They don't always do them.
Yep.
Should always assume that they're
Pre-Sol.
doing
Yep. Pre-Sol says they mentioned that they were working on ships of the same manufacturer, some that we know and some that are RSI. If there is another from Argo repair variant of the MPVU, then could the unknown ship be RSI or Argo? If there is an unknown ship we don't know about, and they've got an Argo repair variant, I can imagine it being Argo, but 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
Actually, now I brought the one that was said that was only new was the Miro one, but you're right. Technically, if that is a repair Argo, yeah, that is technically new as well. I forgot about that one. But yeah, there's some kind of weird model thing on top of it. And years ago, there was a video we've got a video on it that God, man, that'd even be 5 years ago. But we went back to one of the very first versions of the MPUV. It was blue back then. That's how old it was, right?
They even showed it in hangar.
Yep.
Like not we didn't have it in hangar, but they showed in hangar the work they'd been doing on it, and it had its little arms and but yeah. And I remember when it came out, they said we took the arms off because they weren't working, and we didn't want to put them out without it working. So. And then they brought out the reclaimer. So yeah. So that's my memory of it anyway. So
all right.
So yeah, it'll be nice. Next one is Static Shell. Says, do you think not including a medical bay on those medium-sized explorers limits their real ability to allow deep exploring, since you can't respawn close to your ship if you're doing planetary or scouting?
This is another wanting ships to do everything. It's a medium ship. It's not going to be exploring that far. You are talking about 3 people. You'll have like a little med kit or something like that. Like if you go up to the ships where you first start seeing a medical bay, like remove the Apollo, the Constellation doesn't have one.
Yep.
OSR doesn't have one. It's all the way up to like Galaxy is an actual module. It is. It's literally all the way up to like a Polaris and Carrack before you get it in a ship that doesn't have it as a thing.
Yep, and they're basically corvettes.
Yep.
But I would argue that if it's not the Zeus that needs the medical bay. It'd be an Aquila that needs the medical facility. But that's another reason to put a deck all the way through the Aquila and put rooms in there. Oz Veteran says, with the release of the SRV, will we see ejection pods in the 322 patch? Maybe. Your guess is as good as ours. I think if you're looking at retrieving ejection pods, I think we certainly would need, we'd certainly need tractor beams, and SRV has tractor beams, so possible. Oz Veteran has another question. They say, how does this ship compare to the Spirit ships? Give us a chance to have a better look at them, we will do.
We literally haven't stopped streaming, so like we'd have to sit there and you'd get bored.
And be aware that at the moment, since we started at 2 a.m., we've basically been going for what, 10 hours straight?
3 minutes from we're 3 minutes off 10 hours. Yeah.
So, you can imagine that at the moment, things we say are probably getting more of our raw, unadulterated impressions.
And waffly and
waffly
and all that
and nodding. So give us a chance to have a look at them. We will do it. We will do a buyer's guide. We'll do a comparison, and we'll get that out. We will try to get that out within the next week.
Yeah. I think we'll probably try and get it out sooner than that. It'll probably, we might look. I think we'll see. We'll turn on which one it is, Algared. We'll see. We might get the scat. The scat would be the easy one to do, wouldn't it? So we'll see. But we'll try and get it done out before the live stream if we can.
Yeah.
Because we want you guys to be able to have informed decisions when purchasing, obviously.
Well, they are, because they're concept ships, they're going to be out for a while. So usually a concept ship from memory is usually about a month.
So as Lemming said, it's between 2 weeks to a month. So
usually, I've found in the past, usually ships that get released at Citizencon, they're still concept available into the end of IAE. Now that's my experience of what I've noticed, but does that mean it'll be the same?
The Pioneer wasn't, as an example.
Yeah, I can't remember that.
Yeah, there's a few. That's what I mean, and that's why I got Lemming to check it, and he said it's both. So yeah. So you've got somewhere. You've got at least 2 weeks. We can say that, yeah.
Yeah, and so we'll get it out, before that sale ends, minimum. So yeah, it gives us a chance to have a look at them and give you some feedback. Ostentatious One says no CCU for the Zeus. Yes, we know that. I'm sorry. Oddball 198 says, did you already discuss the ship's release teased at 5 hours 38 minutes and 10 seconds? I do believe we did. That's the 10 silhouettes, I'm assuming. Socially Confused says, I'm looking for a daily driver. Zeus, ER, CR, Crusader, or C1.
It'll be any of the generalists. So C1, Cutlass Black, Freelancer, or the Clipper.
Yeah, and I think just once you look at what the stats you're after of each. So things like cargo, crew, weaponry, survivability and stuff. And then if they're roughly the same, go for the one you like the look of. Whether it's a Drake, RSI, Crusader, just to show I'm not being biased. But yeah.
All right, how many questions have we got left?
3.
3. I mean,
Jempasta.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we've gone through those 10 quite quickly. Jempasta, why is there no Warbond CCU for the Zeus? Because there's not.
There's not. They saw you coming, Jempasta. Right, next one.
Yeah, that's right. Because they wanted me to pay full price and not buy CCU. I don't know.
So Algared coming too.
That's right. They saw me coming and said, no CCUs. Yeah. No CCUs for you.
Yeah.
Citizen Scott says, you guys surprised that Zeus is not modular since it's pretty much a mini galaxy? Nope.
No. So we got told that we thought that by the same sources that told us about the Zeus that they thought it was modular, and we were like, nah. So we didn't report. We kind of said we told you we'd been told that, but we were like, not sure. We'll wait. And usually when sources come back a second time, it's usually speculation. So I just let that go.
But we thought, like, I didn't think modular. It was a possibility, but I really didn't think it. I just thought it's a small medium ship. They're going to make as many as they can.
And it's literally a Dorito. How are you going to make a module that's like triangular? That's outside the room system. You're literally getting more complicated. So I just went, nah. Like, it'd have to be a module that dropped right in the middle or something like that. Yeah.
And the last question was from Isander, which is basically the same thing, because they said that's a really good question. And that's it. We're done.
All right then. So Algared's not going to be here tomorrow. He's got to go.
I've got to go to work.
The Tiddlywinks.
That's right. I can't.
But what we're going to do is we're going to raid Grim, because Grim's just about to start his stream up. So on Twitch, I'm going to raid Grim.
So wait for Twitch to start, and then we'll go.
Hang on. Is he going to be streaming on YouTube? Because he usually dual streams. So let's just have a look. Because maybe I can. Let's have a look.
Hey everyone.
Oh shush! Don't tell me he just ended.
Send you both. Send you all to him. He probably did, because he. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, pick someone. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Hang on. Are you gonna be streaming? Oh, he's not gonna reply to me. All right. Well, I'll stream. I'll rate him on Twitch at the very least. Yeah. So he's going to be joining me tomorrow to fill in for Algared. And so, yeah. As for YouTube, we will be back. Not Bright Eyes and Bushy Tail is what I was going to say, but I will, yeah, so roughly, what's that, about 12, 14 hours? So, yeah.
Yeah. I would love to join you, but I can't. And he's just starting, Sangropa says.
Is he? Okay, we'll give it a minute then, so we can hand you guys over to him. So,
yep.
Can you let him know that I'm trying to raid him on YouTube, and it's rather hard to do so. But yeah, I'll try and do so. Let's see if we can. It's a lot harder to raid people on YouTube. It's a pain in the butt. I really got to fix it. And I know you guys don't give a shit because you're just watching, but it's a huge pain in the backside. You're saying, Algared? Oh, we lost. Oh.
And Desta, thank you for that compliment of saying we did a good job. Soul Unit, thank you for saying it's a good show. Cody Henry, thank you. No, I've got to teach tomorrow, Luna. That's why I won't be here. God help my students if I was here. Well, actually, you would help them because they wouldn't have me. Yeah.
All right, we just lost. We didn't get to say goodbye to Twitch. They automatically went over. So the Twitch people have already gone. So yeah.
Rework 600i, most wanted ship, followed closely above Orion. I could see the 600i being a ship worth. Certainly the exploration would be, that ship would be one to compare with the others. But again, it's a bigger ship than the Andromeda, so I think it goes out of that scale. But yep, certainly something to look forward to. Anyway.
All right, take another question, Cal. I'm just trying to find him, but he's not. It's like he's gone to the toilet or something. But yeah.
Okay, Cody Henry has a question. I'm taking the YouTube one. So
yeah,
I'm
go
just
for
scrolling.
it. Yeah,
so he says, Connie has 4 variants: exploration, cargo, gunship, luxury. Zeus has 3, and a mystery 4th: exploration, cargo, bounty hunting, and we think either stealth or racing. There you go. Let's see what else. Guys, it's weird. The site says the MR has double quantum fuel tanks, whereas the ES has 1.
Yeah, I almost think the ES and you think the Explorer has bigger fuel tanks, and you'd think the bounty hunting has more shields. That makes mate. It's the Spirit thing again, where they stuffed up all the stats.
Yep, that wouldn't
surprise me. Yeah,
and if it's on the Matrix of Lies, well, man, I can remember when I first started following, and I used to look at the Matrix of Lies. That's how I first made my first purchases. I was looking for ships and went, right, because I figured, go to the website and you'll get the good juice, right? Went to the website, right, okay, I'll get a Constellation. Yep, I'll get an Aurora for me, a Constellation for me and my mates. Awesome. And then I started watching, and it was Disco who first said, yeah, I think he was the first one who was calling it the Matrix of Lies. The Matrix is always wrong. It's always been wrong. For as long as I've been a backer from 2014, it's always been wrong or out of date or stuffed up, or it's a running gag. I wouldn't be surprised if CIG keep it wrong just for the sake of those of us who are like that. But yeah, anyway.
All right. Go ahead, Lemmy.
So the Clipper has a 2 size 2 fuel tanks, and the ES has 1 size 3.
There you go.
Okay. And when you look at sizes, I think it was 3 size 3 equal 1 size the next size up. So the 1 size 3 is actually more than the 2 size 2s. So thanks for that, Lemmy. That was a great.
At least that's what I'm saying. So
yeah. It sounds good. And if we're wrong, we'll put it down to it's a 10-hour stream.
All right. Any more questions? Or we're
nope. That's it.
We've given him as much time as we possibly can give him.
I'm burnt. I'm done. I can't take any more, Captain.
I'm gonna try one more time and see if I can see him. But yeah, it doesn't look like he's coming up. So unfortunately, we're going to call it there. I would have rated Grim, but he's unfortunately not ready to go.
Yep.
So yeah, and a whole bunch of people have rated him on. So expats rated him.
Oh, there you go. Last
100%.
question.
Yep.
Zeus ES, best smuggling ship? Question mark.
Was it Zeus what?
Zeus ES, the Essential, best smuggling ship? Question mark.
No, it's not a smuggling ship at all. Would it be? No, not at all. There's no facilities for that. So yeah.
Best smuggling ship is 315p, hands down.
Yeah, it's fast, quick, and small.
Yep.
I always think the best smuggling ship is the one you don't expect.
Exactly.
So any ship that is not expected to be a smuggling ship is the one that you're going to have smugglers on.
I still think the Retaliator will be one of the best at that, just because of that reason. Yeah.
Yeah, just because you're scanning from a long distance, you go, oh, it's a Retaliator. Do I want to get closer and find out it's a pirate with torpedoes? Do I want to get closer and find it's a troop ship? Do I?
Yeah.
You know, so, but yeah. Anyway.
All right. With that, then, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell. And leave some comments below and let us know your thoughts. Did you enjoy Citizencon Day 1? And we'll be back for Day 2 tomorrow. Well, I will be. Algared won't be. With that, he's been Algared.
He's been Execute, and we're out of here. Take care.
Take care, guys. Thanks for today. Bye.